The Individual and the Nature of Mass Events by Seth and Jane Roberts. Introduction by Jane Roberts. A trance is a very private phenomenon. It represents a turning away of consciousness from ordinary reality toward an inner one. However private a trance may be, it must take place in a physical world of shared events. I am touched by those events, and so are you. So even while I sit in trance, dictating books as Seth, I can't, after all, stray too far from our joint reality. The chair I sit in as I speak for Seth is a product of modern manufacture. The glass of wine on the coffee table before me, the cigarettes, and the mass-produced table itself are all reminders that my most adventuresome journeys into other realities are rooted, for now at least, in the physical world of events that we all share together. Robert F. Butts, my husband, sits on the couch across from me, taking verbatim notes of what I say as Seth, transcribing these quote-unquote otherworldly communications with a modern pen on good white bond paper. When I held ESP classes, Seth's sessions were always taped, and just this week he quote-unquote came through as I was being recorded for a radio program to be aired later. So technology, with all of its implications, is never really too far away. While Seth was dictating The Individual and the Nature of Mass Events, for example, the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident occurred, and had the affair turned into a disaster, our Chemung County would have been used to house refugees. Many spectacular national events have happened, of course, since our first sessions took place in 1963, but Seth seldom mentioned such issues, and then only in answer to our questions. In this current book, however, he discusses in depth how our private realities merge into mass experience. For that reason, he examines the public arena, and devotes a good deal of material to 3 Mile Island, and to the Jonestown mass suicides as well. Both situations occurred as Seth was dictating this book, and while they are contemporary, both cases are classic in their implications. Rob's notes provide the necessary exterior orientation for this present volume, as they do for the previous Seth books, and hint at the framework of normal life in which Seth so gallantly, quote-unquote, appears, twice weekly, tossing off my glasses and thereby signaling the beginning of my trance. Besides this, of course, my own moods, speculations, joys, and sorrows have spun their earthly web through my mind on such days. I may have worked well or poorly at my own writing. The day may have been calm or distracted by unexpected guests, or marked by any of life's normal domestic ups and downs. While Seth was dictating mass events, for example, another of our cats, Billy, died. Seth was discussing the 3 Mile Island accident, but he left off book dictation for a while because we felt so badly, and gave us some excellent material on animal consciousness before and after death, because quote-unquote tragedies come in all shapes and sizes, and the most domestic events of our days offer Seth opportunities to comment on life itself. So even if I was focused elsewhere and my consciousness turned inward, a spotlight was thrown upon our world from that other viewpoint, almost as if a character in one of our dreams suddenly came awake, walked out of the dream, and dared comment on our waking world. Perhaps this isn't a good analogy. Seth is far from a dream character, and in fact I hardly ever dream of him at all. But he is a personality whose platform of reality isn't the same as ours, a personality who writes books through me, but from his standpoint, not mine. In this book, he comments on our religions, sciences, cults, and on our medical beliefs as well, with an uncompromising wisdom, as if he represents some deep part of the human psyche that knows better, that has always known better. as if he speaks out not only with my voice, but for many, many other people, as if he represents the truths that we have allowed ourselves to forget. What truths? That our dreams come alive at midday? That our feelings and beliefs turn into the reality we experience? That, in deeper terms, we are the events in which we participate, and that murder for the sake of an ideal is still murder? But more than this, Seth reminds us of something we knew as children. We are of good intent. You make your own reality. That statement is one of the cornerstones of Seth's material, stated almost from the beginning of our sessions and emphasized throughout his books. In Mass Events, though, Seth goes further, maintaining that our private impulses are meant to provide the impetus for the development of our own abilities in a way that will contribute to the best interests of the species and the natural world as well. He's speaking of our normal impulses here, those that we've been taught are dangerous, chaotic, and contradictory. Seth maintains that we can't trust ourselves while distrusting our impulses at the same time. Much of this book is concerned with the purposes of our impulses, and the reasons for their poor reputations in the eyes of science and religion. What Seth is really saying here is that our impulses are meant to help us create our own realities on a personal basis, in a way that will enhance both our private lives and our civilizations. But if we are of good intent, how can we sometimes end up involved in the most reprehensible of actions? Seth faces such questions squarely and deals with the motivations of both the fanatic and the idealist. And people are idealistic. Many readers of all ages write us, asking how they can develop their own potentials and also help bring about quote-unquote a better world. They care deeply and abhor the adverse conditions they see in society, whether or not they are intimately concerned with them. In this book, Seth clearly shows how each of us can contribute to the mass reality, and concisely outlines the issues so that we don't fall prey to disillusionment or fanaticism. Since we are all involved with worldly events, it is highly important that we also understand how we fit into those global actions, and see how our negative beliefs about ourselves and the species can result in situations far less than ideal, and quite different from our stated goals. For this reason, Seth explains how the theories of Freud and Darwin confine our imaginations and our abilities. Rob and I grew up in the world of Freudian and Darwinian concepts too, of course, and we weren't given any magical immunity from the unfortunate results of such cramped vision. Those theories, along with religion's belief in the flawed self, have left their marks on all of our lives. Rob and I have been given a new, vaster philosophical structure through the Seth sessions, one that we share with our readers. And that structure is still emerging. It is far from finished. The answers are not all in. We are still learning how to ask the right questions. When Seth began this manuscript, I was personally working with the idea of quote-unquote heroic impulses, those separate from our usual ones, that would operate as inner impetuses toward constructive action. In this book, though, Seth states that it is our normal everyday impulses that we must learn to trust. Even I was taken back. Our usual impulses? The ones I ignored while I looked for the quote-unquote heroic ones? And finally, I began to understand. Our normal impulses are heroic, despite our misunderstanding of them. In a way, this entire book is an introduction to our impulses, those we follow and those we deny. I've had my own hassles with impulses, following only those I thought would lead me where I wanted to go, and drastically cutting down those I feared might distract me from my work. Like many other people, I thought that following my impulses was the least dependable way of achieving any goal, unless I was writing, when impulses of a quote-unquote creative kind were most acceptable. I didn't realize that all impulses were creative. As a result of such beliefs, I've had a most annoying arthritis-like condition for some years that was, among other things, the result of cutting down impulses toward physical motion. In the past, when Seth told me to trust the spontaneous self, I said, okay, and imagined some hypothetical inner self somehow apart from my conscious intents. But when Seth kept repeating, trust your impulses, in this book, I finally got the message through my head, and I've already had considerable physical improvement as a result. This distant-seeming inner self wasn't so distant after all. Quote-unquote it communicated through my impulses. In a way, impulses are the language of the psyche. But what about aggressive or contradictory or even murderous impulses? How can those be trusted? Seth answers those questions and many more, until as we read his explanations, we wonder how we could have so misread our own nature as to distrust the very messages meant to lead us toward our own spiritual growth and that of the species as well. And what is my own part in all of this? I see it as a harking back to the poet's original role, to explore the reaches of his or her private psyche, pushing against usual psychological boundaries until they give, opening up a new mystical territory, the psyche of the people, of the species itself, perceiving a spectacular vision of inner reality that the poet then communicates to the people, translating that vision through words, rhythm, or songs. The earliest poets were probably half shaman, half prophet, speaking for the forces of nature, for the quote-unquote spirits of the living and the dead, voicing their visions of man's unity with the universe. They spoke their messages, sang their songs, chanted their visions aloud. And maybe that's why Seth speaks, communicating first through words, rather than, say, through automatic writing. Seth's books are, first of all, spoken productions. Perhaps the Seth sessions themselves harken back to some ancient time when we received much of our pertinent information about ourselves in just such a fashion. One of us journeying for the others into the quote-unquote mass unconsciousness. A journey that somehow altered and expanded the personality, and then communicating our visions as best we could. If so, though, such altered quote-unquote between-world personalities can be remarkably stable, and if they form according to our ideas of individuality, they can certainly outdo us in their unique complexity. For if Seth is only a psychological model filled out by my unconscious trance material, then he certainly puts our usual concepts of personality to shame, and by implication shows that we ourselves have a long way to go if we are to use our full potential. So I do think more is involved. I think that Seth is a model of ourselves as we know we can be, that he speaks for the part of ourselves that never for a minute believed all that nonsense about flawed selves. As far as my relationship with Seth and his with me, because of our long-standing association, I think we must have formed a unique psychological alliance. Somehow I am part Seth, and in sessions at least, Seth must be part Jane, in a kind of psychological bonding on both sides. Seth must use my voice to speak and my life as reference, and certainly the contents of my mind are vastly expanded as a result of the sessions. My daily life is lived with the knowledge of that association, of course, and my normal routine now includes, quote-unquote, turning into Seth twice weekly, and has for years. This introduction represents my only conscious contribution to this entire book, for example, but certainly As Seth often states, even the unconscious portions of our personalities are actually conscious. It's all a matter of focus. Not that Seth is just another focus of mine, for it's quite legitimate to say that I am a focus of his consciousness in the same context, but that Seth represents that larger portion of the psyche from which our own kind of consciousness emerges. The point of all this is the exploration of human consciousness, its ranges and scopes. How much does it change as it approaches other levels of actuality? But however we attempt to define Seth's reality, I'm convinced of one thing by now. He is delivering to our conscious minds our deepest unconscious knowledge about ourselves, the world, the universe, and the source of being itself. Not that Seth claims any kind of omnipotence, because he doesn't. His material, however, is clearly providing such translations of unconscious knowledge and intuitive disclosures. Disclosures, according to Seth, no more remarkable than those available in nature itself. But we have forgotten how to read nature's messages. Disclosures no more mysterious than those available in our own states of inspirations. But we've forgotten how to decipher those communications too. Instead, many people are even frightened of inspiration itself. I think that such phenomena were important in evolutionary terms, helping to shape man's consciousness. Not that such material wasn't often distorted or just as often discounted. In any case, it would have to be interpreted again and again so that it applied to the species' experience in time's framework. Talk about psychological complexities. I was just presented with an excellent example of the ideas I've been discussing. As I wrote the previous few paragraphs of this introduction, the words themselves seemed to carry me on with a certain rhythm. I felt as if I were drawing on energy and knowledge beyond my usual capacities. Then, since it was late afternoon, I took a break for a brief nap. More ideas came to me that I scribbled down in the bedroom. The subjective pace quickened and kept accelerating. Then I hit a psychological brick wall, and I could carry the concept no further. At that point, I suddenly recognized Seth, quote-unquote, around the edges of my mind. The next moment, I fell asleep. When I awakened half an hour later, I prepared dinner. Rob and I ate and watched the television news. Then I went back to my study. No sooner did I sit down than such a rich vein of material opened that I could hardly write fast enough to get it all down. And it began where my earlier ideas had ended off. I was being given many of the subject headings for Seth's next book, even as I was writing the introduction for this one. Behind each heading or subject, I sensed realms of information available to Seth, but not in usual terms to me. Yet there had been an earlier moment just before the onrush of material when I sensed an odd psychological threshold, a certain accelerated state, that in this case at least signified the intersection of Seth's thoughts and mine. Then there was a brief point of psychological rest, an almost neutral psychological platform in which Seth's outline began to emerge. Following this, in our next session, Seth confirmed that the material amounted to a partial outline for his projected new book, and that the title I'd quote-unquote picked up while he was still finishing Mass Events was correct. So though he hasn't begun it as of this writing, 2 days later, surely he will start dictating Dreams, Evolution, and Value Fulfillment any day now. My glasses will go off, Seth will say again, "Now, dictation," and Rob will make up a new title page for his notebook. The Seth sessions and Seth's books are inevitably connected to my relationship with Rob, of course. He's far more than a recorder or transcriber of the material. Rob's remarkable mind, with its questions and probing nature, has always stimulated me to do my best, and has served as a kind of invisible but sturdy psychological screen. helping me view myself and the sessions as clearly as possible. If it hadn't been for his encouragement and active participation, I doubt that the Seth sessions would exist in their present form. So while Seth's books go out into the public world, the sessions themselves rise from our private lives. Yet those lives are lived in coexistence with a mass arena of events that brush against us gently at times or drastically affect our days on other occasions. In this book, Seth describes the continuum of existence that holds us all together and blends our private experiences into world events. This is your world and ours. Hopefully, this book will help us all make it a better world. Elmira, New York, September 22nd, 1979. Part 1. The Events of quote-unquote nature, epidemics, and natural disasters. Now, you cannot begin to understand the nature of mass events of any kind unless you consider the even greater framework in which they have their existence. A person's private experience happens in the context of his psychological and biological status, and basically cannot be separated from his religious and philosophical beliefs and sentiments, and his cultural environment and political framework. All of the issues form together to make a trellis of behavior. Thorns or roses may grow therein. That is, the individual will grow outward toward the world, encountering and forming a practical experience, traveling outward from his center in almost vine-like fashion, forming from the fabric of physical reality a conglomeration of pleasant or aesthetic and unpleasant or prickly events. The vine of experience in this analogy is formed in quite a natural fashion from quote-unquote psychic elements that are as necessary to psychological experience as sun, air, and water are to plants. I do not want to get too entwined in this analogy, however, but as the individual's personal experience must be seen in the light of all of these issues, so mass events cannot be understood unless they are considered in a far greater context than usual. The question of epidemics, for example, cannot be answered from a biological standpoint alone. It involves great sweeping psychological attitudes on the part of many, and meets the needs and desires of those involved, needs which, in your terms, arise in a framework of religious, psychological, and cultural realities that cannot be isolated from biological results. I have thus far stayed clear of many important and vital subjects involving mass realities, because, first of all, the importance of the individual was to be stressed, and his power to form his private events. Only when the private nature of reality was emphasized sufficiently would I be ready to show how the magnification of individual reality combines and enlarges to form vast mass reactions, such as, say, the initiation of an obviously new historical and cultural period, the rise or overthrow of governments, the birth of a new religion that sweeps all others before it, mass conversions, mass murders in the form of wars, the sudden sweep of deadly epidemics, the scourge of earthquakes, floods, or other disasters, the inexplicable appearance of periods of great art or architecture or technology. I said that there are no closed systems. This means that in world terms, events spin like electrons, affecting all psychological and psychic systems as well as biological ones. It is true to say that each individual dies alone, for no one else can die that death. It is also true that part of the species dies with each death, and is reborn with each birth, and that each private death takes place within the greater context of the existence of the entire species. The death serves a purpose species-wise, while it also serves the purposes of the individual, for no death comes unbidden. An epidemic, for example, serves the purposes of each individual who is involved, while it also serves its own functions in the greater species framework. When you consider epidemics to be the result of viruses and emphasize their biological stances, then it seems that the solutions are very obvious. You learn the nature of each virus and develop an inoculation, giving each member of the populace a small dose of the disease so that a man's own body will combat it, and he will become immune. The short-sightedness of such procedures is generally overlooked because of the definite short-term advantages. As a rule, for example, people inoculated against polio do not develop that disease. Using such procedures, tuberculosis has been largely conquered. There are great insidious variables operating, however, and these are caused precisely by the small framework in which such mass epidemics are considered. In the first place, the causes are not biological. Biology is simply the carrier of a quote-unquote deadly intent. In the second place, there is a difference between a virus produced in the laboratory and that inhabiting the body, a difference recognized by the body, but not by your laboratory instruments. In a way, the body produces antibodies and sets up natural immunization as a result of, say, inoculation. But the body's chemistry is also confused, for it quote-unquote knows it is reacting to a disease that is not a quote-unquote true disease, but a biologically counterfeit intrusion. To that extent, and I do not mean to overstate the case, the body's biological integrity is contaminated. It may at the same time produce antibodies also, for example, to other quote-unquote similar diseases, and so overextend its defenses that the individual later comes down with another disease. Now, no person becomes ill unless that illness serves a psychic or psychological reason, so many people escape such complications. In the meantime, however, scientists and medical men find more and more viruses against which the population quote-unquote must be inoculated. Each one is considered singly. There is a rush to develop a new inoculation against the newest virus. Much of this is on a predictive basis. The scientists quote-unquote predict how many people might be quote-unquote attacked by, say, a virus that has caused a given number of deaths. Then, as a preventative measure, the populace is invited to the new inoculation. Many people who would not get the disease in any case are then religiously inoculated with it. The body is exerted to use its immune system to the utmost, and sometimes, according to the inoculation, overextend under such conditions. Those individuals who have psychologically decided upon death will die in any case, of that disease or another, or of the side effects of the inoculation. Inner reality and private experience give birth to all mass events. Man cannot disentangle himself from the natural context of his physical life. His culture, his religion, his psychologies, and his psychological nature together form the context within which both private and mass events occur. This book, then, will be devoted to the nature of the great sweeping emotional, religious, or biological events that often seem to engulf the individual, or to lift him or her willy-nilly in their power. What is the relationship between the individual and the gigantic mass motions of nature, of government, or even of religion? What about mass conversions, mass hysteria, mass healings, mass murder, and the individual? Those are the questions we will devote ourselves to in this book. It will be called The Individual and the Nature of Mass Events. Now, to a certain extent, epidemics are the result of a mass suicide phenomenon on the part of those involved. Biological, sociological, or even economic factors may be involved. in that for a variety of reasons, and at different levels, whole groups of individuals want to die at any given time, but in such a way that their individual deaths amount to a mass statement. On the one level, the deaths are a protest against the time in which they occur. Those involved have private reasons, however. The reasons, of course, vary from one individual to another, yet all involved, quote-unquote, want their death to serve a purpose beyond private concerns. Partially, then, such deaths are meant to make the survivors question the conditions, for unconsciously, the species well knows there are reasons for such mass deaths that go beyond accepted beliefs. In some historical periods, the plight of the poor was so horrible, so unendurable, that outbreaks of the plague occurred, literally resulting in a complete destruction of large areas of the environment in which such social, political, and economic conditions existed. Those plagues took rich and poor alike, however, so the complacent, well-to-do could see quite clearly, for example, that to some extent sanitary conditions, privacy, peace of mind had to be granted to the poor alike, for the results of their dissatisfaction would have quite practical results. Those were deaths of protest. Individually, each quote-unquote victim was to one extent or another a quote-unquote victim of apathy, despair, or hopelessness, which automatically lowered bodily defenses. Not only do such states of mind lower the defenses, however, but they activate and change the body's chemistries, alter its balances, and initiate disease conditions. Many viruses inherently capable of causing death in normal conditions contribute to the overall health of the body, existing side by side, as it were, with other viruses, each contributing quite necessary activities that maintain bodily equilibrium. If certain viruses are triggered, however, to higher activity or overproduction by mental states, they then become quote-unquote deadly. Physically, they may be passed on in whatever manner is peculiar to a specific strain. Literally, individual mental problems of sufficient severity emerge as social mass diseases. The environment in which an outbreak occurs points at the political, sociological, and economic conditions that have evolved, causing such disorder. Often such outbreaks take place after ineffective political or social action, that is, after some unified mass social protest has failed, or is considered hopeless. They often occur also in wartime on the part of the populace that is against a given war in which its country is involved. Initially, there is a psychic contagion. Despair moves faster than a mosquito or any outward carrier of a given disease. The mental state brings about the activation of a virus that is, in those terms, passive. Despair may seem passive only because it feels that exterior action is hopeless, but its fires rage inwardly, and that kind of contagion can leap from bed to bed and from heart to heart. It touches those, however, who are in the same state only, and to some extent it brings about an acceleration in which something can indeed be done in terms of group action. Now, if you believe in one life only, then such conditions will seem most disastrous, and in your terms they clearly are not pretty. Yet, though each victim in an epidemic may die his or her own death, that death becomes part of a mass social protest. The lives of intimate survivors are shaken, and according to the extent of the epidemic, the various elements of social life itself are disturbed, altered, rearranged. Sometimes such epidemics are eventually responsible for the overthrow of governments, the loss of wars. There are also even deeper biological connections with the heart of nature. You are biological creatures. your proud human consciousness rests on the vast quote-unquote unconscious integrity of your physical being. In that regard, your consciousness is as natural as your toe. In terms of the species' integrity, your mental states are, then, highly important. Despair or apathy is a biological quote-unquote enemy. Social conditions, political states, economic policies, and even religious or philosophical frameworks that foster such mental states bring about a biological retaliation. They act like fire applied to a plant. The epidemics, then, serve many purposes, warning that certain conditions will not be tolerated. There is a biological outrage that will be continually expressed until the conditions are changed. Even in the days of the great plagues in England, there were those smitten who did not die, and there were those untouched by the disease, who dealt with the sick and dying. Those survivors who were actively involved saw themselves in a completely different light than those who succumbed, however. There were those untouched by despair who saw themselves as effective rather than ineffective. Often they roused themselves from lives of previously unheroic situations and then performed with great bravery. The horror of the conditions overwhelmed them, where earlier they were not involved. The sight of the dying gave them visions of a meaning of life, and stirred new ideas of sociological, political, and spiritual natures, so that, in your terms, the dead did not die in vain. Epidemics, by their public nature, speak of public problems, problems that sociologically threaten to sweep the individual to psychic disaster, as the physical materialization does biologically. These are the reasons also for the range or the limits of various epidemics, why they sweep through one area and leave another clear, why one in the family will die and another survive. For in this mass venture, the individual still forms his or her private reality. In your society, scientific medical beliefs operate, and a kind of preventative medicine mentioned earlier, in which procedures of inoculation are taken, bringing about in healthy individuals a minute disease condition that then gives immunity against a more massive visitation. In the case of any given disease, this procedure might work quite well for those who believe in it. It is, however, the belief and not the procedure that works. I am not recommending that you abandon the procedure when it obviously works for so many, yet you should understand why it brings about the desired results. Such medical technology is highly specific, however. You cannot be inoculated with the desire to live, or with the zest, delight, or contentment of the healthy animal. If you have decided to die, protected from one disease in such a manner, you will promptly come down with another, or have an accident. The immunization, while specifically effective, may only reinforce prior beliefs about the body's ineffectiveness. It may appear that left alone, the body would surely develop whatever disease might be quote-unquote fashionable at the time, so that the specific victory might result in the ultimate defeat as far as your beliefs are concerned. You have your own medical systems, however. I do not mean to undermine them, since they are undermining themselves. Some of my statements clearly cannot be proven in your terms, and appear almost sacrilegious. Yet, throughout your history, no man or woman has died who did not want to die, regardless of the state of medical technology. Specific diseases have certain symbolic meanings, varying with the times and the places. There has been a great discussion in past years about the survival of the fittest in Darwinian terms, but little emphasis is placed upon the quality of life, or of survival itself, or in human terms, there has been little probing into the question of what makes life worthwhile. Quite simply, if life is not worthwhile, no species will have a reason to continue. Civilizations are literally social species. They die when they see no reason to live, yet they seed other civilizations. Your private mental states in mass bring about the mass cultural stance of your civilization. To some extent, then, the survival of your civilization is quite literally dependent upon the condition of each individual, and that condition is initially a spiritual, psychic state that gives birth to the physical organism. That organism is intimately connected to the natural biological state of each other person, and to each other living thing or entity, however minute. Despite all quote-unquote realistic pragmatic tales to the contrary, the natural state of life itself is one of joy, acquiescence with itself, a state in which action is effective, and the power to act is a natural right. You would see this quite clearly with plants, animals, and all other life if you were not so blinded by beliefs to the contrary. You would feel it in the activity of your bodies, in which the vital individual affirmation of your cells brings about the mass, immensely complicated achievement of your physical being. That activity naturally promotes health and vitality. I am not speaking of some romanticized, quote-unquote passive, floppy spiritual world, but of a clear reality without impediments, in which the opposite of despair and apathy reigns. This book will be devoted then to those conditions that best promote spiritual, psychic, and physical zest, the biological and psychic components that make a species desire to continue its kind. Such aspects promote the cooperation of all kinds of life on all levels with one another. No species competes with another, but cooperates to form an environment in which all kinds can creatively exist. You live in a physical community, but you live first of all in a community of thoughts and feelings. These trigger your physical actions. They directly affect the behavior of your body. The experience of the animals is different, yet in their own ways, animals have both individual intent and purpose. Their feelings are certainly as pertinent as yours. They dream, and in their way, they reason. They do not, quote-unquote, worry. They do not anticipate disaster when no signs of it are apparent in their immediate environment. On their own, they do not need preventative medicine. Pet animals are inoculated against diseases, however. In your society, this almost becomes a necessity. In a quote-unquote purely natural setting, you would not have as many living puppies or kittens. There are stages of physical existence, and in those terms, nature knows what it is doing. When a species overproduces, the incidences of, say, epidemics grow. This applies to human populations as well as to the animals. The quality of life is important above all. Newborn animals either die quickly and naturally, painlessly before their consciousnesses are fully focused here, or are killed by their mothers. Not because they are weak or unfit to survive, but because the physical conditions are not those that will produce the quality of life that makes survival, quote-unquote, worthwhile. The consciousness that became so briefly physical is not annihilated, however, but in your terms, waits for better conditions. There are also quote-unquote trial runs in human and animal species alike, in which peaks are taken, or glimpses of physical life, and that is all. Epidemics sweeping through animal populations are also biological and psychic statements then, in which each individual knows that only its own greatest fulfillment can satisfy the quality of life on an individual basis, and thus contribute to the mass survival of the species. Suffering is not necessarily good for the soul at all, and left alone, natural creatures do not seek it. There is a natural compassion, a biological knowledge, so that the mother of an animal knows whether or not existing conditions will support the new offspring. Animals instinctively realize their relationship with the great forces of life. They will instinctively starve an offspring while its consciousness is still unfocused, rather than send it loose under adverse conditions. In a natural state, many children would die stillborn for the same reasons, or would be naturally aborted. There is a give and take between all elements of nature, so that such individuals often choose mothers, for example, who perhaps wanted the experience of pregnancy but not of birth, where they chose the experience of the fetus but not necessarily that of the child. Often in such cases, these are quote-unquote fragment personalities, wanting to taste physical reality but not being ready to deal with it. Each case is individual, however, so these are general statements. Many children who, it seems, should have died of disease, of quote-unquote childhood epidemics, nevertheless survive because of their different intents. The world of thought and feeling may be invisible, and yet it activates all physical systems with which you are acquainted. Animals as well as men can indeed make social statements that appear in a biological context. Animals stricken by kitten or puppy diseases, for example, choose to die, pointing out the fact that the quality of their lives individually and en masse is vastly lacking. Their relationships with their own species is no longer in balance. They cannot use their full abilities or powers, nor are many of them given compensating elements in terms of a beneficial psychic relationship with man, but instead are shunted aside, unwanted and unloved. An unloved animal does not want to live. Love involves self-respect, the trust in individual biological zest and integrity. To that extent, in their way, animal epidemics have the same causes as human ones. An animal can indeed commit suicide. So can a race or a species. The dignity of a spirited life demands that a certain quality of experience be maintained. Your scientists are beginning to understand man's physical relationship with nature. The species is obviously a part of nature, and not apart from it. Environmental questions are being raised about man's effects upon the world in which he lives. There is, however, an inner environment that connects all consciousnesses that dwell upon your planet in whatever form. This mental or psychic, or in any case non-physical environment, is ever in a state of flux and motion. That activity provides you with all exterior phenomena. Your sense perception, physically speaking, is a result of behavior on the part of organs that seem to you to have no reality outside of their relationship with you. Those organs are themselves composed of atoms and molecules with their own consciousnesses. They have, then, their own states of sensation and cognition. They work for you, allowing you to perceive physical reality. Your ears certainly seem to be permanent appendages, and so do your eyes. You say, "My eyes are blue," or "My ears are small." The physical matter of those sense organs change constantly, however, with you none the wiser. While your body appears quite dependable, solid, and steady, you are not aware of the constant interchanges that occur between it and the physical environment. It does not bother you one whit that the physical substance of your body is made up of completely different atoms and molecules than it was composed of 7 years ago, say, or that your familiar hands are actually innocent of any smallest smidgen of matter that composed them even in recent times past. You perceive your body as solid. Again, the very senses that make such a deduction are the result of the behavior of atoms and molecules literally coming together to form the organs, filling a pattern of flesh. All other objects that you perceive are formed in their own way in the same fashion. The physical world that you recognize is made up of invisible patterns. These patterns are quote-unquote plastic, in that while they exist, their final form is a matter of probabilities directed by consciousness. Your senses perceive these patterns in their own ways. The patterns themselves can be quote-unquote activated in innumerable fashions. There is something out there to observe. Your sense apparatus determines what form that something will take, however. The mass world rises up before your eyes, but your eyes are part of that mass world. You cannot see your thoughts, so you do not realize that they have shape and form, even as, say, clouds do. There are currents of thought as there are currents of air, and the mental patterns of men's feelings and thoughts rise up like flames from a fire, or steam from hot water, to fall like ashes or like rain. All elements of the interior invisible environment work together, and they form the temporal weather patterns that are exteriorized mental states, presenting you locally and en masse then with a physical version of man's emotional states. Now, the physical planet is obviously also ever-changing, while it is operationally or realistically or pragmatically relatively stable. The physical matter of the planet is also composed of literally infinite hordes of consciousnesses, each experiencing its own reality while adding to the overall cooperative venture. Natural disasters represent an understandably prejudiced concept, in which the vast creative and rejuvenating elements important to planetary life, and therefore to mankind, are ignored. The stability of the planet rests upon such changes and alterations, even as the body's stability is dependent upon, say, the birth and death of the cells. It is quite obvious that people must die, not only because otherwise you would overpopulate your world into extinction, but because the nature of consciousness requires new experience, challenge, and accomplishment. This is everywhere apparent in nature itself. If there were no death, you would have to invent it, for the context of that selfhood would be as limited as the experience of a great sculptor given but one hunk of stone. The sculptor's creation is pragmatically realistic, in that it exists as an object, and can be quite legitimately perceived, as can your world. The sculptor's statue, however, comes from the inner environment, the pattern of probabilities. These patterns are not themselves inactive. They are possessed by the desire to be actualized. Behind all realities, there are mental states. These always seek form, though again, there are other forms than those you recognize. A chair is a chair for your purposes. As Rupert speaks for me, he sits in one. As you read this book, you most probably lounge on a chair or couch or bench, all quite sturdy and real. The atoms and molecules within those chairs and couches are quite alert, though you do not grant them the quality of life. When children play Ring Around the Rosie, they form living circles in the air. In that game, they enjoy the motion of their bodies, but they do not identify with those swirling circles. The atoms and molecules that make up a chair play a different kind of Ring Around the Rosie, and are involved in constant motion, forming a certain pattern that you perceive as a chair. The differences in motion are so divergent that to you, the chair, like your body, appears permanent. The atoms and molecules, like the children, enjoy their motion, solidly sketched in space from your perspective, however, with no quote-unquote idea that you consider that motion a chair or so use it. You perceive the atoms' activity in that fashion. Nevertheless, the agreement takes place on mental levels and is never completely quote-unquote set, though it appears to be. No one perceives the same chair all of the time, though perhaps a given chair will seem to be quote-unquote the same one seen from different angles. The dance of the atoms and molecules is continuous in your area. In greater terms, any given chair is never the same chair. All of this must be taken into consideration when we discuss mass events. The scientist, probing the brain of an idiot or a genius, will find only the physical matter of the brain itself. Not one idea will be discovered residing in the brain's cells. You can try to convey an idea, you can feel its effects, but you cannot see it as you can see the chair. Only a fool would say that ideas were non-existent, however, or deny their importance. You cannot find any given dream location either within the brain itself. The solid matter of your world is the result of the play of your senses upon an inner dimension of activity that exists as legitimately and yet as tantalizingly hidden as an idea or a dream location. It is easy for you to see that seeds bring forth the fruit of the earth, each of their own kind. No seed is identical to any other, yet generally speaking, there are species that serve to unite them. You do not mistake an orange for a grape. In the same way, ideas or thoughts form general patterns, bringing forth in your world certain kinds of events. In this respect, your thoughts and feelings quote-unquote seed physical reality, bringing forth materializations. You operate quite nicely politically, living in villages, townships, countries, states, and so forth, each with certain customs and local ordinances. These in no way affect the land itself. They are designations for practical purposes, and they imply organizations of intent, or affiliation at one level. They are political patterns, invisible but highly effective. There are, however, far more vigorous invisible mental patterns into which the thoughts and feelings of mankind are organized, or naturally organize themselves. Each person's thoughts flow into that formation, taking part of the Earth's psychic atmosphere. From that atmosphere flows the natural earthly patterns from which your seasons emerge with all of their variety and effects. You are never victims of natural disasters, though it may seem that you are, for you have your hand in forming them. You are creatively involved in the Earth's cycles. No one can be born for you or die for you, and yet no birth or death is really an isolated event, but one in which the entire planet participates. In personal terms, again, each species is concerned not only with survival, but with the quality of its life and experience. In those terms, natural disasters ultimately end up righting a condition that earlier blighted the desired quality of life, so that adjustments were made. The quote-unquote victims choose to participate in those conditions at spiritual, psychological, and biological levels. Many of those who are counted among the fatalities might otherwise die of extended illnesses, for example. At cellular levels, such knowledge is available, and in one way or another imparted, often in dreams to the individual. Conscious comprehension need not follow, for many people know such things and pretend not to know them at the same time. Others have finished their challenges. They want to die and are looking for an excuse, a face-saving device. However, those who choose such deaths want to die in terms of drama, in the middle of their activities, and are, in a strange way, filled with the exultant inner knowing of life's strength, even at the point of death. At last they identify with the power of nature that seemingly destroyed them. That identification often brings about in death, but not always, an added acceleration of consciousness, and involves such individuals in a kind of quote-unquote group death experience, where all of the victims more or less embark into another level of reality, quote-unquote, at the same time. Those people were aware just beneath consciousness of the possibilities of such an event long before the disaster occurred, and could until the last moment choose to avoid the encounter. Animals know of weather conditions ahead of time, as old tales say. This perception is a biological part of your heritage also. The body is prepared, though consciously it seems you are ignorant. There are innumerable relationships that exist between the interior environment of the body and the weather patterns. The ancient feelings of identification with storms are quite valid, and in that respect, the quote-unquote realism of feeling is far superior to the realism of logic. When a person feels a part of a storm, those feelings speak a literal truth. Logic deals with exterior conditions, with cause and effect relationships. Intuitions deal with immediate experience of the most intimate nature, with subjective motions and activities that, in your terms, move far quicker than the speed of light, and with simultaneous events that your cause and effect level is far too slow to perceive. In that regard also, the activities of the inner environment are too fast for you to follow intellectually. Your intuitions, however, can give you clues to such behavior. A country is responsible for its own droughts, earthquakes, floods, hurricanes, and for its own harvests and rich displays of products, its industry and cultural achievements, and each of these elements is related to each other one. If the quality of life that is considered spiritually and biologically necessary fails, then adjustments occur. A political problem might be altered by a natural disaster if political means fail. On the other hand, the rousing creative energies of the people will emerge. Excellence will show itself through the arts, cultural creativity, technological or sociological accomplishments. The species tries to fulfill its great capacities. Each physical body in its own way is like the world. It has its own defenses and abilities, and each portion of it strives for a quality of existence that will bring to the smallest parts of it the spiritual and biological fulfillment of its own nature. Now, the body is a spiritual, psychic, and social statement, biologically spoken. It is obviously private, yet it cannot be concealed, in that, quote-unquote, it is where you are, in usual terms. The individual body is what it is because it exists in the context of others like it. By this I mean that a given present body presupposes a biological past of like creatures. It presupposes contemporaries. If, for example, one adult human being were perceived by an alien from another world, certain facts would be apparent. Even though such an alien came upon a lone member of your species in otherwise uninhabited land, the alien could make certain assumptions from the individual's appearance and behavior. If the quote-unquote earthling spoke, the alien would of course instantly know that you were communicating creatures, and in the vocal sounds recognize patterns that contained purpose and intent. To one extent or another, all creatures use language, implying a far vaster socio-biological relationship than is usually supposed. From the earthling's appearance, the alien would be able to deduce, if it did not already know, the proportions of the various elements upon your planet, this being surmised from your method of locomotion, appendages, and the nature of your physical vision. While each individual springs privately into the world at birth, then, each birth also represents quite literally an effort a triumphant one on the part of each member of each species, for the delicate balance of life requires for each birth quite precise conditions that no one species can guarantee alone, even to its own kind. The grain must grow, the animals must produce, the plants must do their part. Photosynthesis, in those terms, reigns. The seasons must retain some stability. The rains must fall, but not too much. The storms must rage, but not too devastatingly. Behind all of this lies a biological and psychic cooperative venture. All of this could be perceived by our hypothetical alien from one lone human individual, and we will return to our alien later on. Cells possess quote-unquote social characteristics. They have a tendency to unite with others. They naturally communicate. They naturally want to move. In making such statements, I am not personifying the cell, for the desire of communication and motion does not belong to man or even animals alone. Man's desire to journey into other worlds is in its way as natural as the plant's urge to turn its leaves toward the sun. Man's physical world, with all of its civilizations and cultural aspects, and even with its technologies and sciences, basically represents the species' innate drive to communicate, to move outward, to create, and to objectify sensed inner realities. The most private life imaginable is a very social affair. The most secluded recluse must still depend upon the biological sociability of not only his own body cells, but of the natural world and all of its creatures. The body, then, no matter how private, is also a public, social, biological statement. A spoken sentence has a certain structure in any language. It presupposes a mouth and a tongue, the kind of physical organization necessary, a mind, a certain kind of world in which sounds have meaning, and a very precise, quite practical knowledge of the nature of sounds, the combination of their patterns, the use of repetition, and a knowledge of the nervous system. Few of my readers possess such conscious knowledge, yet the majority speak quite well. In one way or another, therefore, it certainly seems that your body possesses a kind of quite pragmatic information, and acts upon it. You can express almost any idea that you want in vocal terms, even if you have hardly any conception at all of the way in which your own speech is executed. The body is geared, then, to act. It is pragmatically practical, and above all, it wants to explore and to communicate. Communication implies a social nature. The body has within it inherently everything necessary for its own defense. The body itself will tease the child to speak, to crawl and walk, to seek its fellows. Through biological communication, the child's cells are made aware of its physical environment, the temperature, air pressure, weather conditions, food supplies, and the body reacts to these conditions, making some adjustments with great rapidity. At cellular levels, the world exists with a kind of social interchange in which the birth and death of cells are known to all others, and in which the death of a frog and a star gain equal weight. But at your level of activity, your thoughts, feelings, and intents, however private, form part of the inner environment of communication. This inner environment is as pertinent and vital to the species' well-being as is the physical one. It represents the psychic mass bank of potential, even as the planet provides a physical bank of potential. When there is an earthquake in another area of the world, the landmass in your own country is in one way or another affected. When there are psychic earthquakes in other areas of the world, then you are also affected, and usually to the same degree. In the same way, if one portion of your own body is injured, then other portions feel the effects of the wound. An earthquake can be a disaster in the area where it occurs, even though its existence corrects imbalances and therefore promotes the life of the planet. Emergency actions are quite rigorous to the immediate area of an earthquake, and aid is sent in from other countries. When an area of the body quote-unquote erupts, there are also emergency measures taken locally and aid sent from other portions of the body to afflicted parts. The physical eruption, while it may appear to be a disaster in the area of the disease, is also, however, a part of the body's defense system, taken to ensure the whole balance of the body. Biologically, illness therefore represents the overall body defense system at work. I am trying to put this simply, but without some illnesses, the body could not endure. First of all, the body must be in a state of constant change, making decisions far too fast for you to follow, adjusting hormonal levels, maintaining balances between all of its systems, not only in relationship to itself, the body, but to an environment that is also in constant change. At biological levels, the body often produces its own quote-unquote preventative medicine, or quote-unquote inoculations, by seeking out, for example, new or foreign substances in its environment that are due to nature, science, or technology. It assimilates such properties in small doses, coming down with an quote-unquote illness which, left alone, would soon vanish as the body utilized what it could of it, or socialized, quote-unquote, a seeming invader. The person might feel indisposed, but in such ways the body assimilates and uses properties that would otherwise be called alien ones. It immunizes itself through such methods. The body, however, exists with the mind to contend with, and the mind produces an inner environment of concepts. The cells that compose the body do not try to make sense of the cultural world. They rely upon your interpretation, therefore, for the existence of threats of a non-biological nature. So they depend upon your assessment. If that assessment correlates with biological ones, you have a good working relationship with the body. It can react swiftly and clearly. When you sense threat or danger for which the body can find no biological correlation, even as through cellular communication it scans the environment physically, then it must rely upon your assessment and react to danger conditions. The body will, therefore, react to imagined dangers to some degree, as well as to those that are biologically pertinent. Its defense system often becomes overexerted as a result. The body is, therefore, quite well equipped to deal with its physical stance in the physical world, and its defense systems are unerring in that respect. Your conscious minds, however, direct your temporal perception and interprets that perception, organizing it into mental patterns. The body, again, must depend upon those interpretations. The biological basis of all life is a loving, divine, and cooperative one, and presupposes a safe physical stance from which any member of any species feels actively free to seek out its needs and to communicate with others of its kind. It is fashionable to believe that the animals do not possess imagination, but this is a quite erroneous belief. They anticipate mating, for example, before its time. They all learn through experience, and despite all of your concepts, learning is impossible without imagination at any level. In your terms, the imagination of the animals is limited. Theirs is not merely confined to the elements of previous experience, however. They can imagine events that have never happened to them. Man's abilities in this respect are far more complicated, for in his imagination he deals with probabilities. In any given period of time, with one physical body, he can anticipate or perform an infinitely vaster number of events, each one remaining probable until he activates it. The body, responding to his thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, has much more data to deal with, therefore, and must have a clear area in which concise action is possible. The body's defense system is automatic, and yet to a certain degree it is a secondary rather than primary system, coming into mobilization as such only when the body is threatened. The body's main purpose is not only to survive, but to maintain a quality of existence at certain levels, and that quality itself promotes health and fulfillment. A definite biologically pertinent fear alerts the body and allows it to react completely and naturally. You might be reading a newspaper headline, for example, as you cross a busy street. Long before you are consciously aware of the circumstances, your body might leap out of the path of an approaching car. The body is doing what it is supposed to do. Though consciously you were not afraid, there was a biologically pertinent fear that was acted upon. If, however, you dwell mentally in a generalized environment of fear, the body is given no clear line of action, allowed no appropriate response. Look at it this way. An animal, not necessarily just a wild one in some native forest, but an ordinary dog or cat, reacts in a certain fashion. It is alert to everything in its environment. A cat does not anticipate danger from a penned dog 4 blocks away, however, nor bother wondering what would happen if that dog were to escape and find the cat's cozy yard. Many people, however, do not pay attention to everything in their environments, but through their beliefs concentrate only upon, quote-unquote, the ferocious dog 4 blocks away. That is, they do not respond to what is physically present or perceivable in either space or time, but instead dwell upon the threats that may or may not exist, ignoring at the same time other pertinent data that are immediately at hand. The mind then signals threat, but a threat that is nowhere physically present, so that the body cannot clearly respond. It therefore reacts to a pseudo-threatening situation, and is caught between gears, so to speak, with resulting biological confusion. The body's responses must be specific. The overall sense of health, vitality, and resiliency is a generalized condition of contentment, brought about, however, by multitudinous specific responses. Left alone, the body can defend itself against any disease, but it cannot defend itself appropriately against an exaggerated general fear of disease on the individual's part. It must mirror your own feelings and assessments. Usually now, your entire medical systems literally generate as much disease as is cured, for you are everywhere hounded by the symptoms of various diseases, and filled with the fear of disease, overwhelmed by what seems to be the body's propensity toward illness, and nowhere is the body's vitality or natural defense system stressed. Private disease, then, happens also in a social context. This context is the result of personal and mass beliefs that are intertwined at all cultural levels, and so to that extent serve private and public purposes. The illnesses generally attributed to all different ages are involved. Those of the elderly, again, fit in with your social and cultural beliefs, the structure of your family life. Old animals have their own dignity, and so should old men and women. Senility is a mental and physical epidemic, a needless one. You quote-unquote catch it because when you are young, you believe that old people cannot perform. There are no inoculations against beliefs, so when young people with such beliefs grow old, they become quote-unquote victims. The kinds of diseases change through historical periods. Some become fashionable, others go out of style. All epidemics, however, are mass statements, both biologically and psychically. They point to mass beliefs that have brought about certain physical conditions that are abhorrent at all levels. They often go hand in hand with war and represent biological protests. Whenever the conditions of life are such that its quality is threatened, there will be such a mass statement. The quality of life must be at a certain level so that the individuals of a species, of any and all species, can develop. In your species, the spiritual, mental, and psychic abilities add a dimension that is biologically pertinent. There simply must be, for example, a freedom to express ideas, an individual tendency, a worldwide social and political context in which each individual can develop his or her abilities and contribute to the species as a whole. Such a climate depends, however, upon many ideas not universally accepted. And yet the species is so formed that the biological importance of ideas cannot be stressed too strongly. More and more, the quality of your lives is formed through the subjective realities of your feelings and mental constructions. Again, beliefs that foster despair are biologically destructive. They cause the physical system to shut down. If mass action against appalling social or political conditions is not effective, then other means are taken, and these are often in the guise of epidemics or natural disasters. The blight is wiped out in one way or another. Such conditions, however, are the results of beliefs, which are mental, and so the most vital work must always be done in that area. An animal has a sense of its own biological integrity. So does a child. In all forms of life, each individual is born into a world already provided for it, with circumstances favorable to its growth and development, a world in which its own existence rests upon the equally valid existence of all other individuals and species, so that each contributes to nature's whole. In that environment, there is a cooperative sociability of a biological nature that is understood by the animals in their way and taken for granted by the young of your own species. The means are given so that the needs of the individual can be met. The granting of those needs furthers the development of the individual, its species, and by inference, all others in the fabric of nature. Survival, of course, is important, but it is not the prime purpose of a species, in that it is a necessary means by which the species can attain its main goals. Of course, a species must survive to do so, but it will, however, purposefully avoid survival if the conditions are not practically favorable to maintain the quality of life or existence that is considered basic. A species that senses a lack of this quality can in one way or another destroy its offspring, not because they could not survive otherwise, but because the quality of that survival would bring about vast suffering, for example, so distorting the nature of life as to almost make a mockery of it. Each species seeks for the development of its abilities and capacities in a framework in which safety is a medium for action. Danger in that context exists under certain conditions clearly known to the animals, clearly defined. The prey is known, for example, as is the hunter. But even the natural prey of another animal does not fear the quote-unquote hunter when the hunter animal is full of belly, nor will the hunter then attack. There are also emotional interactions among the animals that completely escape you, and biological mechanisms, so that animals felled as natural prey by other animals, quote-unquote, understand their part in nature, They do not anticipate death before it happens, however. The fatal act propels the consciousness out from the flesh, so that in those terms it is merciful. During their lifetimes, animals in their natural state enjoy their vigor and accept their worth. They regulate their own births and their own deaths. The quality of their lives is such that their abilities are challenged. They enjoy contrasts, that between rest and motion, heat and cold, being in direct contact with natural phenomena that everywhere quickens their experience. They will migrate if necessary to seek conditions more auspicious. They are aware of approaching natural disasters, and when possible will leave such areas. They will protect their own, and according to circumstances and conditions, they will tend their own wounded. Even in contests between young and old males for control of a group, under natural conditions, the loser is seldom killed. Dangers are pinpointed clearly so that bodily reactions are concise. The animal knows he has a right to exist and a place in the fabric of nature. This sense of biological integrity supports him. Man, on the other hand, has more to contend with. He must deal with beliefs and feelings often so ambiguous that no clear line of action seems possible. The body often does not know how to react. If you believe that the body is sinful, for example, you cannot expect to be happy, and health will most likely elude you, for your dark beliefs will blemish the psychological and biological integrity with which you were born. The species is in a state of transition, one of many. This one began, generally speaking, when the species tried to step apart from nature in order to develop the unique kind of consciousness that is presently your own. That consciousness is not a finished product, however, but one meant to change, to evolve and develop. Certain artificial divisions were made along the way that must now be dispensed with. You must return, wiser creatures, to the nature that spawned you, not only as loving caretakers, but as partners with the other species of the earth. You must discover once again the spirituality of your biological heritage. The majority of accepted beliefs, religious, scientific, and cultural, have tended to stress a sense of powerlessness, impotence, and impending doom, a picture in which man and his world is an accident production with little meaning, isolated yet seemingly ruled by a capricious God. Life is seen as, quote-unquote, a valley of tears, almost as a low-grade infection from which the soul can be cured only by death. Religious, scientific, medical, and cultural communications stress the existence of danger, minimize the purpose of the species or of any individual member of it, or see mankind as the one erratic, half-insane member of an otherwise orderly realm of nature. Any or all of the above beliefs are held by various systems of thought. All of these, however, strain the individual's biological sense of integrity, reinforce ideas of danger, and shrink the area of psychological safety that is necessary to maintain the quality possible in life. The body's defense systems become confused to varying degrees. I do not intend to give a treatise upon the biological structures of the body and their interworkings, but only to add such information in that line that is not currently known, and is otherwise important to the ideas I have in mind. I am far more concerned with more basic issues. The body's defenses will take care of themselves if they are allowed to, and if the psychological air is cleared of the true, quote-unquote, carrier of disease. Chapter 2. Mass Meditations, quote-unquote, health plans for disease. Epidemics of beliefs and effective mental quote-unquote inoculations against despair. While in this book, I will point out some of the unfortunate areas of private and mass experience, I will also provide some suggestions for effective solutions. You get what you concentrate upon. Your mental images bring about their own fulfillment. These are ancient dictums, but you must understand the ways in which your mass communication systems amplify both the quote-unquote positive and the negative issues. I may, for a while, stress the ways in which individually and as a civilization you have undermined your own feelings of safety. Yet I will also give you methods to reinforce those necessary feelings of biological integrity and spiritual comprehension that can vastly increase your spiritual and physical existence. Your beliefs have generated feelings of unworth. Having artificially separated yourselves from nature, you do not trust it, but often experience it as an adversary. Your religions granted man a soul while denying any to other species. Your bodies then were relegated to nature and your souls to God, who stood immaculately apart from his creations. Your scientific beliefs tell you that your entire world happened accidentally. Your religions tell you that man is sinful, the body is not to be trusted, the senses can lead you astray. In this maze of beliefs, you have largely lost a sense of your own worth and purpose. A generalized fear and suspicion is generated, and life too often becomes stripped of any heroic qualities. The body cannot react to generalized threats. It is, therefore, put under constant strain in such circumstances, and seeks to specify the danger. It is geared to act in your protection. It builds up strong stresses, therefore, so that on many occasions a specific disease or threat situation is quote-unquote manufactured to rid the body of a tension grown too strong to bear. Many of my readers are familiar with private meditation, when concentration is focused in one particular area. There are many methods and schools of thought here, but a highly suggestive state of mind results, in which spiritual, mental, and physical goals are sought. It is impossible to meditate without a goal, for that intent is itself a purpose. Unfortunately, many of your public health programs and commercial statements through the various media provide you with mass meditations of a most deplorable kind. I refer to those in which the specific symptoms of various diseases are given, in which the individual is further told to examine the body with those symptoms in mind. I also refer to those statements that just as unfortunately specify diseases for which the individual may experience no symptoms of an observable kind, but is cautioned that these disastrous physical events may be happening despite his or her feelings of good health. Here, the generalized fears fostered by religious, scientific, and cultural beliefs are often given as blueprints of diseases in which a person can find a specific focus. The individual can say, "Of course, I feel listless or panicky or unsafe since I have such and such a disease." The breast cancer suggestions associated with self-examinations have caused more cancers than any treatments have cured. They involve intense meditation of the body and adverse imagery that itself affects the bodily cells. Public health announcements about high blood pressure themselves raise the blood pressure of millions of television viewers. Your current idea of preventative medicine, therefore, generates the very kind of fear that causes disease. They all undermine the individual's sense of bodily security and increase stress, while offering the body a specific detailed disease plan. But most of all, they operate to increase the individual sense of alienation from the body and to promote a sense of powerlessness and duality. Your quote-unquote medical commercials are equally disease-promoting. Many, meaning to offer you relief through a product, instead actually promote the condition through suggestion, thereby generating a need for the product itself. Headache remedies are a case in point here. Nowhere do any medically oriented commercial or public service announcements mention the body's natural defenses, its integrity, vitality, or strength. Nowhere in your television or radio matter is any emphasis put upon the healthy. Medical statistics deal with the diseased. Studies upon the healthy are not carried out. More and more foods, drugs, and natural environmental conditions are being added to the list of disease-causing elements. Different reports place dairy products, red meat, coffee, tea, eggs, and fats on the list. Generations before, you managed to subsist on many such foods, and they were in fact promoted as additive to health. Indeed, man almost seems to be allergic to his own natural environment, a prey to the weather itself. It is true that your food contains chemicals it did not in years past. Yet within reason, man is biologically capable of assimilating such materials and using them to his advantage. When man feels powerless, however, and in a state of generalized fear, he can even turn the most natural earthly ingredients against himself. Your television and your arts and sciences as well add up to mass meditations. In your culture, at least, the educated in the literary arts provide you with novels featuring anti-heroes, and often portray an individual existence as being without meaning, in which no action is sufficient to mitigate the private puzzlement or anguish. Many, not all, plotless novels or movies are the result of this belief in man's powerlessness. In that context, no action is heroic, and man is everywhere the victim of an alien universe. On the other hand, your common, unlettered, violent television dramas do indeed provide a service, for they imaginatively specify a generalized fear in a given situation, which is then resolved through drama. Individual action counts. The plot may be stereotyped or the acting horrendous, but in the most conventional terms, the quote-unquote good man wins. Such programs do indeed pick up the generalized fears of the nation, but they also represent folk dramas, disdained by the intelligentsia, in which the common man can portray heroic capabilities, act concisely toward a desired end, and triumph. Those programs often portray your cultural world in exaggerated terms, and most resolution is indeed through violence. Yet, your more educated beliefs lead you to an even more pessimistic picture, in which even the violent action of men and women who are driven to the extreme serves no purpose. The individual must feel that his actions count. He is driven to violent action only as a last resort, and illness often is that last resort. Your television dramas, the cops and robbers shows, the spy productions, are simplistic, yet they relieve tension in a way that your public health announcements cannot do. The viewer can say, "Of course I feel panicky, unsafe, and frightened, because I live in such a violent world." The generalized fear can find a reason for its existence, but the programs at least provide a resolution dramatically set, while the public health announcements continue to generate unease. Those mass meditations, therefore, reinforce negative conditions. In the overall, then, violent shows provide a service, in that they usually promote the sense of a man's or a woman's individual power over a given set of circumstances. At best, the public service announcements introduce the doctor as a mediator. You are supposed to take your body to a doctor as you take your car to a garage, to have its parts serviced. Your body is seen as a vehicle out of control that needs constant scrutiny. The doctor is like a biological mechanic who knows your body far better than you. Now, these medical beliefs are intertwined with your economic and cultural structures, so you cannot lay the blame upon medical men or their profession alone. Your economic well-being is also a part of your personal reality. Many dedicated doctors use medical technology with spiritual understanding, and they are themselves the victims of the beliefs they hold. If you do not buy headache potions, your uncle or your neighbor may be out of business and not able to support his family, and therefore lack the means to buy your wares. You cannot disconnect one area of life from another. En masse, your private beliefs form your cultural reality. Your society is not a thing in itself apart from you, but the result of the individual beliefs of each person in it. There is no stratum of society that you do not in one way or another affect. Your religions stress sin. Your medical profession stresses disease. Your orderly sciences stress the chaotic and accidental theories of creation. Your psychologies stress men as victims of their backgrounds. Your most advanced thinkers emphasize man's rape of the planet, or focus upon the future disaster that will overtake the world, or see men once again as victims of the stars. Many of your resurrected occult schools speak of a recommended death of desire, the annihilation of the ego for the transmutation of physical elements to finer levels. In all such cases, the clear spiritual and biological integrity of the individual suffers, and the precious immediacy of your moments is largely lost. Earth life is seen as murky, a dim translation of greater existence, rather than portrayed as the unique, creative, living experience that it should be. The body becomes disoriented, sabotaged. The clear lines of communication between spirit and body become cluttered. Individually and en masse, diseases and conditions result that are meant to lead you into other realizations. Because events do not exist in the concrete, done and finished versions about which you have been taught, then memory must also be a different story. You must remember the creativity and the open-ended nature of events, for even in one life, a given memory is seldom a quote-unquote true version of a past event. The original happening is experienced from a different perspective on the part of each person involved, of course, so that the event's implications and basic meanings may differ according to the focus of each participant. That given event, in your terms happening for the first time, say, begins to quote-unquote work upon the participants. Each one brings to it his or her own background, temperament, and literally 1,000 different colorations, so that the event, while shared by others, is still primarily original to each person. The moment it occurs, it begins to change as it is filtered through all of those other ingredients, and it is minutely altered furthermore by each succeeding event. The memory of an event, then, is shaped as much by the present as it is by the past. Association triggers memories, of course, and organizes memory events. It also helps color and form such events. You are used to a time structure, so that you remember something that happened at a particular time in the past. Usually, you can place events in that fashion. There are neurological pockets, so to speak, so that biologically the body can place events as it perceives activity. Those neurological pulses are geared to the biological world you know. In those terms, past or future life memories usually remain like ghost images by contrast. Overall, this is necessary so that immediate body response can be focused in the time period you recognize. Other life memories are carried along, so to speak, beneath those other pulses, never in certain terms coming to rest so that they can be examined, but forming, say, the undercurrents upon which the memories of your current life ride. When such other life memories do come to the surface, they are of course colored by it, and their rhythm is not synchronized. They are not tied into your nervous system as precisely as your regular memories. Your present gains its feeling of depth because of your past as you understand it. In certain terms, however, the future represents, say, another kind of depth that belongs to events. A route goes out in all directions. Events do also. But the routes of events go through your past, present, and future. Often, by purposefully trying to slow down your thought processes or playfully trying to speed them up, you can become aware of memories from other lives, past or future. To some extent, you allow other neurological impulses to make themselves known. There may often be a feeling of vagueness because you have no ready-made scheme of time or place with which to structure such memories. Such exercises also involve you with the facts of events of your own life, for you automatically are following probabilities from the point of your own focus. It would be most difficult to operate within your sphere of reality without the pretension of concrete, finished events. You form your past lives now in this life as surely as you form your future ones now also. Simultaneously, each of your past and future selves dwell in their own way now, and for them, the last sentence also applies. It is theoretically possible to understand much of this through the examination in depth of the events of your own life. Throwing away many taken for granted concepts, you can pick a memory, but try not to structure it, a most difficult task, for such structuring is by now almost automatic. The memory, left alone, not structured, will shimmer, shake, take other forms, and transform itself before your mental eyes, so that its shapes will seem like a psychological kaleidoscope, through whose focus the other events of your life will also shimmer and change. Such a memory exercise can also serve to bring in other life memories. Edges, corners, and reflections will appear, however, perhaps superimposed upon memories that you recognize as belonging to this life. Your memories serve to organize your experience and, again, follow recognized neurological sequences. Other life memories from the future and past often bounce off of these with a motion too quick for you to follow. In a quiet moment, off guard, you might remember an event from this life, but there may be a strange feeling to it, as if something about it, some sensation, does not fit into the time slot in which the event belongs. In such cases, that present life memory is often tinged by another, so that a future or past life memory sheds its cast upon the recalled event. There is a floating quality about one portion of the memory. This happens more often than is recognized, because usually you simply discount the feeling of strangeness and drop the part of the memory that does not fit. Such instances involve definite bleed-throughs, however. By being alert and catching such feelings, you can learn to use the floating part of the otherwise recognizable memory as a focus. Through association, that focus can then trigger further past or future recall. Clues also appear in the dreaming state with greater frequency, because then you are already accustomed to that kind of floating sensation in which events can seem to happen in their own relatively independent context. Dreams in which past and present are both involved are an example. Also dreams in which the future and the past merge, and dreams in which time seems to be a changing ingredient. Now, in certain terms, the past, present, and future of your present life are all compressed in any given moment of your experience. Any such moment is therefore a gateway into all of your existence. The events that you recognize as happening now are simply specific and objective, but the most minute element in any given moment's experience is also symbolic of other events and other times. Each moment is then like a mosaic. Only in your current life history you follow but one color or pattern and ignore the others. As I have mentioned in other books, you can indeed change the present to some extent by purposefully altering a memory event. That kind of synthesis can be used in many instances with many people. Such an exercise is not some theoretical, esoteric, impractical method, but a very precise, volatile, and dynamic way of helping the present self by calming the fears of a past self. That past self is not hypothetical either, but still exists, capable of being reached and of changing its reactions. You do not need a time machine to alter the past or the future. Such a technique is highly valuable. Not only are memories not quote-unquote dead, they are themselves ever-changing. Many alter themselves almost completely without your notice. In his apprentice novels, Rupert did 2 or 3 versions of an episode with a priest he had known in his youth. Each version at the time he wrote it represented his honest memory of the event. While the bare facts were more or less the same, the entire meaning and interpretation of each version differed so drastically that those differences far outweighed the similarities. Because the episode was used on 2 or 3 different occasions, Rupert could see how his memory changed. In most cases, however, people are not aware that memory changes in such a fashion, or that the events they think they recall are so different. The point is that past events grow. They are not finished. With that in mind, you can see that future lives are very difficult to explain from within your framework. A completed life, in your terms, is no more completed or done than any event. There is simply a cutoff point in your focus from your framework, but it is as artificial as, basically, perspective is applied to painting. It is not that the inner self is not aware of all of this, but that it has already chosen a framework or a given frame of existence that emphasizes certain kinds of experience over others. Now, while Rupert was working at one of his books a few days ago, he heard a public service announcement. The official told all listeners that the flu season had officially begun. He sternly suggested that the elderly and those with certain diseases make appointments at once for flu shots. The official mentioned, by the way, that there was indeed no direct evidence connecting past flu shots with the occurrence of a rather bizarre disease that some of those inoculated with the flu vaccine happened to come down with. All in all, it was quite an interesting announcement, with implications that straddle biology, religion, and economics. Quote-unquote, the flu season is, in a way, an example of a psychologically manufactured pattern that can, at times, bring about a manufactured epidemic. Behind such announcements, there is the authority of the medical profession, and the very authority of your systems of communication as well. You cannot question the voice over the radio. It is disembodied and presumes to know. Once again, the elderly were singled out. It seems obvious that they are more susceptible to diseases. That susceptibility is a medical fact of life. It is a fact, however, without a basic foundation in the truth of man's biological reality. It is a fact brought about through suggestion. The doctors see the bodily results, which are quite definite, and then those results are taken as evidence. In a few isolated areas of the world, even today, the old are not disease-ridden, nor do their vital signs weaken. They remain quite healthy until the time of death. Their belief systems, therefore, you must admit, are quite practical. Nor are they surrounded by medical professions. Later in the book, we will return to the subject. Here you have, however, what almost amounts to a social program for illness, the flu season. A mass meditation, it has an economic structure in back of it. The scientific and medical foundations are involved. Not only this, however, but the economic concerns, from the largest pharmacies to the tiniest drugstores, the supermarkets and the corner groceries, all of these elements are involved. Pills, potions, and shots supposed to combat colds and the flu are given prominent displays, serving to remind those who might have missed them otherwise of the announcements about the coming time of difficulty. Commercials on television bring a new barrage, so that you can go from the hay fever season to the flu season without missing any personal medications. A cough in June may be laughed off and quickly forgotten. A cough in the flu season, however, is far more suspect, and under such conditions, one might think, particularly in the midst of a poor week, who wants to go out tomorrow anyhow? You are literally expected to come down with the flu. It can serve as an excuse for not facing many kinds of problems. Many people are almost consciously aware of what they are doing. All they have to do is pay attention to the suggestions offered so freely by the society. The temperature does rise. Concern causes the throat to become dry. Dormant viruses, which up to now have done no harm, are activated. Coat, glove, and boot manufacturers also push their wares. Yet in those categories there is more sanity, for their ads often stress wholesome activities, portraying the happy skier, the tramper through the woods in winter. Sometimes, however, they suggest that their wares will protect you against the flu and colds, and against the vulnerability of your nature. The inoculations themselves do little good overall, and they can be potentially dangerous, particularly when they are given to prevent an epidemic which has not, in fact, occurred. They may have specific value, but overall they are detrimental, confusing bodily mechanisms and setting off other biological reactions that might not show up, say, for some time. The flu season intersects with the Christmas season, of course, when Christians are told to be merry and wish their fellows a happy return to the natural wonders of childhood, in thought at least. They are also told to pay homage to God. Christianity has become, however, a tangled, sorry tale, its cohesiveness largely vanished. Such a religion becomes isolated from daily life. Many individuals cannot unify the various areas of their belief and feeling, and at Christmas they partially recognize the vast gulf that exists between their scientific beliefs and their religious beliefs. They find themselves unable to cope with such a mental and spiritual dilemma. A psychic depression often results, one that is deepened by the Christmas music and the commercial displays, by the religious reminders that the species is made in God's image, and by other reminders that the body as given is seemingly incapable of caring for itself and is a natural prey to disease and disaster. So the Christmas season carries a man's hopes in your society, and the flu season mirrors his fears and shows the gulf between the two. The physician is also a private person, so I speak of him only in his professional capacity, for he usually does the best he can in the belief system that he shares with his fellows. Those beliefs do not exist alone, but are of course intertwined with religious and scientific ones, as separate as they might appear. Christianity has conventionally treated illness as the punishment of God, or as a trial sent by God, to be borne stoically. It has considered man a sinful creature, flawed by original sin, forced to work by the sweat of his brow. Science has seen man as an accidental product of an uncaring universe, a creature literally without a center of meaning, where consciousness was the result of a physical mechanism that only happened to come into existence and that had no reality outside of that structure. Science has at least been consistent in that respect. Christianity, however, often asks children of sorrow to be joyful and sinners to find a childlike purity. It asks them to love a God who one day will destroy the world and who will condemn them if they do not adore him. Many people, caught between such conflicting beliefs, fall prey to physical ills during the Christmas season particularly. The churches and the hospitals are often the largest buildings in any town, and the only ones open on Sunday without recourse to city ordinances. You cannot divorce your private value systems from your health, and the hospitals often profit from the guilt that religions have instilled in their people. I am speaking now of religions so intertwined with social life and community ventures that all sense of basic religious integrity becomes lost. Man is by nature a religious creature. One of man's strongest attributes is religious feeling. It is the part of psychology most often overlooked. There is a natural religious knowledge with which you are born. Rupert's book, The After-Death Journal of an American Philosopher, The Worldview of William James, explains this feeling very well. It is a biological spirituality translated into verbal terms. It says, "Life is a gift and not a curse. I am a unique, worthy creature in the natural world, which everywhere surrounds me, gives me sustenance, and reminds me of the greater source from which I myself and the world both emerge. My body is delightfully suited to its environment, and comes to me again from that unknown source which shows itself through all of the events of the physical world." That feeling gives the organism the optimism, the joy, and the ever-abundant energy to grow. It encourages curiosity and creativity, and places the individual in a spiritual world and a natural one at once. Organized religions are always attempts to redefine that kind of feeling in cultural terms. They seldom succeed because they become too narrow in their concepts, too dogmatic, and the cultural structures finally overweigh the finer substance within them. The more tolerant a religion is, the closer it comes to expressing those inner truths. The individual, however, has a private biological and spiritual integrity that is a part of man's heritage, and is indeed any creature's right. Man cannot mistrust his own nature and at the same time trust the nature of God, for God is his word for the source of his being, and if his being is tainted, then so must be his God. Your private beliefs merge with those of others and form your cultural reality. The distorted ideas of the medical profession or the scientists or of any other group are not thrust upon you, therefore. They are the result of your mass beliefs, isolated in the form of separate disciplines. Medical men, for example, are often extremely unhealthy because they are so saddled with those specific health beliefs that their attention is concentrated in that area more than others not so involved. The idea of prevention is always based upon fear, for you do not want to prevent something that is joyful. Often, therefore, preventative medicine causes what it hopes to avoid. Not only does the idea of prevention continually promote the entire system of fear, but specific steps taken to prevent a disease in a body not already stricken, again, often set up reactions that bring about side effects that would occur if the disease had in fact been suffered. A specific disease will, of course, have its effects on other portions of the body as well, effects which have not been studied or even known. Such inoculations, therefore, cannot take that into consideration. There are also cases where alterations occur after inoculation, so that, for a while, people actually become carriers of the diseases and can infect others. There are individuals who very rarely get ill whether or not they are inoculated, and who are not sensitive in the health area. I am not implying, therefore, that all people react negatively to inoculations. In the most basic of terms, however, inoculations do no good either. though I am aware that medical history would seem to contradict me. At certain times, and most particularly at the birth of medical science in modern times, the belief in inoculation, if not by the populace, then by the doctors, did possess the great strength of new suggestion and hope. But I am afraid that scientific medicine has caused as many new diseases as it has cured. When it saves lives, it does so because of the intuitive healing understanding of the physician, or because the patient is so impressed by the great efforts taken in his behalf, and therefore is convinced second-handedly of his own worth. Physicians, of course, are also constantly at the beck and call of many people who will take no responsibility at all for their own well-being, who will plead for operations they do not need. The physician is also visited by people who do not want to get well, and use the doctor and his methods as justification for further illness, saying, "The doctor is no good," or "the medicine will not work," therefore blaming the doctor for a way of life they have no intention of changing. The physician is also caught between his religious beliefs and his scientific beliefs. Sometimes they conflict, and sometimes they only serve to deepen his feelings that the body, left alone, will get any disease possible. Again, you cannot separate your systems of values and your most intimate philosophical judgments from the other areas of your private or mass experience. In this country, your tax dollars go for many medical experiments and preventative medicine drives, because you do not trust the good intent of your own bodies. In the same way, your government funds also go into military defenses to prevent war, because if you do not trust your own body's good intent toward you, you can hardly trust any good intent on the part of your fellow men. In fact, then, preventative medicine and outlandish expenditures for preventative defense are quite similar. In each case, there is the anticipation of disaster. In one case, from the familiar body, which can be attacked by deadly diseases at any time, and is seemingly at least without defenses, and in the other case, from the danger without, exaggerated, ever threatening, and ever to be contended with. Disease must be combated, fought against, assaulted, wiped out. In many ways, the body becomes almost like an alien battleground, for many people trust it so little that it becomes highly suspect. Man then seems pitted against nature. Some people think of themselves as patients, as others, for example, might think of themselves as students. Such people are those who are apt to take preventative measures against whatever disease is in fashion or in season, and hence take the brunt of medicine's unfortunate aspects when there is no cause. Rupert and Joseph have recently purchased a colored television set, so now their television world is no longer in black and white. I have used television as an analogy at various times, and I would like to do so again, to show the ways in which physical events are formed, and to try to describe the many methods used by individuals in choosing those particular events that will be personally encountered. Not only does television actually serve as a mass means of communal meditation, but it also presents you with highly detailed manufactured dreams in which each viewer shares to some extent. We will use some distinctions here, and so I am going to introduce the terms Framework 1 and Framework 2 to make my discussion clear. We will call the world as you physically experience it Framework 1. In Framework 1, you watch television programs, for example. You have your choice of many channels. You have favorite programs. You follow certain scenes or actors. You watch all of these dramas, hardly understanding how it is that they appear on your screen to begin with. You are certain, however, that if you do buy a television set, it will perform in an adequate fashion, whether or not you are familiar with electronics. You switch from channel to channel with predictable results. The programming for Channel 9, for example, does not suddenly intrude on Channel 6. Even the actors themselves, taking part in such sagas, have but the remotest idea of events that are involved in order that their images will appear on your television screen. Their jobs are to act, taking it for granted that the technicians are following through. Now, somewhere there is a program director who must take care of the entire programming. Shows must be done on time. Actors assign their roles. Our hypothetical director will know which actors are free, which actors prefer character roles, which ones are heroes or heroines, and which smiling Don Juan always gets the girl, and, in general, who plays the good guys and the bad guys. There is no need in my outlining in detail the multitudinous events that must occur so that you can watch your favorite program. You flip the switch and there it is, while all of that background work is unknown to you. You take it for granted. Your job is simply to choose the programs of your choice on any evening. Many others are watching the same programs, of course, yet each person will react quite individually. Now, for a moment, let us imagine that physical events occur in the same fashion, that you choose those which flash upon the screen of your experience. You are quite familiar with the events of your own life, for you are, of course, your own main hero or heroine, villain or victim, or whatever. As you do not know what happens in the television studio before you observe a program, however, so you do not know what happens in the creative framework of reality before you experience physical events. We will call that vast quote-unquote unconscious mental and universal studio Framework 2. In this book, I will try to tell you what goes on behind the scenes, to show you the ways in which you choose your daily physical programs, and to describe how those personal choices mix and merge to form a mass reality. For now, we will go back to television again. You can turn off a program that offends you. You can choose to buy or not buy a product whose virtues are being praised. Television presents you with a mirror of your society. It reflects and re-reflects through millions of homes the giant dreams and fears, the hopes and terrors of events in the most private individual. Television interacts with your lives, but it does not cause your lives. It does not cause the events that it depicts. With your great belief in technology, it often seems to many people that television causes violence, for example, or that it causes a love of over-materialism, or that it causes quote-unquote loose morals. Television reflects. In a manner of speaking, it does not even distort, though it may reflect distortions. The writers and actors of television dramas are attuned to the quote-unquote mass mind. They are not leaders or followers. They are creative reflectors, acutely aware of the overall generalized emotional and psychic patterns of the age. They also make choices as to which plays they will take part in. Each has his or her own favorite kind of role, even if the role be that of a maverick. To the actors, of course, their roles become strong parts of their personal experiences, while those who observe the plays take part largely as observers. You are aware through your newspapers and magazines of the dramas, news broadcasts, or other programs that are presently being offered. In the same way, you are aware, generally speaking, of the quote-unquote programs being physically presented in your own nation and throughout the world. You decide which of these adventures you want to take part in, and those you will experience in normal life, or in Framework 1. The inner mechanisms that happen prior to your experience will take place in the vast mental studio of Framework 2. There, all the details will be arranged. The seemingly chance encounters, for example, the unexplained coincidences that might have to occur before a given physical event takes place. On a conscious level, and with your conscious reserves alone, you could not keep your body alive an hour. You would not know how to do it, for your life flows through you automatically and spontaneously. You take the details for granted. the breathing, the inner mechanisms of nourishment and elimination, the circulation, and the maintenance of your psychological continuity. All of that is taken care of for you in what I have termed as Framework 2. In that regard, certainly, everything works to your advantage. Indeed, often the more concerned you become with your body, the less smoothly it functions. In the spontaneity of your body's operation, there is obviously a fine sense of order. When you turn on a television set, the picture seems to come out of nowhere onto the screen. Yet that picture is the result of order precisely focused. Actors visit casting agencies so that they know what plays need their services. In your dreams, you visit quote-unquote casting agencies. You are aware of the various plays being considered for physical production. In the dream state, then, often you familiarize yourself with dramas that are of a probable nature. If enough interest is shown, if enough actors apply, if enough resources are accumulated, the play will go on. When you are in other than your normally conscious state, you visit that creative inner agency in which all physical productions must have their beginning. You meet with others who, for their own reasons, are interested in the same kind of dramas. Following our analogy, the technicians, the actors, the writers all assemble, only in this case, the result will be a live event rather than a televised one. There are disaster films being planned, educational programs, religious dramas. All of these will be encountered in full-blown physical reality. Such events occur as a result of individual beliefs, desires, and intents. There is no such thing as a chance encounter. No death occurs by chance, nor any birth. In the creative atmosphere of Framework 2, intents are known. In a manner of speaking, no act is private. Your communication systems bring to your living room notices of events that occur throughout the world. Yet that larger inner system of communications is far more powerful in scope, and each mental act is imprinted in the multidimensional screen of Framework 2. That screen is available to all, and in other levels of consciousness, particularly in the sleep and dreaming stages, the events of that inner reality are as ever present and easily accessible as physical events are when you are awake. It is as if Framework 2 contains an infinite information service that instantly puts you in contact with whatever knowledge you require, that sets up circuits between you and others, that computes probabilities with blinding speed. Not with the impersonality of a computer, however, but with a loving intent that has your best purposes in mind, yours and also those of each other individual. You cannot gain what you want at someone else's detriment then. You cannot use Framework 2 to force an event upon another person. Certain prerequisites must be met, you see, before a desired end can become physically experienced. Part 2. Framework 1 and Framework 2. Chapter 3. Myths and Physical Events. The interior medium in which society exists. Before we discuss man's and woman's private roles in the nature of mass events, no matter what they are, we must first look into the medium in which events appear concrete and real. The great sweep of the events of nature can be understood only by looking into a portion of their reality that is not apparent to you. We want to examine, therefore, the inner power of natural occurrences. A scientist examining nature studies its exterior, observing the outsideness of nature. Even investigative work involving atoms and molecules, or theoretical faster-than-light particles, concerns the particle nature of reality. The scientist does not usually look for nature's heart. He certainly does not pursue the study of its soul. All being is manifestation of energy, an emotional manifestation of energy. Man can interpret the weather in terms of air pressure and wind currents. He can look to fault lines in an effort to understand earthquakes. All of this works at a certain level to a certain degree. Man's psyche, however, is emotionally not only a part of his physical environment, but intimately connected with all of nature's manifestations. Using the terms begun in the last chapter, I will say then that man's emotional identification with nature is a strongly felt reality in Framework 2, and there we must look for the answers regarding man's relationship with nature. There in Framework 2, the nature of the psyche appears quite clearly, so that its sweeps and rhythms can be understood. The manifestations of physical energy follow emotional rhythms that cannot be ascertained with gadgets or instruments, however fine. Why is one man killed and not another? Why does an earthquake disrupt an entire area? What is the relationship between the individual and such mass events of nature? Before we can begin to consider such questions, we must take another look at your own world and ascertain its source, for surely its source and natures are the same. We will also, along the line and throughout this book, have to make some distinctions between events and your interpretations of them. It certainly seems that your world is concrete, factual, definite, and that its daily life rests upon known events and facts. You make a clear distinction between fact and fantasy. You take it for granted as a rule that your current knowledge as a people rests upon scientific data, at least, that are unassailable. Certainly, technological development appears to have been built most securely upon a body of concrete ideas. The world's ideas, fantasies, or myths may seem far divorced from current experience, yet all that you know or experience has its origin in that creative dimension of existence that I am terming Framework 2. In a manner of speaking, your factual world rises on a bed of fantasy, myth, and imagination, from which all of your detailed paraphernalia emerge. What then is myth, and what do I mean by the term? Myth is not a distortion of fact, but the womb through which fact must come. Myths involve an intrinsic understanding of the nature of reality, couched in imaginative terms, carrying a power as strong as nature itself. Myth-making is a natural psychic characteristic, a psychic element that combines with other such elements to form a mythical representation of inner reality. That representation is then used as model upon which your civilizations are organized, and also as a perceptual tool through whose lens you interpret the private events of your life in their historical context. When you accept myths, you call them facts, of course, for they become so a part of your lives, of societies and your professions, that their basis seems self-apparent. Myths are vast psychic dramas, more truthful than facts. They provide an ever-enduring theater of reality. It must be clearly understood, then, that when I speak of myths, I mean to imply the nature of psychic events whose enduring reality exists in Framework 2 and forms the patterns that are then interpreted in your world. If someone is caught in a natural disaster, the following questions might be asked. Am I being punished by God, and for what reason? Is the disaster the result of God's vengeance? A scientist might ask instead, with better technology and information, could we somehow have predicted the disaster and saved many lives? He might try to dissociate himself from emotion and to see the disaster simply as the result of a non-personal nature that did not know or care what lay in its path. In all cases, however, such situations instantly bring to mind questions of man's own reality and course, his connections with God, his planet, and the universe. He interprets those questions according to his own beliefs. Let us then look at some of them. Now, myths are natural phenomena rising from the psyche of man as surely as great mountain ranges emerge from the physical planet. Their deeper reality exists, however, in Framework 2 as source material for the world that you know. In those terms, the great religions of your civilizations rise from myths that change their characters through the centuries, even as mountain ranges rise and fall. You can see mountain ranges. It would be ridiculous to ignore their reality. You see your myths somewhat less directly, yet they are apparent within all of your activities, and they form the inner structures of all of your civilizations with their multitudinous parts. In those terms, then, Christianity and your other religions are myths, rising in response to an inner knowledge that is too vast to be clothed by facts alone. In those terms also, your science is also quite mythical in nature. This may be more difficult for some of you to perceive, since it appears to work so well. Others will be willing enough to see science in its mythical characteristics, but will be more reluctant to see religion as you know it in the same light. To some extent or another, however, all of these ideas program your interpretation of events. In this part of the book, we are more or less dealing with the events of nature as you understand it. It will seem obvious to some, again, that a natural disaster is caused by God's vengeance, or is at least a divine reminder to repent, while others will take it for granted that such a catastrophe is completely neutral in character, impersonal, and quite divorced from man's own emotional reality. The Christian scientist is caught in between. Because you divorce yourselves from nature, you are not able to understand its manifestations. Often your myths get in the way. When myths become standardized and too literal, when you begin to tie them too tightly to the world of facts, then you misread them entirely. When myths become most factual, they are already becoming less real. Their power becomes constrained. Most people interpret the realities of their lives, their triumphs and failures, their health or illness, their fortune or misfortune, then, in the light of a mythical reality that is not understood as such. What is behind these myths, and what is their source of power? Facts are a very handy but weak brew of reality. They immediately consign certain kinds of experiences as real and others as not. The psyche, however, will not be so limited. It exists in a medium of reality, a realm of being in which all possibilities exist. It creates myths the way the ocean creates spray. Myths are originally psychic fabrications of such power and strength that whole civilizations can rise from their source. They involve symbols and no emotional validities that are then connected to the physical world, so that that world is never the same again. They cast their light over historical events because they are responsible for those events. They mix and merge the inner, unseen but felt, eternal psychic experience of man with the temporal events of his physical days, and form a combination that structures thoughts and beliefs from civilization to civilization. In Framework 2, the interior power of nature is ever-changing. The dreams, hopes, aspirations, and fears of man interact in a constant motion that then forms the events of your world. That interaction includes not only man, of course, but the emotional reality of all earthly consciousnesses as well, from a microbe to a scholar, from a frog to a star. You interpret the phenomena of your world according to the mythic characteristics that you have accepted. You organize physical reality, then, through ideas. You use only those perceptions that serve to give those ideas validity. The physical body itself is quite capable of putting the world together in different fashions than the one that is familiar to you. You divorce yourselves from nature and nature's intents far more than the animals do. Nature in its stormy manifestations seems like an adversary. You must either look for reasons outside of yourselves to explain what seems to be nature's ill intent at such times, or its utter lack of concern. Science often says that nature cares little for the individual, only for the species. So then you must often see yourselves as victims in a larger struggle for survival, in which your own intents do not carry even the puniest sway. Now, you are, of course, a part of nature, and a part of nature's source. Growing from an infant to a full adult was probably one of the most difficult, and yet the most easy of feats that you will ever accomplish in a life. As a child, you identified with your own nature. You intuitively realized that your being was immersed in and a part of the process of growth. No amount of intellectual information, no accumulation of facts, however vast, could give you the inner knowledge necessary to accomplish the physical events involved in that growth process. You learn to read, but the seeing itself is an accomplishment of far greater magnitude, one that seemingly happens all by itself. It happens because each of you is, again, indeed, a part of nature, and of nature's source. In various ways, your religions have always implied your relationship with nature's source, even though they often divorced nature herself from any place of prime importance. For religions have often hinged themselves upon one or another quite valid perception, but then distorted it, excluding anything else that did not seem to fit. Quote unquote, "You are children of the universe." This is an often heard sentiment, and yet the main point of the Christ story was not Christ's death, but his birth, and the often stated proposition that each person was indeed, quote unquote, a child of the Father. There are many later appended references in the Bible, such as the fig tree story, in which nature is played down. Christ's quote-unquote Father was, however, the God who was indeed aware of every sparrow that fell, who knew of every creature's existence, whatever its species or kind. The story of the shepherds and flocks comes much closer to Christ's intent, where each creature looked out for the others. The officials of the Roman Catholic Church altered many records, cleansing them in their terms of anything that might suggest pagan practices, or nature worship as they thought of it. In terms of your civilization, nature and spirit became divided, so that you encounter the events of your lives largely in that context. To some degree or another, then, you must feel divorced from your bodies, and from the events of nature. The great sweeps of emotional identification with nature itself do not sustain you, therefore. You study those processes as if you somehow stood apart from them. To some extent, your society's beliefs allow you enough freedom so that most of you trust your bodies while they are growing toward adulthood. Then, however, many of you no longer rely upon the processes of life within you. Certain scientific treatises often make you believe that the attainment of your adulthood has little purpose, except to ensure the further existence of the species through parenthood, when nature is then quite willing to dispense with your services. You are quite simply told that you have no other purpose. The species itself must then appear to have no reason except a mindless determination to exist. The religions do insist that man has a purpose, yet in their own confusion they often speak as if that purpose must be achieved by denying the physical body in which man has his life's existence, or by quote-unquote rising above quote-unquote gross, blunted earthly characteristics. In both cases, man's nature and nature in general take short shrift. Such tales are myths. They do indeed have power and strength. In those terms, they represent the darker side of myths, however. Yet through their casts, you presently view your world. You will interpret the private events of your lives and the spectacular range of history in the light of those assumptions about reality. They not only color your experience, but you create those events that more or less conform to those assumptions. Those who quote-unquote lose their lives in natural disasters become victims of nature. You see in such stories examples of meaningless deaths, and further proof of nature's indifference to man. You may, on the other hand, see the vengeful hand of an angry god in such instances, where the deity once again uses nature to bring man to his knees. Man's nature is to live and to die. Death is not an affront to life, but means its continuation, not only inside the framework of nature as you understand it, but in terms of nature's source. It is, of course, natural, then, to die. The natural contours of your psyche are quite aware of the inner sweep and flow of your life, and its relationship with every other creature alive. Intuitively, each person is born with the knowledge that he or she is not only worthwhile, but fits into the context of the universe in the most precise and beautiful of fashions. The most elegant timing is involved in each individual's birth and death. The exquisite play of your own inner nature in general, and that identification leads you into the deeper knowledge of your own part in nature's source. The myths upon which you base your lives so program your existence that often you verbally deny what you inwardly know. When people are hurt in a natural disaster, for example, they will often profess to have no idea at all for such involvement. They will ignore or deny the inner feelings that alone will give the event any meaning in their lives. The reasons for such involvement would be endless, of course, all valid, yet in each and every case, man and nature in those terms meet in an encounter that had meaning, from the largest global effects to the smallest, most private aspects of the individuals involved. You have made certain divisions because of your myths, of course, that make this kind of explanation extremely important and difficult. You think of rain or earthquakes as natural events, for example, while you do not consider thoughts or emotions as natural events in the same terms. Therefore, it is difficult for you to see how there can be any valid interactions between, say, emotional states and physical ones. You might say, "Of course, I realize that the weather affects my mood. Yet it will occur to very few of you that your moods have any effect upon the weather. You have so concentrated upon the categorization, delineation, and exploration of the objective world that it surely seems to be, quote-unquote, the only real one. It seems to exert force or pressure against you, or to impinge upon you, or at least almost to happen by itself, so that you sometimes feel powerless against it. Your myths have given great energy to the outsideness of things. In exasperation, some of you see nature as good and enduring, filled with an innocence and joy, while on the other hand, you envision man as a bastard species, a blight upon the face of the earth, a creature bound to do everything wrong, regardless of any strong good intent. Therefore, you do not trust man's nature either. This myth finds great value in the larger processes of nature in general, and yet sees man alone as the villain of an otherwise edifying tale. A true identification with nature, however, would show glimpses of man's place in the context of his physical planet, and would bring to the forefront accomplishments that he has achieved almost without his knowing. I will return to those accomplishments somewhat later. For now, I would like to mention some other issues involving the individual's connection either with natural disasters or with epidemics of one kind or another that, by definition, concern large groups of people. You form your own reality. If you are tired of having me stress that point, I can only say that I hope the repetition will serve to make you understand that the statement applies to the most minute and the most important of the events that you experience. Some people believe that they must be punished, and so they seek out unfortunate circumstances. They go to one event after another in which they meet retribution. They may seek out areas of the country in which natural disasters are frequent, or their behavior may be such that they attract from other people reactions of an explosive kind. Often, however, individuals use disasters quite for their own purposes, as an exteriorized force that brings their lives into clear focus. Some may be flirting with the idea of death and choose a dramatic encounter with nature in the final act. Others change their minds at the last moment. Those involved in such disasters, the survivors, often use such quote-unquote larger-than-life circumstances in order to participate in affairs that seem to have greater import than those possessed by previous humdrum existences. They seek the excitement, whatever its consequences. They become a part of history to whatever extent. For once, their private lives are identified with a greater source, and from it many derive new strength and vitality. Social barriers are dropped, economic positions forgotten. The range of private emotions is given greater, fuller sweep. To some extent or another, man's desires and emotions merge with the physical aspects of nature as you understand it, so that such storms or disasters are as much the result of psychological activity as they are of weather conditions. Objectively, whatever the appearances, storms, earthquakes, floods, etc., are quite necessary to the well-being of the earth. Both man's and nature's purposes are served then, though generally speaking, man's myths make him blind to those interactions. People's thoughts and emotions always give clear clues whenever illness is involved, yet most people ignore such information. They censor their own thoughts. Many therefore, quote-unquote, fall prey to epidemics of one kind or another because they want to, though they might deny this quite vigorously. I am speaking particularly of epidemics that are less than deadly, though danger is involved. In your times, hospitals, you must realize, are important parts of the community. They provide a social as well as a medical service. Many people are simply lonely or overworked. Some are rebelling against commonly held ideas of competition. Flu epidemics become social excuses for much needed rest, therefore, and serve as face-saving devices so that individuals can hide from themselves their inner difficulties. In a way, such epidemics provide their own kind of fellowship, giving common meeting grounds for those of disparate circumstances. The epidemics serve as accepted states of illness, in which people are given an excuse for the rest or quiet self-examination they desperately need but do not feel entitled to otherwise. I do not mean to assign any hint of accusation against those so involved, but mainly to state some of the reasons for such behavior. If you do not trust your nature, then any illness or indisposition will be interpreted as an onslaught against health. Your body faithfully reflects your inner psychological reality. The nature of your emotions means that in the course of a lifetime, you will experience a full range of feelings. Your subjective state has variety. Sometimes, sad or depressing thoughts provide a refreshing change of pace, leading you to periods of quiet reflection and to a quieting of the body so that it rests. Fears, sometimes even seemingly irrational ones, can serve to rouse the body if you have been too lethargic or have been in a rut psychologically or physically. If you trusted your nature, you would be able to trust such feelings, and following their own rhythms and routes, they would change into others. Ideally, even illnesses are a part of the body's health, representing needed adjustments, and also following the needs of the subjective person at any given time. They are a part of the interplay between the body and mind or spirit. The majority of my readers have come down with one or another disease usually considered dangerous, and without ever knowing it, because the body healed itself normally and naturally. The disease was not labeled. It was not given recognition as a condition. Worries or fears were not aroused, yet the disease came and vanished. In such instances, natural healing processes occurred for which the body is seldom given credit. Such healings do not just involve changes in the body, for example, for a physical healing can take place because of events that seem utterly disconnected. Some portion of each individual is in direct contact with the very source of its own existence. Each individual is innately aware that help is available in every situation, and that information does not need to come through the physical senses alone. Many illnesses are cured then through quite natural methods that not only involve physical healings, but bring into play other events that have great bearing on the psychological elements that may be involved behind the scenes. For those interactions, we will have to look to Framework 2. Now, in the terms of our discussion, Framework 2 is the medium in which your world exists. It represents the vaster psychological reality in which your own subjective life resides. That framework has been glimpsed throughout history by many individuals, and given many names. If you visit a foreign country, however, you have a tendency to describe the entire nation in terms of the small area you have visited, though other portions may be quite different in geography, culture, and climate. The individual who has to one extent or another perceived Framework 2 have then described it according to their own brief visits, taking it for granted, quote unquote, that the part was a representative sample of the whole. Plato conceived it as the world of ideals, seeing within it the perfect model behind each imperfect physical phenomenon. He thought of that realm as eternal and unchanging, a perfect but frozen composite that must indeed inspire men toward achievement on the one hand, and on the other reproach them for their failure, since their achievements must necessarily seem puny in contrast. Plato then saw Framework 2 as a splendid absolute model in which all the works of man had their initial source. Man himself, according to this concept, could not affect that ideal world one whit. He could, however, use it as a source of inspiration. Some ancient religions put the existence of gods there, and saw the spirits of each living thing as existing primarily in that invisible medium of reality. Therefore, Framework 2 has always been represented in one way or another as a source of your world. Christianity saw it as heaven, inhabited by God the Father, His angels, the saints, and the deceased faithful. Once, scientists theorized the ether as the medium in which the physical universe existed. Framework 2 is the psychological medium in which the consciousness of the world exists. The word ego is much bandied about, and in many circles it has a poor reputation. It is, however, as I use it, a term meant to express the ordinary conscious directive portion of the self. It is your conscious version of what you are. An excellent description, if I do say so myself. It is directed outward into the physical world. It is also aware, however, of some of your quote-unquote unconscious activities. It is the you identify with. So it is as aware of your dreams, for example, as you are, and it is quite conscious of the fact that its existence rests upon knowledge that it does not itself possess. As you have an ego, fully conscious, directed toward the physical world, you also have what I call an inner ego, directed toward inner reality. You have, in other words, a portion of yourself that is fully conscious in Framework 2. The ego in your ordinary world, which again we will call Framework 1, is uniquely equipped to deal with that environment. It manipulates with rules of cause and effect and consecutive moments. It deals with an objectified reality. It can stretch its capacities, becoming far more aware of inner events than it is normally allowed to do, but its main purpose is to deal with the world of effects, to encounter events. The inner ego is fully conscious. It is a portion of you, however, that deals with the formation of events, that glories in a rather rambunctious and creative activity that your specifications of time and space physically preclude. The unconscious, so-called, is, and I have said this before, quite conscious, but in another realm of activity. There must be a psychological chamber between these two portions of the self, however. These seemingly undifferentiated areas in which back and forth translations can occur. Dream periods provide that service, of course, so that in dreams the two egos can meet and merge to some extent, comparing notes like strangers who perhaps meet on a train at night and are amazed to discover, after some conversation, that they are indeed close relatives, each embarked upon the same journey, though seemingly they traveled alone. In those terms, the undifferentiated area is actually filled with motion as psychological transitions and translations are made, until in dreams the two egos often merge into each other, so that sometimes you waken briefly with a sense of elation, or a feeling that in dreams you have met an old and valued friend. Your world is populated by individuals concentrating upon physical activities, dealing with events that are quote-unquote finished products, at least in usual terms. Your inner egos populate Framework 2 and deal with the actual creation of those events that are then objectified. Since quote-unquote the rules of Framework 2 are different, that reality is not at all bound by your physical assumptions. It contains, therefore, the inner ego of each individual who has lived or will ever live upon the earth. I am speaking of this framework now only as it applies to your world, not in its relationship to other realities. Earlier in his own experience, Rubert described that framework as the heroic dimension. He saw quite correctly that there was a great give and take between the two frameworks, your regular working one, Framework 1, and the other more comprehensive reality. He did not thoroughly understand, however, the creative ramifications involved, for it did not occur to him at the time that the prime work of your world was actually done by you in that other wider aspect of your existence. Physically, you have at your fingertips certain accumulations of knowledge, objectified through the passage of information, verbally through the ages, in records or books, and through television. Now you use computers to help you process information, and you have a more or less direct access to physical knowledge. You acquired it through the use of your senses. There is systematized knowledge, where men have accumulated facts in one particular field, processing it in one way or another. Your own senses bring you information each moment, and that information is, in a way, already invisibly processed according to your own beliefs, desires, and intents. You will ignore as information certain stimuli that another person, for example, will latch onto immediately. Even in your own world, then, your interests and desires serve as organizational processes that screen out certain information. The information available in Framework 2 is, in your terms, infinite. It is the source of your world, so therefore it contains not only all knowledge physically available, but far more. I do not want to compare the inner ego with a computer in any way, for a computer is not creative, nor is it alive. You think, of course, of the life that you know as life in capital letters. It is, however, only the manifestation of what in those terms can only be called the greater life out of which your life springs. This is not to compare the reality that you know in derogative terms to the other source existence either, for your own world contains, as each other world does, a uniqueness and an originality that in those terms exists nowhere else, for no world of existence is like any other. The inner ego is a portion of the self, for example. It is the portion of yourself that is aware of your reincarnational activities. It is the part of you that exists outside of time, yet simultaneously lives in time. You form your own reality. The ego that you are aware of obviously cannot form your body for you, however, or grow your bones. It knows how to assess the conditions of the world. It makes deductions. Your reasoning is highly important, yet alone it cannot pump your blood or tell your eyes how to see. The inner ego does the actual work that brings about the events you have decided upon. In very simple terms, if you want to pick up a book and then do so, you experience that event consciously, though you are quite unaware of all of the inner events that occurred to bring the motion about. The inner ego directs those activities. If you want to change your job and hold that desire, a new job will come into your experience in precisely the same fashion, in that the inner events will be arranged by the inner ego. A body event involves the working of numerous muscles and joints and so forth. An event involving a job change concerns motion on the part of many people, and implies a network of communication on the part of all of the inner egos involved. Obviously, then, a mass physical event implies an inner system of communications of proportions that would put your technological communications to shame. You may then again unknowingly acquire an illness and recover, never aware of your malady, being healed because of a series of events that would seemingly have nothing to do with the illness itself, because in Framework 2, the inner ego, knowing both the reason for the illness and its cure, brought about those precise situations that remedied the condition. Such events happen automatically when nothing hampers recovery at your end. The communication between the inner and outer egos should obviously be as clear and open as possible. As a general rule, the inner ego depends upon your assessment of physical events. Your involvement in the private aspects of your living and your participation in mass events has much to do with your estimation of the physical situation and with your beliefs and desires regarding it. A very simple example. If you want to write a letter, you do so. There is no conflict between your desires, beliefs, and the execution of the act, so the action itself flows smoothly. If, for some reason or another, through a poor assessment of your reality, you believe that such an act is dangerous, then you will hamper the flow between the desire and the execution. The flow of creativity begun by the inner ego will be impeded. The main myth through which you interpret your experiences, however, is the one that tells you that all perception and knowledge must come to you through the physical senses. This is the myth of the exteriorized consciousness, a consciousness that you are told is open-ended only so far as objective reality is concerned. It seems to be closed, quote-unquote, at the other end, which in those terms would represent your birth. The consciousness of that myth can indeed have no origin, for the myth precludes anything but a physically oriented and physically mechanized consciousness. Not only could that consciousness have no existence before or after death, but obviously it could have no access to knowledge that was not physically acquired. It is this myth that hampers your understanding most of all, and that closes you off from the greater nature of those events with which you are most intimately concerned. That myth also makes your own involvement with mass events sometimes appear incomprehensible. There seems to be no reason for many of them, simply because the intricate intercommunication systems of consciousness go utterly unrecognized, generally speaking. I am speaking largely to a Western audience, and so here I am using terms for a particular reason, to explain concepts in a way that will be understood. The inner ego is perfect as a term to suit my purposes. Let me stress again that the quote-unquote unconscious is indeed conscious, and by conscious I mean that its reasoning is not irrational, its methods are not chaotic, and its characteristics are not only equal to those of the known ego, but indeed are more resilient and knowledgeable. Frameworks 1 and 2 obviously represent not only different kinds of reality in normal terms, but two different kinds of consciousness. To make this discussion as simple as possible for now, at least, think of these two frameworks or states of consciousness as being connected by quote-unquote undifferentiated areas in which sleep, dreaming, and certain trance states have their activity. Those undifferentiated areas are involved in the constant translation of one kind of consciousness into the other, and with energy transferences. You constantly process those data that come to you in your private life, and that information includes bulletins from all over the world, through your news broadcasts and so forth. The inner ego has access again to a much vaster amount of knowledge. It is aware not only of its own private position, as you are of yours, but it is also familiar with the mass events of its reality. It is intimately involved in the creation of your own private experience. I said that the inner ego reasons, but its reasoning is not restricted to the cause and effect limitations that you apply to the reasoning process. The action of the inner ego within the wider sphere of Framework 2 explains many events and seeming coincidences that otherwise seem to make no sense within your world. Many realities within Framework 2 cannot suitably be explained as facts to you in Framework 1, simply because they involve psychological thicknesses that cannot be translated into facts as you think of them. These often appear in the symbolic language of the arts instead, and many of your dreams are translations in which the events of Framework 2 appear in symbolic form. On any given day, the events of your private lives fit within the larger pattern of world events in which they have their context. On any given night, the intimate events of your dream lives also exist in the greater context of the world's dreams, in which they have their reality. The consciousness that you have, as generally described in psychology, is in a strange fashion like the bright shining skin of a fruit, but with no fruit inside. A consciousness with a shiny surface that responds to sun or rain or temperature, and to its surroundings, but for all of that, a psychological fruit that has no pulp or pit, but contains at its heart a vacancy. In those terms, you experience only one half of your consciousness, the physically attuned portion. Fruit trees have roots, but you assign no ground to the being of this consciousness. Jung's collective unconscious was an attempt to give your world its psychological roots, but Jung could not perceive the clarity, organization, and deeper context in which the collective unconscious has its own existence. Reality as Framework 2 is organized in a different fashion than it is in the Framework 1 world, and the processes of reasoning are far quicker. In Framework 1, the reasoning processes are largely by deduction, and they must constantly check their own results against the seemingly concrete experience of physical events. The reasoning of the inner ego is involved with the creative invention of those experiences. It is involved with events in a context of a different kind, for it deals intimately with probabilities. Each of you, with your beliefs and intents, tell the inner ego which of the infinite number of probable events you want to encounter. In the dream state, events from both frameworks are processed. The dream state involves not only a state of consciousness that exists between the two frameworks of reality, but also involves, in those terms, a connecting reality of its own. Here I would like to emphasize that to one degree or another, all species of plant and animal life, quote-unquote, dream. The same applies to the quote-unquote psychological activity of atoms and molecules, and any quote-unquote particle. There are intensities of behavior, then, in which the activity, the inside activity, of any being or particle is directed toward the physical force that is involved in the cooperative venture that causes your reality. There are variances, however, when such activity is directed instead into the interior nature of reality. You have an inner system of communication, then, in which the cells of all living things are connected. In those terms, there is a continuum of consciousness. To really understand your own connection with the events you encounter privately and in relationship to others, you must first become acquainted with that medium in which events themselves are formed. What part, for example, does chance play in life? Is it chance if you arrive too late to board a plane, for example, to find later that the plane crashed? Perhaps your late arrival was caused by, quote-unquote, a chance meeting with a friend at the last moment, or by a misplaced ticket, or by a traffic jam that seemingly had nothing to do with you at all. You may have become a part of the drama of a natural disaster, or avoided it as a result of other seemingly chance occurrences. What appears to you as chance or coincidence, however, is actually the result of the amazing organizations and communications active in the psychological reality of Framework 2. Again, you form your reality. But how? And how do private existences touch each other, resulting in world events? Before we go any further, then, we must look into the nature of Framework 2. This will not be a dry intellectual exploration, because the intent itself will begin to trigger within your lives the existence of hints and clues as to your own immersion in Framework 2 creativity. Chapter 4. The Characteristics of Framework 2. A creative analysis of the medium in which physically oriented consciousness resides, and the source of events. No chance encounter of physical elements alone, under any circumstances, could produce consciousness, or the conditions that would then make consciousness possible. If you think of your world, with all of its great natural splendors as coming about initially through the auspices of chance, through an accident of cosmic proportions, then it certainly often seems that such a world can have no greater meaning. Its animation is seen as having no source outside itself. The myth of the great chance encounter that is supposed to have brought forth life on your planet then presupposes, of course, an individual consciousness that is, in certain terms, alive by chance alone. It is somewhat humorous that such a vital consciousness could even suppose itself to be the end product of inert elements that were themselves lifeless, that somehow managed to combine in such a way that your species attained fantasy, logic, vast organizational power, technologies, and civilizations. Your myths tell you that nature itself has no intent except survival. It cares little for the individual, only insofar as the individual helps the species to endure. In its workings, nature then appears to be impersonal, even though it so consists of individuals that it cannot be regarded otherwise. Without the particular plants, animals, people, or even individual cells or viruses, nature has no meaning. Your physical universe, then, had a non-physical origin, in which it is still couched. In the same manner, your individual consciousness has an origin in which it is still couched. Framework 2 represents the inner sphere of reality, the inner dimensions of existence that give your world its own characteristics. The energy and power that keep you alive, that fuels your thoughts, and also the energy that lights your cities, all have their origins in Framework 2. The same energy that leaps into practical use when you turn on your television set also allows you to tune in to the daily experienced events of your lives. In connection with the creation of the universe, and with the creation of public and private events alike, let us for a moment consider a different kind of myth. Tonight, during a pleasant supper time, our friends Rupert and Joseph watched a television production based upon the Cinderella fairy tale. According to the definition I gave earlier, this fairy tale is a myth. Surely it may seem that such a children's tale has little to do with any serious adult discussion concerning anything so profound as the creation of the known world, and most certainly it may appear no scientifically pertinent data about the nature of events can possibly be uncovered from such a source. For one thing, the Cinderella tale has a happy ending, of course, and is therefore highly unrealistic, according to many educators, since it does not properly prepare children for life's necessary disappointments. Fairy godmothers are definitely a thing of the storyteller's imagination, and many serious, earnest adults will tell you that daydreaming or wishing will get you nowhere. In the Cinderella story, however, the heroine, though poor and of low stature, manages to attain a fulfilling and seemingly impossible goal. Her desire to attend a spectacular ball and meet the prince initiates a series of magical events, none following the dictates of logic. The fairy godmother, suddenly appearing, uses the normal objects of everyday life so that they are suddenly transformed, and we have a chariot from a pumpkin, and other transformations of a like nature. The tale has always appealed to children because they recognize the validity behind it. The fairy godmother is a creative personification of the personalized elements in Framework 2, a personification, therefore, of the inner ego that rises to the aid of the mortal self to grant its desires, even when the intents of the mortal self may not seem to fit into the practical framework of normal life. When the inner ego responds in such a fashion, even the commonplace, ordinary, seemingly innocuous circumstances suddenly become charged with a new vitality and appear to quote-unquote work for the individual involved. If you are reading this book, you are already too old to clearly remember the constant fantasies of your early childhood. Children, however, know quite well, automatically, that they have a strong hand in the creation of the events that then seem to happen to them. They experiment very often and quite secretly, since their elders are at the same time trying to make the children conform to a given concrete reality that is more or less already mass-produced for them. Children experiment with the creation of joyful and frightening events, trying to ascertain for themselves the nature of their control over their own experience. They imagine joyful and terrifying experiences. They are, in fact, fascinated by the effects that their thoughts, feelings, and purposes have upon daily events. This is a natural learning process. If they create quote-unquote boogeymen, then they can cause them to disappear also. If their thoughts can cause them to become ill, then there is no real reason for them to fear illness, and it is their own creation. This learning process is nipped in the bud, however. By the time you are adults, it certainly seems that you are a subjective being in an objective universe, at the mercy of others, and with only the most superficial control over the events of your lives. The tale of Cinderella becomes a fantasy, a delusion, or even a story about sexual awakening in Freudian terms. The disappointments you have faced indeed make such a tale seem to be a direct contradiction to life's realities. To some extent or another, however, the child in you remembers a certain sense of mastery only half realized, of power nearly grasped, then seemingly lost forever, and a dimension of existence in which dreams quite literally came true. The child in you sensed more, of course. It sensed its own greater reality in another framework entirely, from which it had only lately emerged, yet with which it was intimately connected. It felt itself surrounded, then, by the greater realities of Framework 2. The child knew, quote unquote, that it came from somewhere else, not by chance, but by design. The child knew that in one way or another, its most intimate thoughts, dreams, and gestures were as connected with the natural world as blades of grass are to a field. The child knew it was a unique and utterly original event or being that on the one hand was its own focus, and that on the other hand belonged to its own time and season. In fact, children let little escape them, so then again they experiment constantly in an effort to discover not only the effect of their thoughts and intents and wishes upon others, but the degree to which others influence their own behavior. To that extent, they deal rather directly with probabilities in a way quite foreign to adult behavior. In a fashion, they make quicker deductions than adults, and often truer ones, because they are not conditioned by a past of structured memory. Their subjective experience, then, brings them in rather direct contact with the methods by which events are formed. Children understand the importance of symbols, and they use them constantly to protect themselves, not from their own reality, but from the adult world. They constantly pretend, and they quickly learn that persistent pretending in any one area will result in a physically experienced version of the imagined activity. They also realize that they do not possess full freedom either, for certain pretended situations will later happen in less faithful versions than the imagined ones. Others will seem almost entirely blocked and never materialize. Before children are acquainted with conventional ideas of guilt and punishment, they realize that it is easier to bring about good events through wishing than it is to bring about unhappy ones. The child carries with him or her the impetus and supporting energy provided him at birth from Framework 2, and he knows intuitively that desires conducive to his development, quote unquote, happen easier than those that are not. His natural impulses naturally lead him toward the development of his body and mind, and he is aware of a cushioning effect and support as he acts in accordance with those inner impulses. The child is innately honest. When he gets sick, he intuitively knows the reason why, and he knows quite well that he brought about the illness. Parents and physicians believe instead that the child is a victim, ill for no personal reason, but indisposed because of elements attacking him, either the outside environment or something working against him from within. The child may be told, "You have a cold because you got your feet wet," or "You caught the cold from Johnny or Sally." He may be told that he has a virus, so that it seems his body itself was invaded despite his will. He learns that such beliefs are acceptable. It is easier to go along than to be honest, particularly when honesty would often involve a kind of communication his parents might frown upon, or the expression of emotions that are quite unacceptable. Mother's little man or brave little girl can then stay at home, for example, courageously bearing up under an illness with his or her behavior condoned. The child may know that the illness is the result of feelings that the parent would consider quite cowardly, or otherwise involve emotional realities that the parents simply would not understand. Gradually, it becomes easier for the child to accept the parent's assessment of the situation. Little by little, the fine relationship, the precise connections between psychological feelings and bodily reality erode. I do not want to oversimplify, and throughout this book we will add other elaborations upon such behavior. The child who gets the mumps with a large number of his classmates, however, knows he has his private reasons for joining into such a mass biological reality, and usually the adult who quote-unquote falls prey to a flu epidemic has little conscious awareness of his own reactions for such a situation. He does not understand the mass suggestions involved, or his own reasons for accepting them. He is usually convinced instead that his body has been invaded by a virus, despite his own personal approval or disapproval. Despite his own personal approval or disapproval. He is therefore a victim, and his sense of personal power is eroded. When a person recovers from such an ordeal, he or she usually grants his recovery to be the result of the medication he has been given, or he may think that he was simply lucky, but he does not grant himself to have any real power in such an affair. The recovery seems to occur to him, as the illness seemed to happen to him. Usually, the patient cannot see that he brought about his own recovery and was responsible for it, because he cannot admit that his own intents were responsible for his own illness. He cannot learn from his own experience then, and each bout of illness will appear largely incomprehensible. Some years ago, before our sessions actually began in late 1963, though immediately previous, Rupert had an experience that he has described in his own books. That event resulted in a scribbled manuscript, unpublished, called The Physical Universe as Idea Construction. His desire and intense intent to understand more of the nature of reality triggered the production of that fragmentary automatic manuscript. He found himself as a young adult at the time of the President Kennedy assassination in a world that seemed to have no meaning. At the same time, while conditioned by the beliefs of his generation, beliefs that still tinge your times, he held on to one supporting belief never completely lost from childhood. His belief, illogical as it sounded when spoken, contradictory as it seemed when applied to daily life, stated that the individual somehow could perceive the nature of reality on his or her own by virtue of innate capacities that belonged to the individual by right, capacities that were a part of man's heritage. In other words, Rupert felt that there was a slim chance of opening doors of knowledge that had been closed, and he decided to take that chance. The results, appearing initially in that now yellowed handwritten script, made him initially see that he had chosen the events of his life in one way or another, and that each person was not the victim but the creator of those events that were privately experienced or jointly encountered with others. In that literally power-packed few hours, he also knew that the physical senses did not so much perceive concrete phenomena, but actually had a hand in the creation of events that were then perceived as actual. The physical universe is the result of idea construction, as Rupert perceived in the experience mentioned. That perception was not the sort of official sense data recognized by your sciences. Rupert did not come to his recognition of the world's mental source through reasoning. Neither could any ordinary physical perception have given him that information. His consciousness left his body, an event not even considered possible by many educated people. Rupert's consciousness merged, while still retaining its own individuality, with the consciousness of the leaves outside his window, and with the nail in the windowsill, and traveled outward and inward at the same time, so that, like a mental wind, his consciousness traveled through other psychological neighborhoods. The origin of your universe is non-physical, and each event, however grand or minute, has its birth in the Framework 2 environment. Your physical universe arose from that inner framework then, and continues to do so. The power that fuels your thoughts has the same source. In a manner of speaking, the universe as you understand it, with all the events that it includes, functions quote-unquote automatically in its important processes, as your own body does. Your individual desires and intents direct that activity of your body's spontaneous processes. That is, your body walks across the floor at your command as a result of your wishes, even though the processes involved must happen, quote-unquote, by themselves. Your intents have a great effect upon your body's health. In the same fashion, jointly, all of the people alive at any given time, quote-unquote, direct the events of the universe to behave in a certain fashion, even though the processes must happen by themselves or automatically. Other species have a hand in this also, however, and in one way or another, all of you direct the activity of the physical body of the world in much the same way that you each direct your own bodily behavior. You were born with the impetus toward growth built in, automatically provided with the inner blueprints that would lead to a developed adult form. Not only the cells, but the atoms and molecules that compose them contained a positive intent to cooperate in a bodily formation, to fulfill themselves, and they were then predisposed not only toward survival, but with an idealization leading toward the best possible development and maturity. All of those characteristics have their sources in Framework 2, for the psychological medium in Framework 2 is automatically conducive to creativity. It is not simply a neutral dimension, therefore, but contains within itself an automatic predisposition toward the fulfillment of all patterns inherent within it. As James said in Rupert's book, the universe is of good intent. It is automatically predisposed again toward the creation of quote-unquote good events. I put the word good in quotes for now because of your misconceptions about the nature of good and evil, which we will discuss somewhat later. To that extent, then, the physical universe, like each physical body, is quote-unquote magical. I use the term purposefully, for it confounds the dictates of your adult reasoning, and perhaps by so confounding what you think of as reason, I may manage to arouse within you a hint of what I refer to as the higher intellect. Reasoning by itself can only deal with deductions made about the known world. It cannot accept knowledge that comes from quote-unquote elsewhere, for such information will not fit in reason's categories, and confounds its cause and effect patterning. The power to reason comes from Framework 2. In the terms of this discussion, you are able to reason as a result of quote-unquote magical events that make reason itself possible. The term magic has in one way or another been used to simply describe events for which reason has no answer, events that exist outside of the framework in which reason feels comfortable. Your scientists consider themselves quite rational, yet many of them, at least, would be more honest when they tried to describe the beginning of the universe if they admitted that reason alone cannot provide any true insight. Each of you are as familiar with the so-called birth of the universe, as close to it or as distant from it as your own recognized consciousness is to your own physical birth, for the initiation of awareness and sensation in one infant really carries all of the same questions as those involved with the birth of the universe. The mother could not consciously control the bodily processes that lead to a birth. In the truest sense, the birth magically happens, as miraculous in those terms as the so-called initial emergence of life upon the planet itself. Scientific analysis of the brain will tell you nothing about the power that moves your thoughts, or hint at the source of the brain's abilities. However, the constant activity between frameworks 1 and 2 is constantly apparent in the very existence of your world, and in the relationships involving your imagination, feelings, and beliefs. and those private and shared events that compose your experience. I do not mean to speak of reason in derogatory terms, for it is well suited to its purposes, which are vital in your reality. It is also true that in the deepest terms you have not developed your reasoning, so that your version of it is bound to result in some distortions. Nor do I mean to agree with those who ask you to use your intuitions and feelings at the expense of your reason. Instead, I will suggest other paths later in this book. Your reasoning, as you now use it, however, deals primarily with reality by dividing it into categories, forming distinctions, following the quote-unquote laws of cause and effect, and largely its realm is the examination of events already perceived. In other words, it deals with the concrete nature of ascertained events that are already facts in your world. On the other hand, your intuitions follow a different kind of organization, as does your imagination, one involved with associations, an organization that unifies diverse elements and brings even known events together in a kind of unity that is often innocent of the limitations dictated by cause and effect. In those terms, then, Framework 2 deals with associations, so that within it, the recognizable events of the physical world can be put together in an infinite number of ways, after which they appear in your private experience according to the directions you have given them through those associations that you form mentally. The coincidences that seem to happen, the chance encounters, the unexpected events, all of these come into your experience because in one way or another you have attracted them, even though their occurrences might seem to have insurmountable odds against them. Those odds, those impediments, do not exist in Framework 2. To some extent or another, your intuitions acquaint you with the fact that you have your own place in the universe, and that the universe itself is well disposed toward you. The intuitions speak of your unique and vital part in the fabric of that universe. The intuitions know that the universe bends in your direction. Your reasoning can deal only with results of your physical perception, however, at least with the training your scientists have allowed it. You have, in fact, denied your reasoning the results of important data, for you have taught it to distrust the psychic faculties. Children's fairy tales still carry some of that ancient knowledge. So far, I have been speaking of Frameworks 1 and 2 separately, and I will continue to do so for your convenience and understanding. Actually, the two merge, of course, for your Framework 1 existence is immersed in Framework 2. Again, your body itself is constantly replenished in Framework 1 because of its simultaneous reality in Framework 2. Framework 2 is ever exteriorizing itself, appearing in your experience as Framework 1. You concentrate so thoroughly upon exterior reality, however, that you often ignore the quite apparent deeper sources of your own physical existence. As a result, you deal with methods of division and categorization so completely that you lose sight of associative organizations, even though you use them constantly in your own most intimate thought processes. Now, you must understand that in a manner of speaking, Framework 2 is on the one hand an invisible version of the physical universe. On the other hand, however, it is far more than that, for it contains within it probable variations of that universe, from the most cosmic scale, say, down to the probable versions of the most minute events of any given physical day. In simple terms, your body has an invisible counterpart in Framework 2. During life, that counterpart is so connected with your own physical tissues, however, that it can be misleading to say that the two, the visible and invisible bodies, are separate. In the same way that your thoughts have a reality in Framework 2, and only for the sake of a meaningful analogy, thoughts could be said to be the equivalent now of objects, for in Framework 2, thoughts and feelings are far more important even than objects are in physical reality. In Framework 2, thoughts instantly form patterns. They are the quote-unquote natural elements in that psychological environment that mix, merge, and combine to form, if you will, the psychological cells, atoms, and molecules that compose events. In those terms, the physical events that you perceive or experience can be compared to quote-unquote psychological objects that appear to exist with a physical concreteness in space and time. Such events usually seem to begin somewhere in space and time, and clearly end there as well. You can look at an object like a table and see its definitions in space. To some extent, you are too close to psychological events to perceive them in the same fashion, of course, yet usual experience seems to have a starting point and a conclusion. Instead, experienced events usually involve only surface perceptions. You observe a table's surface as smooth and solid, even though you realize it is composed of atoms and molecules full of motion. In the same way, you experience a birthday party, an automobile accident, a bridge game, or any psychological event as psychologically solid, with a smooth, experienced surface that holds together in space and time. Such events, however, consist of indivisible quote-unquote particles and faster-than-light perceptions that never show. In other words, they contain psychic components that flow from Framework 2 into Framework 1. Any event, therefore, has an invisible thickness, a multidimensional basis. Your skies are filled with breezes, currents, clouds, sunlight, dust particles, and so forth. The sky vaults above the entire planet. The invisible vault of Framework 2 contains endless patterns that change as, say, clouds do, that mix and merge to form your psychological climate. Thoughts have what we will for now term electromagnetic properties. In those terms, your thoughts mix and match with others in Framework 2, creating mass patterns that form the overall psychological basis behind world events. Again, however, Framework 2 is not neutral, but automatically inclined toward what we will here term good or constructive developments. It is a growth medium. Constructive or quote-unquote positive feelings or thoughts are more easily materialized than quote-unquote negative ones, because they are in keeping with Framework 2's characteristics. If that were not the case, your own species would not have existed as long as it has. Nor would the constructs of civilization, art, commerce, or even technology have been possible. Framework 2 combines order and spontaneity, but its order is of another kind. It is a circular, associative, quote-unquote naturally occurring process, in which spontaneity automatically exists in the overall order that will best fulfill the potentials of consciousness. At birth, each person is automatically equipped with the capacity toward natural growth that will most completely satisfy its own abilities, not at the expense of others, but in an overall context in which the fulfillment of each individual assures the fulfillment of each other individual. In those terms, there is quote-unquote an ideal psychological pattern in which you are yourself intimately connected. The inner ego constantly moves you in that direction. On the other hand, that pattern is not rigid, but flexible enough to take advantage of changing circumstances, even as a plant will turn toward the sun, though you move it from room to room while the sunlight varies its directions. The inner ego does not exist in time as you do, however, so it relies upon your assessment of situations with which your reasoning is equipped to cope. Obviously, there are objects of all sizes, durability, and weight. There are private objects and public ones. There are also, quote-unquote, vast psychological objects then, sweeping mass events, for example, in which whole countries might be involved. There are also mass natural events of varying degrees, as say the flooding of large areas. Such events involve psychological configurations on the part of all those involved, so that the inner individual patterns of those lives touched by each such event have in one way or another a common purpose, that at the same time serves the overall reality on a natural planetary basis. In order to endure, the planet itself must be involved in constant change and instability. I know it is difficult to comprehend, but every object that you perceive, grass or rock or stone, even ocean waves or clouds, any physical phenomenon, has its own invisible consciousness, its own intent and emotional coloration. Each is also endowed with patterns toward growth and fulfillment, not at the expense of the rest of nature, but to the contrary, so that every other element of nature may also be completed. At certain levels, these intents of man and nature may merge. I am speaking in very simple terms now, and yet those involved in a flood, for example, want the past washed away, or want to be flooded by bursts of vital emotions such as disasters often bring. They want to feel a renewed sense of nature's power, and often, though devastated, they use the experience to start a new life. Those with other intents will find excuses to leave such areas. There will be, perhaps, a chance meeting that will result in a hasty trip. On a hunch, someone else might suddenly leave the area to find a new job, or decide to visit a friend in another state. Those whose experiences do not merge with nature's in that regard will not be part of that mass event. They will act on information that comes to them from Framework 2. Those who stay also act on the same information by choosing to participate. When you enter time and physical life, you are already aware of its conditions. You are biologically and psychologically predisposed to grow within that rich environment, to contribute on all levels in the fulfillment of your species, but more than this, to add your own unique viewpoint and experience to the greater patterns of consciousness of which you are part. You are beginning to understand the intimate connections that exist in your physical environment. The psychological connections, however, are far more complicated, so that each individual's dreams and thoughts interweave with each other person's, forming ever-changing patterns of desire and intent. Some of these emerge as physical events, and some do not. Heredity plays far less a part in the so-called formation of character than is generally supposed. For that matter, the same is true of environment, as it is usually understood. Your cultural beliefs predispose you to interpret experience in terms of heredity and environment, however, so that you focus primarily upon them as prime causes of behavior. This, in turn, results in much more structured experience than necessary. You do not concentrate upon the exceptions, the children who do not seem to fit the patterns of their families or environments. So, of course, no attempts are made to view those kinds of unofficial behavior. Because of this, large organized patterns behind human activity often escape your notice almost completely. You read constantly of people who seem to have been most affected by fictional characters, for example, or by personalities from the past, or by complete strangers, more than they have been affected by their own families. Such situations are considered oddities. The human personality is far more open to all kinds of stimuli than is supposed. If information is thought to come to the self only through physical means, then of course heredity and environment must be seen behind human motivation. When you realize that the personality can and does have access to other kinds of information than physical, then you must begin to wonder what effects those data have on the formation of character and individual growth. Children do already possess character at birth, and the entire probable intent of their lives exists then as surely as does the probable plan for the adult body they will later possess. Consciousness forms the genes, and not the other way around. And the about-to-be-born infant is the agency that adds new material through the chromosomal structure. The child is from birth far more aware of all kinds of physical events than is realized also. But beside that, the child uses the early years to explore, particularly in the dream state, other kinds of material that suit its own fancies and intents. And it constantly receives a stream of information that is not at all dependent upon its heredity or environment. On these other levels, the child knows, for example, of its contemporaries born at about the same time. Each person's quote-unquote individual life plan fits in somewhere with that of his or her contemporaries. Those plans are communicated one to the other, and probabilities instantly are set into motion in Framework 2. To some degree or another, calculations are made so that, for instance, individual A will meet individual B at a marketplace 30 years later, if this fits in with the intents of both parties. There will be certain cornerstone encounters in each person's life that are set up as strong probabilities, or as plans to be grown into. There are bodies of events, then, that in a certain fashion you will materialize almost in the same way that you will materialize your own adult body from the structure of the fetus. In those terms, the body works with physical properties, though again, these properties, as discussed often, have their own consciousnesses and realities. Your mental life deals with psychological events, obviously, but beneath so-called normal awareness, the child grows toward the mental body of events that will compose his or her life. Those unique intents that characterize each individual exist in Framework 2 then, and with birth, those intents immediately begin to impress the physical world of Framework 1. Each child's birth changes the world, obviously, for it sets up an instant psychological momentum that begins to affect action in Framework 1 and Framework 2 alike. A child may be born with a strong talent for music, for example. Say the child is unusually gifted. Before he or she is old enough to begin any kind of training, he will know on other levels the probable direction that music will take during his lifetime. He will be acquainted in the dream state with other young budding musicians, though they are infants also. Again, probabilities will be set into motion, so that each child's intent reaches out. There is great flexibility, however, and according to individual purposes, many such children will also be acquainted with music of the past. To one extent or another, this applies to every field of endeavor, as each person adds to the world scene, and as the intents of each individual added to those of each other person alive multiply, so that the fulfillment of the individual results in the accomplishments of your world. And the lack of fulfillment, of course, produces those lacks that are also so apparent. Some readers have brothers or sisters, or both. Others are only children. Your ideas of individuality hamper you to a large extent. To one extent or another, again, each portion of consciousness, while itself, contains the potentials of all consciousnesses. Your private information about the world is not nearly as private as you suppose, therefore, for behind the experience of any one event, each of you possesses information pertaining to other dimensions of that same event that you do not ordinarily perceive. If you are involved in any kind of mass happening, from a concert to an avalanche, you are aware on other levels of all of the actions leading to that specific participation. If buildings are constructed of bricks quite visible, so mass events are formed by many small invisible happenings, each, however, fitting together quite precisely in a kind of psychological masonry in which each of you has a mental hand. This applies to mass conversions and to natural disasters alike. Now, in your terms, more or less historically, early man was in a more conscious relationship with Framework 2 than you are now. As Rubert mentioned in Psychic Politics, there are many gradations of consciousness, and as I mentioned in The Nature of the Psyche, early man used his consciousness in other ways than those you are familiar with. He often perceived what you would call the products of the imagination as sense data, for example, more or less objectified in the physical world. The imagination has always dealt with creativity, and as man began to settle upon a kind of consciousness that dealt with cause and effect, he no longer physically perceived the products of his imagination directly in the old manner. He realized in those earlier times that illness, for instance, was initially as much the result of the imagination as health was, for he experienced far more directly the brilliant character of his own imagination. The lines between imagination and physical experience have blurred for you, and of course they have also become tempered by other beliefs and the experiences that those beliefs then engender. I am putting this very simply here. It is far more complicated, and yet early man, for example, became aware of the fact that no man was injured without that event first being imagined to one extent or another. Therefore, imagined healings were utilized, in which a physical illness was imaginatively cured, and in those days the cures worked. Regardless of your histories, those early men and women were quite healthy. They had strong teeth and bones. They dealt with the physical world through the purposeful use of the imagination, however, in a way now most difficult to understand. They realized they were mortal and must die, but their greater awareness of Framework 2 allowed them a larger identification. So they understood that death was not only a natural necessity, but also an opportunity for other kinds of experience and development. They felt their relationship with nature acutely, experiencing it in a far different fashion than you do yours. They felt that it was the larger expression of their own moods and temperament, the materialization of self-events that were too vast to be contained within the flesh of any one individual or any group of individuals. They wondered where their thoughts went after they had them, and they imagined that in one way or another those thoughts turned into the birds and rocks, the animals and trees that were themselves ever-changing. They also felt that they were themselves, however, that as humans they were the manifestations of the larger expressions of nature that was too splendid to be contained alone within nature's framework, that nature needed them, that is, men, to give it another kind of voice. When men spoke, they spoke for themselves, yet because they felt so a part of the natural environment, they spoke for nature also, and for all of its creatures. Much is not understood in your interpretations. In that world, men knew that nature was balanced. Both animals and men must die. If a man was caught and eaten by animals, as sometimes happened, his fellows did not begrudge the animal its prey, at least not in the deepest of terms. And when they slayed other animals themselves and ate the heart, for example, it was not only to obtain the animal's quote-unquote stout hearts or fearlessness, but also the intent was to preserve those characteristics, so that through men's experiences, each animal would continue to live to some extent. Men in those times protected themselves against storms, and yet in the same way, they did not begrudge the storm its victims. They simply changed the alliances of their consciousnesses from the identification of self within the flesh to self within the storm. Man's and nature's intents were largely the same, and understood as such. Man did not fear the elements in those early times, as is now supposed. Some of the experiences known by early man would seem quite foreign to you now, yet in certain forms they come down through the centuries. Early man, again, perceived himself as himself, an individual. he felt that nature expressed for him the vast power of his own emotions. He projected himself out into nature, into the heavens, and imagined there were great personified forms that later turned into the gods of Olympus, for example. He was also aware of the life force within nature's smallest parts, however, and before sense data became so standardized, he perceived his own version of those individualized consciousnesses, which much later became the elementals, or small spirits. But above all, he was aware of nature's source. He was filled with wonder as his own consciousness ever newly came into being. He had not yet covered over that process with the kind of smooth continuity that your own consciousness has now achieved. So when he thought a thought, he was filled with curiosity. Where had it come from? His own consciousness, then, was forever a source of delight, its changing qualities as noticeable and apparent as the changing sky. The relative smoothness of your own consciousness, in those terms at least, was gained at the expense of certain other experiences, therefore, that were possible otherwise. You could not live in your present world of time if your consciousness was as playful, curious, and creative as it was, for then time was also experienced far differently. It may be difficult for you to understand, but the events that you now recognize are as much the result of the realm of the imagination as those experienced by early man when he perceived as real happenings that now you would consider hallucinatory or purely imaginative. It seems quite clear to you that the mass events of nature are completely outside of your domain. You feel you have no part in nature except as you exert control over it through technology, or harm it, again, through technology. You grant that the weather has an effect upon your moods, but any deeper psychic or psychological connections between you and the elements strikes most of you as quite impossible. You use terms like, quote-unquote, being flooded by emotion, however, and other very intuitive statements, showing your own deeper recognition of events that quite escape you when you examine them through reason alone. Man actually courts storms. He seeks them out, for emotionally he understands quite well their part in his own private life, and their necessity on a physical level. Through nature's manifestations, particularly through its power, man senses nature's source and his own, and knows that the power can carry him to emotional realizations that are required for his own greater spiritual and psychic development. Death is not an end, but a transformation of consciousness. Nature, with its changing seasons, constantly brings you that message. In that light, and with that understanding, nature's disasters do not claim victims. Nature and man together act out their necessary parts in the larger framework of reality. Your concepts about death and nature, however, force you to see man and nature as adversaries, and also program your experience of such events so that they seem to only confirm what you already believe. As I mentioned earlier, each person caught in either an epidemic or a natural disaster will have private reasons for choosing those circumstances. Such conditions also often involve events in which the individual senses a larger identification, however, even sometimes a renewed sense of purpose that makes no sense in ordinary terms. Now, the animals do have imagination, regardless of your current thought. Yet man is so gifted that he directs his experience and forms his civilizations largely through the use of his imaginative abilities. You do not understand this point clearly at all, but your social organizations, your governments, these are based upon imaginative principles. The basis of your most intimate experience, the framework behind all of your organized structures, rests upon a reality that is not considered valid by the very institutions that are formed through its auspices. It is now nearing Easter, and the yearly commemoration of what is considered historic fact, the resurrection and ascension of Christ into heaven. Untold millions have in one way or another commemorated that occasion through the centuries. Private lives have merged with public sentiment and religious fervor. There have been numberless village festivals or intimate family gatherings, and church services performed on Easter Sundays now forgotten. There have been bloody wars fought on the same account, and private persecutions in which those who did not agree with one or another's religious dogmas were quite simply killed, quote unquote, for the good of their souls. There have been spiritual rebirths and regenerations, and ungodly slaughter as well, as a result of the meaning of Easter. Blood and flesh have certainly been touched then, and lives changed in that regard. All of those religious and political structures that you certainly recognize as valid, arising from the quote-unquote event of Christ's ascension, existed and do exist because of an idea. The idea was the result of a spectacular act of the imagination that then leapt upon the historical landscape, highlighting all of the events of the time so that they became illuminated indeed with a blessed and unearthly light. The idea of man's survival of death was not new. The idea of a God's quote-unquote descent to earth was ancient. The old religious myths fit a different kind of people, however, and lasted for as many centuries in the past as Christianity has reached into the future. The miraculous merging of imagination with historical time, however, became less and less synchronized, so that only rites remained, and the old gods seized the imagination no longer. The time was ripe for Christianity. Because man has not understood the characteristics of the world of imagination, he has thus far always insisted upon turning his myths into historical fact, for he considers the factual world alone as the real one. A man, literally of flesh and blood, must then prove beyond all doubt that each and every other human being survives death, by dying, of course, and then by rising, physically perceived, into heaven. Each man does survive death, and each woman, but only such a literal-minded species would insist upon the physical death of a God-man as quote-unquote proof of the pudding. Again, Christ was not crucified. The historical Christ, as he is thought of, was a man illuminated by psychic realities, touched by the infinite realization that any one given individual was, by virtue of his or her existence, a contact between all that is and mankind. Christ saw that in each person divinity and humanity met, and that man survived death by virtue of his existence within the divine. Without exception, all of the horrors connected with Christianity's name came from, quote-unquote, following the letter rather than the spirit of the law, or by insistence upon literal interpretations, while the spiritual, imaginative concepts beneath were ignored. Again, man directs his existence through the use of his imagination, a feat that does distinguish him from the animals. What connects people and separates them is the power of idea and the force of imagination. Patriotism, family loyalty, political affiliations. The ideas behind these have the greatest practical applications in your world. You project yourselves into time like children through freely imagining your growth. You instantly color physical experience and nature itself with the tints of your unique imaginative processes. Unless you think quite consistently and deeply, the importance of the imagination quite escapes you, and yet it literally forms the world that you experience and the mass world in which you live. The theory of evolution, for instance, is an imaginative construct, and yet through its lights, some generations now have viewed their world. The theory of evolution, for instance, is an imaginative construct, and yet through its lights, some generations now have viewed their world. It is not only that you think of yourselves differently, but you actually experience a different kind of self. Your intuitions change their aspects accordingly, so that experience fits the beliefs that you have about it. You act in certain ways. You view the entire universe in a fashion that did not exist before, so that imagination and belief intangibly structure your subjective experience and your objective circumstances. In all of the other imaginative constructs, for example, whatever their merits and disadvantages, man felt himself to be a part of the plan. The planner might be God, or nature itself, or man within nature, or nature within man. There might be many gods or one, but there was a meaning in the universe. Even the idea of fate gave man something to act against, and roused him to action. The idea of a meaningless universe, however, is in itself a highly creative imaginative act. Animals, for example, could not imagine such an idiocy, so that the theory shows the incredible accomplishment of an obviously ordered mind and intellect that can imagine itself to be the result of non-order, or chaos. You have a creature who is capable of quote-unquote mapping its own brain, imagining that the brain's fantastic regulated order could emerge from a reality that itself has no meaning. Indeed, then, the theory actually says that the ordered universe magically emerged, and evolutionists must certainly believe in a god of chance somewhere, or in coincidence with a capital C, for their theories would make no sense at all otherwise. The world of the imagination is indeed your contact with your own source. Its characteristics are the closest to those in Framework 2 that you can presently encounter. Your experience of history, of the days of your life, is invisibly formed by those ideas that exist in the imagination only, and then are projected upon the physical world. This applies to your individual beliefs about yourself and the way you see yourself in your imagination. You are having wars between the Jews and the Arabs and the Christians once again, because emphasis is put upon literal interpretations of spiritual truths. In each person, the imaginative world, its force and power, merges into historical reality. In each person, the ultimate and unassailable and unquenchable power of all that is individualized and dwells in time. Man's imagination can carry him into those other realms, but when he tries to squeeze those truths into frameworks too small, he distorts and bends inner realities so that they become jagged dogmas. Now, the latest growth of fundamentalist religion has arisen as a countermeasure against the theories of evolution. You have then an overcompensation, for in the Darwinian world there was no meaning and no laws. There were no standards of right or wrong, so that large portions of the people felt rootless. The fundamentalists returned to an authoritarian religion in which the slightest act must be regulated. They gave release, and they are giving release to the emotions, and are thus rebelling against scientific intellectualism. They will see the world in black and white terms again, with good and evil clearly delineated in the most simplistic terms, and thus escape a slippery thematic universe in which man's feelings seemed to give him no foothold at all. Unfortunately, the fundamentalists accept literal interpretations of intuitive realities in such a way that they further narrow the channels through which their psychic abilities can flow. The fundamental framework in this period of time, for all its fervor, is not rich, as for example Christianity was in the past with its numerous saints. It is instead a fanatical Puritan vein, peculiarly American in character, and restrictive rather than expansive, for the bursts of emotion are highly structured. That is, the emotions are limited in most areas of life, permitted only an explosive religious expression under certain conditions, when they are not so much spontaneously expressed as suddenly released from the dam of usual repression. The imagination always seeks expression. It is always creative, and underneath the frameworks of society, it provides fresh incentives and new avenues for fulfillment that can become harnessed through fanatical belief. When this happens, your institutions become more repressive, and violence often emerges as a result. If you look for signs of God's vengeance, you will find them everywhere. An avalanche or a flood or an earthquake will not be seen as a natural act of the earth's natural creativity, but instead as a punishment from God for sin. In evolution, man's nature is amoral, and anything goes for survival's sake. There is no possibility of any spiritual survival as far as most evolutionists are concerned. The fundamentalists would rather believe in man's inherent sinful nature, for at least their belief system provides for a framework in which he can be saved. Christ's message was that each man is good inherently, and is an individualized portion of the divine. And yet, a civilization based upon that precept has never been attempted. The vast social structures of Christianity were instead based upon man's quote-unquote sinful nature, not the organizations and structures that might allow him to become good, or to obtain the goodness that Christ quite clearly perceived man already possessed. It seems almost a sacrilege to say that man is good, when everywhere you meet contradictions, for too often man certainly appears to act as if his motives were instead those of a born killer. You have been taught not to trust the very fabric of your being. You cannot expect yourselves to act rationally or altruistically in any consistent manner if you believe that you are automatically degraded, or that your nature is so flawed that such performance is uncharacteristic. You are a part of nature that has learned to make choices, a part of nature that naturally and automatically produces dreams and beliefs about which you then organize your reality. There are many effects which you do not like, but you possess a unique kind of consciousness in which each individual has a hand in the overall formation of a world reality, and you are participating at a level of existence in which you are learning how to transform the imaginative realm of probabilities into a more or less specific physically experienced world. In a way, you choose from an infinite, endless, uncomputable number of ideas, and sculpt these into the physical fragments that compose normal experience. You do this in such a way that the timeless events are experienced in time, and so that they mix and merge to conform to the dimensions of your reality. Along the way, there are accomplishments that are as precious as any creatures of any kind could produce. There are also great failures, but these are failures only in comparison with the glittering inner knowledge of the imagination that holds for you those ideals against which you judge your acts. Those ideals are present in each individual. They are natural inclinations toward growth and fulfillment. Chapter 5. The Mechanics of Experience. Your world and everything in it exists first in the imagination then. You have been taught to focus all of your attention upon physical events, so that they carry the authenticity of reality for you. Thoughts, feelings, or beliefs appear to be secondary, subjective, or somehow not real, and they seem to rise in response to an already established field of physical data. You usually think, for example, that your feelings about a given event are primarily reactions to the event itself. It seldom occurs to you that the feelings themselves might be primary, and that the particular event was somehow a response to your emotions, rather than the other way around. The all-important matter of your focus is largely responsible for your interpretation of any event. For an exercise, then, imagine for a while that the subjective world of your thoughts, feelings, inner images, and fantasies represent the quote-unquote rock-bed reality from which individual physical events emerge. Look at the world for a change from the inside out, so to speak. Imagine that physical experience is somehow the materialization of your own subjective reality. Forget what you have learned about reactions and stimuli. Ignore for a time everything you have believed and see your thoughts as the real events. Try to view normal physical occurrences as the concrete physical reactions in space and time to your own feelings and beliefs. For indeed, your subjective world causes your physical experience. In titling this chapter, I used the word mechanics because mechanisms suggest smooth technological workings. While the world is not a machine, its inner workings are such that no technology could ever copy them. This involves a natural mechanics in which the inner dimensions of consciousness everywhere emerge to form a materialized, cohesive physical existence. Again, your interpretations of identity teach you to focus awareness in such a way that you cannot follow the strands of consciousness that connect you with all portions of nature. In a way, the world is like a multidimensional exotic plant, growing in space and time. Each thought, dream, imaginative encounter, hope, or fear growing naturally into its own bloom. A plant of incredible variety, never for a moment the same, in which each smallest root, leaf, stem, or flower has a part to play and is connected with the whole. Even those of you who intellectually agree that you form your own reality find it difficult to accept emotionally in certain areas. You are, of course, literally hypnotized into believing that your feelings arise in response to events. Your feelings, however, cause the events you perceive. Secondarily, you do, of course, then react to those events. You have been taught that your feelings must necessarily be tied to specific physical happenings. You may be sad because a relative has died, for example, or because you have lost a job, or because you have been rebuffed by a lover, or for any number of other accepted reasons. You are told that your feelings must be in response to events that are happening, or have happened. Often, of course, your feelings, quote-unquote, happen ahead of time, because those feelings are the initial realities from which events flow. A relative might be ready to die, though no exterior sign has been given. The relative's feelings might well be mixed, containing portions of relief and sadness, which you might then perceive, but the primary events are subjective. It is somewhat of a psychological trick in your day and age to come to the realization that you do in fact form your experience and your world, simply because the weight of evidence seems to be so loaded at the other end because of your habits of perception. The realization is like one that comes at one time or another to many people in the dream state, when suddenly they quote-unquote awaken while still in the dream, realizing first of all that they are dreaming, and secondarily that they are themselves creating the experienced drama. To understand that you create your own reality requires that same kind of quote-unquote awakening from the normal awake state, at least for many people. Some, of course, have this knack more than others. The realization itself does indeed change, quote-unquote, the rules of the game, as far as you are concerned, to a rather considerable degree. There are reasons why I am mentioning this now rather than in earlier books. Indeed, our books follow their own rhythms, and this one is, in a way, a further elaboration upon the nature of personal reality. As long as you believe that either good events or bad ones are meted out by a personified God as the reward or punishment for your actions, or on the other hand, that events are largely meaningless, chaotic, subjective knots in the tangled web of an accidental Darwinian world, then you cannot consciously understand your own creativity, or play the role in the universe that you are capable of playing as individuals or as a species. You will instead live in a world where events happen to you, in which you must do sacrifice to the gods of one kind or another, or see yourselves as victims of an uncaring nature. While still preserving the integrity of physical events as you understand them, each of you must alter the focus of your attention to some extent, so that you begin to perceive the connections between your subjective reality at any given time and those events that you perceive at any given time. You are the initiator of those events. This recognition does indeed involve a new performance on the part of your own consciousness, a mental and imaginative leap that gives you control and direction over achievements that you have always performed, though without your conscious awareness. As mentioned before, early man had such an identification of subjective and objective realities. As a species, however, you have developed what can almost be called a secondary nature, a world of technology in which you also now have your existence, and complicated social structures have emerged from it. To develop that kind of structure necessitated a division between subjective and objective worlds. Now, however, it is highly important that you realize your position and accomplish the manipulation of consciousness that will allow you to take true conscious responsibility for your actions and your experience. You can, quote-unquote, come awake from your normal waking state, and that is the natural next step for consciousness to follow, one for which your biology has already equipped you. Indeed, each person does attain that recognition now and then. It brings triumphs and challenges as well. In those areas of life where you are satisfied, give yourselves credit, and in those areas where you are not, remind yourselves that you are involved in a learning process. You are daring enough to accept the responsibility for your actions. Let us look more clearly, however, at the ways in which your private world causes your daily experience, and how it merges with the experience of others. Organized religion has committed many important blunders, yet for centuries Christianity provided a context accepted by large portions of the known world, in which experience could be judged against very definite quote-unquote rules. Experience once focused, chiseled, and yet allowed some rich expression as long as it stayed within the boundaries set by religious dogma. If a man was a sinner, still there was a way of redemption, and the immortality of the soul went largely unquestioned, of course. There were set rules for almost all kinds of social encounters and religious experiences. There were set ceremonies accepted by nearly all for death and birth, and the important stages in between. Church was the authority, and the individual lived out his or her life almost automatically structuring personal experience so that it fit within the accepted norm. Within those boundaries, certain kinds of experience flourished, and of course others did not. In your society, there is no such overall authority. The individual must make his or her own way through a barrage of different value systems, making decisions that were largely unthought of when a son followed his father's trade automatically, for example, or when marriages were made largely for economic reasons. So your present experience is quite different than that of those forefathers who lived in the medieval world, say, and you cannot appreciate the differences in your present subjective attitudes and in the quality as well as the kind of social intercourse that exists now. For all its many errors, at its best, Christianity proclaimed the ultimate meaning of each person's life. There was no question but that life had meaning, whether or not you might agree as to the particular meaning assigned to it. Men's dreams were also different in those times, filled far more with metaphysical images, for example, more alive with saints and demons, but overall, one framework of belief existed, and all experience was judged in its light. Now, you have far more decisions to make, and in a world of conflicting beliefs, brought into your living room through newspapers and television, you must try to find the meaning of your life, or the meaning of life. You can think in terms of experiments. You may try this or that. You may run from one religion to another, or from religion to science, or vice versa. This is true in a way that was impossible for the masses of the people in medieval times. The improved methods of communication alone mean that you are everywhere surrounded by varying theories, cultures, cults, and schools. In some important areas, this means that the mechanics of experience are actually becoming more apparent, for they are no longer hidden beneath one belief system. Your subjective options are far greater, and yet so of course is the necessity to place that subjective experience into meaningful terms. If you believe that you do indeed form your own reality, then you instantly come up against a whole new group of questions. If you actually construct your own experience, individually and en masse, why does so much of it seem negative? You create your own reality, or it is created for you. It is an accidental universe, or it is not. Now, in medieval times, organized religion, or organized Christianity, presented each individual with a screen of beliefs through which the personal self was perceived. Portions of the self that were not perceivable through that screen were almost invisible to the private person. Problems were sent by God as punishment or warning. The mechanics of experience were hidden behind that screen. Now, the beliefs of Charles Darwin and Sigmund Freud alike have formed together to give you a different screen. Experience is accepted and perceived only as it is sieved through that screen. If Christendom saw man as blighted by original sin, Darwinian and Freudian views see him as part of a flawed species, in which individual life rests precariously, ever at the beck and call of the species' needs, and with survival as the prime goal. A survival, however, without meaning. The psyche's grandeur is ignored, the individual's sense of belonging with nature eroded, for it is at nature's expense, it seems, that he must survive. One's greatest dreams and worst fears alike become the result of glandular imbalance, or of neuroses from childhood traumas. Yet in the midst of these beliefs, each individual seeks to find a context in which his or her life has meaning, a purpose which will rouse the self to action, a drama in whose theme private actions will have significance. There are intellectual values and emotional ones, and sometimes there are needs of an emotional nature that must be met regardless of intellectual judgments. The Church provided a cosmic drama in which even the life of a sinner had value, if even only to show God's compassion. In your society, however, the sterile psychic environment often leads to rebellion. People take steps to bring meaning and drama into their lives, even if intellectually they refuse to make the connection. When God went out the window for large masses of people, fate took his place, and volition also became eroded. A person could neither be proud of personal achievement nor blamed for failure, since in large measure his characteristics, potentials, and lacks were seen as the result of chance, heredity, and of unconscious mechanisms over which he seemingly had little control. The devil went underground, figuratively speaking, so that many of his mischievous qualities and devious characteristics were assigned to the unconscious. Man was seen as divided against himself, a conscious figurehead resting uneasily above the mighty haunches of the unconscious beastliness. He believed himself to be programmed by his heredity and early environment, so that it seemed he must be forever unaware of his own true motives. Not only was he set against himself, but he saw himself as a part of an uncaring mechanistic universe, devoid of purpose, intent, and certainly a universe that cared not a whit for the individual, but only for the species. Indeed, a strange world. It was in many respects a new world, for it was the first one in which large portions of humanity believed that they were isolated from nature and God, in which no grandeur was acknowledged as a characteristic of the soul. Indeed, for many people, the idea of the soul itself became unfashionable, embarrassing, and out of date. Here I use the words soul and psyche synonymously. That psyche has been emerging more and more in whatever guise it is allowed to as it seeks to express its vitality, its purpose, and exuberance, and as it seeks out new contexts in which to express a subjective reality, and finally spills over the edges of sterile beliefs. The psyche expresses itself through action, of course, but it carries behind it the thrust from which life springs, and it seeks the fulfillment of the individual, and it automatically attempts to produce a social climate or civilization that is productive and creative. It projects its desires outward onto the physical world, seeking through private experience and social contact to actualize its potentials, and in such a way that the potentials of others are also encouraged. It seeks to flesh out its dreams, and when these find no response in social life, it will nevertheless take personal expression in a kind of private religion of its own. Basically, religion is an activity through which man attempts to see the meaning of his life. It is a construction based on deep psychic knowledge. No matter what the name it might go by, it represents man's connection with the universe. Now, in your society, it is generally thought that a person must have a decent livelihood, a family or other close relationships, good health, and a sense of belonging if the individual is to be at all productive, happy, or content. Better social programming, greater job opportunities, health plans, or urban projects are often considered the means that will bring fulfillment, quote unquote, to the masses. Little, if anything, is said about the personality's innate need to feel that his life has purpose and meaning. Little is said about the personality's innate desire for drama, the kind of inner spiritual drama in which an individual can feel part of a purpose that is his own and yet is greater than himself. There is a need within man to feel and express heroic impulses. His true instincts lead him spontaneously toward the desire to better the quality of his own life and that of others. He must see himself as a force in the world. Animals also dramatize. They possess emotions. They feel a part of the drama of the seasons. They are fully alive in those terms. Nature, in all of its varieties, is so richly encountered by the animals that it becomes their equivalent of your structures of culture and civilization. They respond to its rich nuances in ways impossible to describe, so that their quote-unquote civilizations are built up through the interweavings of sense data that you cannot possibly perceive. They know, the animals, in a way that you cannot, that their private existences have a direct impact upon the nature of reality. They are engaged then. An individual can possess wealth and health, can enjoy satisfying relationships and even fulfilling work, and yet live a life devoid of the kind of drama of which I speak. For unless you feel that life itself has meaning, then each life must necessarily seem meaningless, and all love and beauty end only in decay. When you believe in a universe accidentally formed, and when you think you are a member of a species accidentally spawned, then private life seems devoid of meaning, and events can seem chaotic. Disastrous events thought to originate in a God's wrath could at least be understood in that context, but many of you live in a subjective world in which the events of your lives appear to have no particular reason, or indeed sometimes seem to happen in direct opposition to your wishes. What kind of events can people form when they feel powerless, when their lives seem robbed of meaning, and what mechanics lie behind those events? Now, people die for quote-unquote a cause only when they have found no cause to live by, and when it seems that the world is devoid of meaning, then some people will make a certain kind of statement through the circumstances connected with their own deaths. We will shortly return to a discussion of such quote-unquote causes and their relationship with the person's feelings that life has or does not have a meaning. For now, consider a very simple act. You want to walk across the room and pick up a paper, for example. That purpose is simple and direct enough. It automatically propels your body in the proper fashions, even though you are not consciously aware of the inner mechanisms involved. You do not imagine the existence of blocks or impediments in your way, in the form of additional furniture placed in your path by accident, fate, or design. You make a simple straight path in the proper direction. The act has meaning because it is something you want to do. There are purposes not nearly as easy to describe, however, intents of a psychological nature, yearnings towards satisfactions not so easily categorized. Man experiences ambitions, desires, likes and dislikes of a highly emotional nature, and at the same time he has intellectual beliefs about himself, his feelings, and the world. These are the result of training, for you use your mind as you have been taught. One person may desire fame, and even possess certain abilities that he or she wants to use, and that will indeed lead to that claim. Such a person may also believe that fortune or fame lead to unhappiness, licentiousness, or in some other way brings about disastrous conditions. Here we have a clear purpose to use abilities and receive acclaim. We also have another quite opposing clear purpose, to avoid fame. There are people who want children and mates, and have those excellent qualities that would serve them well as parents. Some of those same individuals may be convinced that love is wrong, however, or that sex is debasing, or that children mean the end of youth. Such persons may then find themselves breaking off good relationships with those of the other sex for no apparent reason, or forcing the other party to break with them. Here again, we have two clear purposes, but they oppose each other. Those who believe in the ultimate meaning of their lives can withstand such pressures, and often such dilemmas and others like them are resolved in an adequate enough fashion. Disappointments, conflicts, and feelings of powerlessness can begin to make unfortunate inroads in the personalities of those who believe that life itself has little meaning. Such people begin to imagine impediments in their paths, as surely as anyone would who imagined that physical barriers were suddenly put up between them and a table they wanted to reach at the end of the room. When you simply want to reach a destination in space, there are maps to explain the nature of the land and waterways. When we are speaking of the psychological role of destinations, however, there is more to consider. Once more, your body is mobilized when you want to move. It responds to your intent and purpose. It is your private inner environment, psychically speaking. Your psychological intents instantly mobilize your energies on a psychic level. You have what I will call for now, quote-unquote, a body of thought, and it is that quote-unquote body that constantly springs into action at your intent. When you want to go downtown, you know that destination exists, though you may be miles away from it. When you want to find a mate, you take it for granted that a potential mate exists, though where in space and time you do not know. Your intent to find a mate sends out quote-unquote strands of consciousness, however, composed of desire and intent. Like detectives, these search the world, looking in a completely different way than a physical sleuth. The world is probed with your characteristics in mind, seeking for someone else with characteristics that will best suit your own. And whatever your purpose is, the same procedure on a psychic level is involved. The organization of your feelings, beliefs, and intents directs the focus about which your physical reality is built. This follows with impeccable spontaneity and order. If you believe in the sinfulness of the world, for instance, then you will search out from normal sense data those facts that confirm your belief. But beyond that, at other levels, you also organize your mental world in such a way that you attract to yourself events that, again, will confirm your beliefs. Death is a part of you, even as birth is. Its import varies according to the individual, and in a certain fashion, death is your last chance to make a statement of import in any given life, if you feel you have not done so earlier. Some people's deaths are quiet periods. Some others are exclamation points, so that later it can be said that the person's death loomed almost greater in importance than the life itself. Some people die in adolescence, filled with the flush of life's possibilities, still half dazzled by the glory of childhood, and ready to step with elation upon the threshold of adulthood, or so it seems. Many such young persons prefer to die at that time, where they feel the possibilities for fulfillment are intricate and endless. They are often idealists, who beneath it all, beneath the enthusiasm, the intelligence, and sometimes beneath extraordinary ability, still feel that life could no more than sully those abilities, dampen those spiritual winds, and darken that promise that could never be fulfilled. This is not the reason for all such deaths by any means, but there is usually an implied statement in them, so that the death seems to have an additional meaning that makes parents and contemporaries question. Such individuals usually choose deaths with a highly dramatic content, because regardless of appearances, they have not been able to express the dramatic contents of their psyches in the world as it seems to be to them. They turn their deaths into lessons for other people, forcing them to ask questions that would not be asked before. There are also mass statements of the same kind, for people come together to die, however, to seek company in death as they do in life. People who feel powerless and who find no cause for living can come together then and, quote-unquote, die for a cause that did not give them the will or reason to live. They will seek out others of their kind. The inner mechanics of emotions and beliefs are complicated, but these are individuals who feel that physical life has failed them. They are powerless in society. They think in black and white, and conflicts between their emotions and their beliefs about their emotions lead them to seek some kind of shelter in a rigid belief system that will give them rules to go by. Such systems lead to the formation of cults, and the potential members seek out a leader who will serve their purposes as surely as they seem to serve his, through an inner mechanics of which each member is at least somewhat aware. If you cannot trust your private self, then you will not trust yourself in your relationships with others or in society. If you do not trust your private self, you will be afraid of power, for you will fear that you are bound to misuse it. You may then purposefully put yourself in a position of weakness, while all of the time claiming that you seek influence. Not understanding yourself, you will be in a quandary, and the mechanics of experience will appear mysterious and capricious. There are certain situations, however, in which those mechanics can be clearly seen, and so let us examine some such circumstances. A few that I discuss may be exaggerated, and that they are not quote-unquote normal conditions in most people's lives. Their rather bizarre nature, however, throws a giant spotlight upon intense purposes and cross-purposes that too often appear in the lives of quite normal men and women. When people are convinced that the self is untrustworthy for whatever reasons, or that the universe is not safe, then instead of luxuriating in the use of their abilities, exploring the physical and mental environments, they begin to pull in their realities, to contract their abilities, to over-control their environments. They become frightened people, and frightened people do not want freedom, mental or physical. They want shelter, a definite set of rules. They want to be told what is good and bad. They lean toward compulsive behaviors. They seek out leaders, political, scientific, or religious, who will order their lives for them. In the next portion of this book, we will discuss people who are frightened of themselves then, and the roles that they seek in private and social behavior. To some extent, we will be discussing closed environments, whether mental or physical, in which questioning becomes taboo and dangerous. Such environments may be private, as in the case of persons with what are generally called mental disorders, or they may be shared by many, in, for example, mass paranoia. There are religious cults, and there are also scientific ones. There are people who follow a cult that is purely private, with rules and regulations as rigorous as any sent down to a group of frightened followers by a despot of whatever kind. Such conditions exist, and I hope that such a discussion will lead to greater understanding. A large portion of this book will be devoted, of course, to the introduction of concepts that will privately encourage greater productivity and creativity, and therefore automatically contribute to more healthy and sane social ways. Part 3. People who are frightened of themselves. Chapter 6. Controlled environments and positive and negative mass behaviors. Religious and scientific cults and private paranoias. Now, subject: paranoia and its manifestations. Paranoia is extremely interesting because it shows the ways in which private beliefs can distort events that connect the individual with other people. The events are quote-unquote distorted, yet while the paranoid is convinced that those events are valid, this does not change other people's perception of the same happenings. What I want to emphasize here is the paranoid's misinterpretation of innocuous personal or mass events, and to stress the ways in which physical events can be put together symbolically, so that from them a reality can be created that is almost part physical and part dream. You must, of course, interpret events in a personal manner. You create them. Yet there is also a meeting ground of more or less shared physical encounters, a sense plateau that offers firm enough footing for the agreement of a mass shared world. With most mental aberrations, you are dealing with people whose private symbols are so heavily thrust over prime sense data that even those data sometimes become almost invisible. These individuals often use the physical world in the same way that most people use the dream world, so that for them it is difficult to distinguish between a private and a publicly shared reality. Many such people are highly creative and imaginative. Often, however, they have less of a solid foundation than others in dealing with a mass shared reality, and so they attempt to impose their own private symbols upon the world, or to form a completely private world. I am speaking in general terms now, and in those terms, such people are leery of human relationships. Each person forms his or her own reality, and yet that personal reality must also be shared with others, and must be affected by the reality of others. As creatures dwelling in time and space, your senses provide you with highly specific data and with a cohesive enough physical reality. Each person may react to the seasons in a very personalized manner, and yet you all share those natural events. They provide a framework for experience. It is up to the conscious mind to interpret sense events as clearly and concisely as possible. This allows for the necessary freedom of action for psychological and physical mobility. You are an imaginative species, and so the physical world is colored, charged by your own imaginative projections, and powered by the great sweep of the emotions. But when you are confused or upset, it is an excellent idea to return your attention to the natural world as it appears at any given moment, to sense its effect upon you as separate from your own projections. You form your own reality. Yet, if you are in the Northeast in the winter time, you had better be experiencing a physical winter, or you are far divorced from primary sense data. The paranoid has certain other beliefs. Let us take a hypothetical individual, one who is convinced he has a healthy body and is proud of mental stability. Let us call this friend Peter. Peter, for his own reasons, may decide that his body is out to get him and punish him, rather than, say, the FBI. He may symbolically pick out an organ or a function, and he will misinterpret many body events in the same way that another may misinterpret mass events. Any public service announcements, so-called, publicizing symptoms connected with his sensitive area will immediately alarm him. He will consciously and unconsciously focus upon that part of the body, anticipating its malfunction. Our friend can indeed alter the reality of his body. Peter will interpret such body events in a negative fashion and as threatening, so that some quite normal sensations will serve the same functions as a fear of policemen, for example. If he keeps this up long enough, he will indeed strain a portion of the body, and by telling others about it, he will gradually begin to affect not only his personal world, but that part of the mass world with which he has contact. It will be known that he has an ulcer or whatever. In each case, we are dealing with a misinterpretation of basic sense data. When I say that a person misinterprets sense data, I mean that the fine balance between mind and matter becomes overstrained in one direction. There are then certain events that connect the world, though when everything is said and done, these events come from outside of the world's order. Nevertheless, they appear as constants within it. Their reality is the result of the most precise balancing of forces, so that certain mental events appear quite real, and others are peripheral. You have dusk and dawn. If in the middle of the night and fully awake, you believe it is sunrise in physical terms, you cannot differentiate between your personal reality and the physical one. Then that balance is disturbed. The paranoid organizes the psychological world about his obsession, for such it is, and he cuts everything out that does not apply until all conforms to his beliefs. An examination of unprejudiced sense data at any point would at any time bring him relief. There is an enchanting suggestion, solemnly repeated many times, particularly after the turn of the century. Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better. This might sound like a bit of overly optimistic, though maybe delightful nonsense. To a degree, however, that suggestion worked for millions of people. It was not a cure-all. It did not help those who believed in the basic untrustworthiness of their own natures. The suggestion was far from a bit of fluff, however, for it could serve, and it did, as a framework about which new beliefs could rally. We often have in your society the opposite suggestion, however, given quite regularly. Every day, in every way, I am growing worse, and so is the world. You have meditations for disaster, beliefs that invite private and mass tragedies. They are usually masked by the polite clothing of conventional acceptance. Many thousands may die in a particular battle of war, for example. The deaths are accepted almost as a matter of course. These are victims of war without question. It seldom occurs to anyone that these are victims of beliefs, since the guns are quite real, and the bombs and the combat. The enemy is obvious. His intentions are evil. Wars are basically examples of mass suicide, embarked upon, however, with all of the battle's paraphernalia, carried out through mass suggestion, and through the nation's greatest resources, by men who are convinced that the universe is unsafe, that the self cannot be trusted, and that strangers are always hostile. You take it for granted that the species is aggressively combative. You outthink the enemy nation before you yourself are destroyed. These paranoid tendencies are largely hidden beneath man's nationalistic banners. Quote unquote, the end justifies the means. This is another belief most damaging. Religious wars always have paranoid tendencies, for the fanatic always fears conflicting beliefs and systems that embrace them. You have occasional epidemics that flare up, with victims left dead. Partially, these are also victims of beliefs, for you believe that the natural body is the natural prey of viruses and diseases over which you have no personal control, except as it is medically provided. In the medical profession, the overall suggestion that operates is one that emphasizes and exaggerates the body's vulnerability and plays down its natural healing abilities. People die when they are ready to die, for reasons that are their own. No person dies without a reason. You are not taught that, however, so people do not recognize their own reasons for dying, and they are not taught to recognize their own reasons for living, because you are told that life itself is an accident in a cosmic game of chance. Therefore, you cannot trust your own intuitions. You think that your purpose in life must be something else, or someone else, than you are. In such a situation, many people seek out causes, and hope to merge the purposes of the cause with their own unrecognized one. There have been many great men and women involved in causes to which they gave their energies, resources, and support. Those people, however, recognized the importance of their own beings and added that vitality to causes in which they believed. They did not submerge their individuality to causes. Instead, they asserted their individuality and became more themselves. They extended their horizons, pushed beyond the conventional mental landscapes, driven by zest and vitality, by curiosity and love, and not by fear. Many people lost their lives recently in the tragedy of Jonestown, Guyana. People willingly took poison at the command of their leader. No armies stood outside the grounds, no bombs fell. There was no physical virus that spread through the multitude. There was no clothing to decorate the mechanisms of events. Those people succumbed to an epidemic of beliefs, to an environment that was closed mentally and physically. The villains consisted of the following ideas: that the world is unsafe and growing deadly, that the species itself is tainted by a deadly intent, that the individual has no power over his or her reality, that society or social conditions exist as things in themselves, and that their purposes run directly counter to the fulfillment of the individual. And lastly, that the end justifies the means, and that the actions of any kind of God is powerless in this world. The people who died were idealists, perfectionists of exaggerated quality, whose very desire for the good was tainted and distorted by those beliefs just mentioned. For those beliefs must gradually shut out perception of good from experience. Man is of good intent. When you see evil everywhere in man's intent, in your own actions and those of others, then you set yourself up against your own existence and that of your kind. You focus upon the gulf between your ideals and your experience, until that gulf is all that is real. You will not see man's good intent, or you will do so ironically, for in comparison with your ideals, good in the world appears to be so minute as to be a mockery. To this extent, experience becomes closed. Such people are frightened of themselves and of the nature of their existence. They may be intelligent or stupid, gifted or mundane, but they are frightened of experiencing themselves as themselves, or of acting according to their own wishes. They help create the dogma or system or cult to which they, quote-unquote, fall prey. They expect their leader to act for them. To a certain extent, he soaks up their paranoia until it becomes an unquenchable force in him, and he is their quote-unquote victim as much as his followers are his quote-unquote victims. In the Guyana affair, you had quote-unquote red-blooded Americans dying on a foreign shore, but not under the banner of war, which under certain circumstances would have been acceptable. You did not have Americans dying in a bloody revolution, caught among terrorists. You had instead Americans succumbing in a foreign land to some beliefs that are peculiarly American and homegrown. Beside the list given earlier, you have the American belief that money will solve almost any social problem, that the middle-class way of life is the correct quote-unquote democratic one, and the difficulty between blacks and whites in particular can be erased by applying social bandages, rather than by attacking the basic beliefs behind them. Many young men and women have come to adulthood in fine ranch houses in good neighborhoods. They would seem to be at the peak of life, the product of the best America has to offer. They never had to work for a living, perhaps. They may have attended colleges, but they are the first to realize that such advantages do not necessarily add to the quality of life, for they are the first to arrive at such an enviable position. The parents have worked to give their children such advantages, and the parents themselves are somewhat confused by their children's attitudes. The money and position, however, have often been attained as a result of the belief in man's competitive nature, and that belief itself erodes the very prizes it produces. The fruit is bitter in the mouth. Many of the parents believed, quite simply, that the purpose of life was to make more money. Virtue consisted of the best car or house or swimming pool, proof that one could survive in a tooth-and-claw world. But the children wondered, what about those other feelings that stirred in their consciousnesses? What about those purposes they sensed? The hearts of some of them were like vacuums, waiting to be filled. They looked for values, but at the same time, they felt that they were themselves sons and daughters of a species tainted, at loose ends, with no clear distinctions. They tried various religions, and in the light of their opinions of themselves, their earlier advantages seemed only to damn them further. They tried social programs, and found a curious sense of belonging with the disadvantaged, for they were also rootless. The disadvantaged and the advantaged alike then joined in a bond of hopelessness, endowing a leader with a power they felt they did not possess. They finally retreated into isolation from the world that they knew, and the voice of their leader at the microphone was a magnified merging of their own voices. In death, they fulfilled their purposes, making a mass statement. It would make Americans question the nature of their society, of their religions, their politics, and their beliefs. Each person decided to go along on that course. Now, you could not live without viruses, nor could your biological reality as you know it now exist. Viruses appear to be, quote-unquote, the bad guys, and as a rule, you think of them separately, as, for example, the smallpox virus. There are overall affiliations in which viruses take part, however, in which delicate balances are maintained biologically. Each body contains countless viruses that could be deadly at any given time and under certain conditions. These, and I am putting it as simply as possible, take turns being active or inactive within the body, in accordance with the body's overall condition. Viruses that are quote-unquote deadly in certain stages are not in others, and in those later stages they react biologically in quite beneficial ways, adding to the body's stability by bringing about necessary changes, say, in cellular activities that are helpful at given rates of action. These, in turn, trigger other cellular changes, again of a beneficial nature. As an example from another field, consider poisons. Belladonna can be quite deadly, yet small doses of it were known to aid the body in disease conditions. The viruses in the body have a social, cooperative existence. Their effects become deadly only under certain conditions. The viruses must be triggered into destructive activity, and this happens only at a certain point, when the individual involved is actively seeking either death or a crisis situation biologically. The initial contagion in such cases is always emotional and mental. Social conditions are usually involved, so that an individual is, say, at the lower end of a poor social environment, a seeming victim of it, or in a situation where his individual value as a social member is severely weakened. Now, in the same way that a member of such a society can go askew, blow his stack, go overboard, commit antisocial acts, so in the same fashion, such a person can instead trigger the viruses, wreck their biological social order, so that some of them suddenly become deadly or run amok. So, of course, the resulting diseases are infectious. To that degree, they are social diseases. It is not so much that a virus, say, suddenly turns destructive, though it does, as it is that the entire cooperative structure within which all the viruses are involved becomes insecure and threatened. I told you that viruses mutate. Such is often the case. It seems quite scientific to believe in inoculations against such dangerous diseases, and certainly, scientifically, inoculations seem to work. People in your time right now are not plagued by smallpox, for example. Some cultures have believed that illnesses were caused by demons. Medicine men, through certain ceremonies, would try to rid the body of the demons, and those methods worked also. The belief system was tight and accepted, and it only began to fail when those societies encountered quote-unquote civilized views. If you call the demons quote-unquote negative beliefs, however, then you have taken strides forward. People continue to die of diseases. Many of your scientific procedures, including inoculations, of themselves, quote-unquote, cause new diseases. It does not help a patient inoculated against smallpox and polio if eventually he dies of cancer as a result of his negative beliefs. What I have said about viruses applies to all biological life. Viruses are, quote-unquote, highly intelligent, meaning that they react quickly to stimuli. They are responsive to emotional states. They are social. Their scale of life varies considerably, and some can be inactive for centuries and revive. They have extensive memory patterns, biologically imprinted. Some can multiply in the tens of thousands within seconds. They are in many ways the basis of biological life, but you are aware of them only when they show, quote-unquote, a deadly face. You are not aware of the inner army of viruses within the body that protect it constantly. Host and virus both need each other, and both are part of the same life cycle. Now, I said that the people of Jonestown died of an epidemic of beliefs. The case was startling again because of the obvious suicidal acts. The poison was, after all, left as evidence. Had the same number of people been found dead of a vicious disease, smallpox or whatever, the virus involved would have been the villain. I want to discuss thoughts and viruses along with the health of the body. You think of viruses as physical, and of thoughts as mental. You should know that thoughts also have their physical aspects in the body, and that viruses have their mental aspects in the body. At times, you have both asked why an ailing body does not simply assert itself and use its healing abilities, throwing off the negative influence of a given set of beliefs and thoughts. When you think of thoughts as mental and viruses as physical, the question is understandable. It is not just that thoughts influence the body, as of course they do, but each one of them represents a triggering stimulus, bringing about hormonal changes and altering the entire physical situation at any given time. Your physical body is an entity, the fleshed-out version, the physically alive version of the body of your thoughts. It is not that your thoughts just trigger chemical reactions in the body, but that your thoughts have a chemical reality beside their recognizable mental aspects. I will have to use an analogy. It is not the best, but I hope it will get the point across. It is as if your thoughts turned into the various appendages of your body. They have an invisible existence within your body as surely as viruses do. Your body is composed not only of the stuff within it that, say, X-rays or autopsies can reveal, but it also involves profound relationships, alliances, and affiliations that nowhere physically show. Your thoughts are as physically pertinent to your body as viruses are, as alive and self-propagating, and they themselves form inner affiliations. Their vitality automatically triggers all of the body's inner responses. When you think thoughts, they are conscious. You think in sentences or paragraphs, or perhaps in images. Those thoughts, as clearly as I can explain this, rise from inner components of which you are unaware. When the thought is thought, it is, say, broken down again to those components. Your thoughts have an emotional basis also. The smallest cell within your body contributes to that emotional reality and reacts instantly to your thoughts. In those terms, thoughts move far quicker, of course, than viruses. The actions of the virus follows the thought. Each thought is registered biologically. Basically, when you have an immunity to a disease, you have a mental immunity. You think of viruses as evil, spreading perhaps from country to country, to quote-unquote invade scores of physical mechanisms. Now, thoughts are quote-unquote contagious. You have a natural immunity against all thoughts that do not fit in with your own purposes and beliefs. And naturally, you are quote-unquote inoculated with a wholesome trust and belief in your own thoughts above others. The old ideas of voodooism recognized some of these concepts, but complicated and distorted them with fears of evil, psychic invasion, psychic killing, and so forth. You cannot divide, say, mental and physical health, nor can you divide a person's philosophy from his bodily condition. While I say all of this about thoughts and viruses, remember the context of the discussion, for new information and insights are always available to an individual from Framework 2, and the body does indeed send its own signals. The people who died at Jonestown believed that they must die. They wanted to die. How could their thoughts allow them to bring about their bodily deaths? Again, this question makes sense only if you do not realize that your thoughts are as physically a part of your body as viruses are. Now, the Jonestown disaster happened long after we began this book. Just lately, another event occurred, a breakdown and near disaster at a nuclear plant near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Now, in my other books, I have rarely commented upon public events of any nature. This manuscript, however, is devoted to the interplay that occurs between individual and mass experience, and so we must deal with your national dreams and fears, and their materializations in private and public life. In scientific terms, there was no fallout involved in the disaster at Jonestown. Yet there was, of course, a psychological fallout, and effects that will be felt throughout the land of the people in all walks of life. The Jonestown situation definitely involved all of the characteristics that I have ascribed as belonging to a cult. There was fanaticism, a closed mental environment, the rousing of hopes toward an ideal that seemed unachievable because of the concentration upon all of the barriers that seemed to stand in its way. Most cults have their own specialized language of one kind or another, particular phrases used repetitively, and this special language further serves to divorce the devotees from the rest of the world. This practice was also followed by those at Jonestown. Loyalty to friends and family was discouraged, and so those in Jonestown had left strong bonds of intimacy behind. They felt threatened by the world, which was painted by their beliefs so that it represented a picture of unmitigated evil and corruption. All of this should be fairly well recognized by now. The situation led to the deaths of hundreds. The Harrisburg situation potentially threatened the lives of many thousands, and in that circle of events, the characteristics of a cult are less easy to discern, yet they are present. You have scientific cults as well as religious ones. Religion and science both loudly proclaim their search for truth, although they are seemingly involved in completely opposing systems. They both treat their beliefs as truths with which no one should tamper. They search for beginnings and endings. The scientists have their own vocabulary, which is used to reinforce the exclusive nature of science. Now, I am speaking of the body of science in general terms here, for there is, in a way, a body of science that exists as a result of each individual scientist's participation. A given scientist may act quite differently in his family life and as a scientist. He may love his family dog, for example, while at the same time think nothing of injecting other animals with diseased tissue in his professional capacity. Granting that, however, cults interact, and so there is quite a relationship between the state of religion when it operates as a cult and the state of science when it operates as a cult. Right now, your cultish religions exist in response to the cultish behavior of science. Science insists it does not deal with values, but leaves those to philosophers. In stating that the universe is an accidental creation, however, a meaningless chance conglomeration formed by an unfeeling cosmos, it states quite clearly its belief that the universe and man's existence has no value. All that remains is what pleasure or accomplishment can somehow be wrested from man's individual biological processes. A recent article in a national magazine speaks quote-unquote glowingly about the latest direction of progress in the field of psychology, saying that man will realize that his moods, thoughts, and feelings are the result of the melody of chemicals that swirl in his brain. That statement devalues man's subjective world. The scientists claim a great idealism. They claim to have the way toward truth. Their quote-unquote truth is to be found by studying the objective world, the world of objects, including animals and stars, galaxies and mice, but by viewing these objects as if they are themselves without intrinsic value, as if their existences have no meaning. Now, those beliefs separate man from his own nature. He cannot trust himself, for who can rely upon the accidental bubblings of hormones and chemicals that somehow form a stew called consciousness, an unsavory brew at best? So the field of science will forever escape opening up into any great vision of the meaning of life. It cannot value life, and so, in its search for the ideal, it can indeed justify in its philosophy the possibility of an accident that might kill many, many people through direct or indirect means, and kill the unborn as well. That possibility is indeed written in the scientific program. There are plans, though faulty ones, of procedures to be taken in case of accident. So in your world, that probability exists, and is not secret. As a group, the scientists rigorously oppose the existence of telepathy or clairvoyance, or of any philosophy that brings these into focus. Only lately have some begun to think in terms of mind affecting matter, and even such a possibility disturbs them profoundly, because it shatters the foundations of their philosophical stance. The scientists have long stood on the side of quote-unquote intelligence and reason, logical thought, and objectivity. They are trained to be unemotional, to stand apart from their experience, to separate themselves from nature, and to view any emotional characteristics of their own with an ironical eye. Again, they have stated that they are neutral in the world of values. They became, until recently, the new priests. All problems, it seemed, could be solved scientifically. This applied to every avenue of life, to health matters, social disorders, economics, even to war and peace. How did such scientific gentlemen, with all of their precise paraphernalia, with all of their objective and reasonable viewpoints, end up with a nuclear plant that ran askew, that threatened present and future life? And what about the people who lived nearby? Chapter 7. The Good, the Bad, and the Catastrophic. Jonestown, Harrisburg, and When is an Idealist a Fanatic? Various kinds of governments represent the exercise of different aspects of consciousness. The American experiment with democracy is heroic, bold, and innovative. In historic terms, as you understand them, this is the first time that all of the inhabitants of a country were to be legally considered equal citizens one with the other. That was to be, and is, the ideal. In practical terms, of course, there often are inequalities. Treatment in the marketplace or in society often shows great divergence from that stated national ideal. Yet the dream is a vital portion of American national life, and even those who are unscrupulous must pay it at least lip service, or cast their plans in its light. In the past, and in large areas of the world now, many important decisions are not made by the individual, but by the state, or religion, or society. In this century, several issues came to the forefront of American culture. The exteriorization of organized religion, which became more of a social rather than a spiritual entity, and the joining of science with technology and moneyed interests. Rupert's book on William James would be good background material here, particularly the sections dealing with democracy and spiritualism. In any case, on the one hand, each individual was to be equal with each other person. Marriages, for example, were no longer arranged. A man no longer need follow his father's vocational footsteps. Young adults found themselves faced with a multitudinous number of personal decisions that in other cultures were made more or less automatically. The development of transportation opened up the country so that an individual was no longer bound to his or her native town or region. All of this meant that man's conscious mind was about to expand its strengths, its abilities, and its reach. The country was, and still is, brimming with idealism. That idealism, however, ran smack into the dark clouds of Freudian and Darwinian thought. How could a country be governed effectively by individuals who were, after all, chemicals run amok in images, with neuroticism built in from childhood, children of a tainted species, thrown adrift by a meaningless cosmos in which no meaning could be found? Organized religion felt threatened, and if it could not prove that man had a soul, it could at least see to it that the needs of the body were taken care of through suitable social work, and so it abandoned many of the principles that might have added to its strength. Instead, it settled for platitudes that equated cleanliness with virtue, hence, of course, your deodorant advertisements and many other aspects of the marketplace. In the public mind, it made little difference whether the devil or tainted genes condemned the individual to a life in which it seemed he could have little control. He began to feel powerless. He began to feel that social action itself was of little value, for if man's evil were built in for whatever reasons, then where was there any hope? There was some hope, at least, in looking for better living conditions personally. There was some hope in forgetting one's doubts in whatever exterior distractions could be found. Idealism is tough, and it is enduring, and no matter how many times it is seemingly slain, it comes back in a different form. So those who felt that religion had failed them looked anew to science, which promised to provide the closest approximation to heaven on earth, mass production of goods, 2 cars in every garage, potions for every ailment, solutions for every problem. And it seemed in the beginning that science delivered, for the world was changed from candlelight to electric light to neon in the flicker of an eye, and man could travel in hours distances that to his father or grandfather took days on end. And while science provided newer and newer comforts and conveniences, few questions were asked. There was, however, no doubt about it. Exterior conditions had improved, yet the individual did not seem any happier. By this time it was apparent that the discoveries of science could also have a darker side. Life's exterior conveniences would hardly matter if science's knowledge was used to undermine the very foundations of life itself. The various potions taken faithfully by the public were now often found to have very unfortunate side effects. The chemicals used to protect agriculture had harmful effects upon people. Such situations bothered the individual far more than the threat of nuclear disaster, for they involved his contact with daily life, the products that he bought, the medicines that he took. Some people looked, and are looking, for some authority, any authority, to make their decisions for them, for the world seems increasingly dangerous, and they, because of their beliefs, feel increasingly powerless. They yearn toward old ways, when the decisions of marriage were made for them, when they could safely follow in their father's footsteps, when they were unaware of the lure of different places and forced to remain at home. They have become caught between science and religion. Their idealism finds no particular outlet. Their dreams seem betrayed. Those people look to cults of various kinds, where decisions are made for them, where they are relieved of the burden of an individuality that has been robbed of its sense of power by conflicting beliefs. At one time, the males might have been drafted into the army and, secretly exultant, gone looking for the period before full adulthood, where decisions would be made for them, where they could mark time, and where those who were not fully committed to life could leave it with a sense of honor and dignity. In the past also, even in your country, there were convents and monasteries for those who did not want to live in the world as other people did. They might pursue other goals, but the decisions of where to live, what to do, where to go, how to live, would be made for them. Usually, such people were joined by common interests, a sense of honor, and there was no retaliation to be feared in this century. Cults, however, deal primarily with fear, using it as a stimulus. They further erode the power of the individual, so that he is frightened to leave. The group has power. The individual has none, except that the power of the group is vested in its leader. Those who died in Guyana, for example, were suicidally inclined. They had no cause to live for, because their idealism became so separated from any particular actualization that they were left only with its ashes. The leader of Jonestown was at heart an idealist. When does an idealist turn into a fanatic? When can the search for the good have catastrophic results? And how can the idealism of science be equated with the near disaster at 3 Mile Island, and with the potential disasters that, in your terms, exist in the storage of nuclear wastes, or in the production of nuclear bombs? Now, people who live in tornado country carry the reality of a tornado in their minds and hearts as a psychological background. To one extent or another, all of the events of their lives have been punctuated or accented by the possibility of disaster. They feel that at any time they might be caused to face the greatest challenge, to rely upon their strongest resources, their greatest forbearance, and faced by a test of endurance. They use, or they often use, such a psychological and physical backdrop to keep those qualities alive within themselves, for they are the kind of people who like to feel pitted against a challenge. Often, the existence of probabilities and their acceptance does provide a kind of exterior crisis situation that individually and en masse is a symbol of independence and inner crisis. The crisis is met in the exterior situation, and as the people deal with that situation, they symbolically deal with their own inner crises. In a way, those people trust such exterior confrontations, and even count upon a series of them, of varying degrees of severity, that can be used throughout a lifetime for such purposes. Those who survive feel that they have been given a new lease on life, regardless of their circumstances. They could have been killed and were not. Others use the same circumstances as excuses for no longer hanging on to a wish for life, and so it seems that while saving face, they fall prey to the exterior circumstances. Let us look at the many forms idealism can take. Sometimes it is difficult to identify idealists because they wear such pessimistic clothing that all you can see are the patterns of a sardonic nature or of irony. On the other hand, many who speak most glowingly in the most idealistic fashions underneath are filled with the darkest aspects of pessimism and despair. If you are idealists, and if you feel relatively powerless in the world at the same time, and if your idealism is general and grandiose, unrelated to any practical plans for its expression, then you can find yourself in difficulties indeed. Here are a few specific examples of what I mean. One evening, in this very living room, a small group was assembled not too long ago. One visitor, a man from another part of the country, began to speak about the state of the nation, largely condemning all of his countrymen and women for their greed and stupidity. People would do anything at all for money, he said, and as his monologue continued, he expressed his opinion that the species itself would almost inevitably bring about its own destruction. He cited many instances of nefarious acts committed for money's sake. A lively discussion resulted, but no countering opinion could enter this man's mind. Roger, let us call him, is an idealist at heart, but he believes that the individual has little power in the world, and so he did not pursue his personal idealism in the events of his own life. Quote unquote, everyone is a slave to the system. That is his line of belief. He took a routine job in a local business and stayed with it for over 20 years, all of the time hating to go to work, or saying that he did, and at the same time refusing to try other areas of activity that were open to him, because he was afraid to try. He feels he has betrayed himself, and he projects that betrayal outward until betrayal is all that he sees in the socio-political world. Had he begun the work of actualizing his ideals through his own private life, he would not be in such a situation. The expression of idealism brings about satisfaction, which then, of course, promotes the further expression of practical idealism. Roger speaks the same way in any social group, and therefore to that extent spreads a negative and despairing aura. I do not want to define his existence by those attitudes alone, however, for when he forgets the great gulf between his idealism and practical life, and speaks about other activities, then he is full of charming energy. That energy could have sustained him far more than it has, however, had he counted on his natural interests and chosen one of those for his life's work. He would have been an excellent teacher. He had offers of other jobs that would have pleased him more, but he is so convinced of his lack of power that he did not dare take advantage of the opportunities. There are satisfactions in his life, however, that prevent him from narrowing his focus even further. If you want to change the world for the better, then you are an idealist. If you want to change the world for the better, but you believe it cannot be changed one whit, then you are a pessimist, and your idealism will only haunt you. If you want to change the world for the better, but you believe that it will grow worse despite everyone's efforts, then you are a truly despondent, perhaps misguided idealist. If you want to change the world for the better, and if you are determined to do so, no matter at what cost to yourself or others, no matter what the risk, and if you believe that those ends justify any means at your disposal, then you are a fanatic. Fanatics are inverted idealists. Usually they are vague, grandiose dreamers, whose plans almost completely ignore the full dimensions of normal living. They are unfulfilled idealists who are not content to express idealism in steps, one at a time, or to wait for the practical workings of active expression. They demand immediate action. They want to make the world over in their own images. They cannot bear the expression of tolerance or opposing ideas. They are the most self-righteous of the self-righteous, and they will sacrifice almost anything, their own lives or the lives of others. They will justify almost any crime for the pursuit of those ends. 2 young women visited Rupert lately. They were exuberant, energetic, and filled with youthful idealism. They want to change the world. Working with the Ouija board, they received messages telling them that they could indeed have a part in a great mission. One young lady wanted to quit her job, stay at home, and immerse herself in quote-unquote psychic work, hoping that her part in changing the world could be accomplished in that manner. The other was an office worker. There is nothing more stimulating, more worthy of actualization, than the desire to change the world for the better. That is indeed each person's mission. You begin by working in that area of activity that is your own unique one, with your own life and activities. You begin in the corner of an office, or on the assembly line, or in the advertising agency, or in the kitchen. You begin where you are. If Roger, mentioned earlier, had begun where he was, he would be a different, happier, more fulfilled person today. And, to some extent or another, his effect on all the other people he has met would have been far more beneficial. When you fulfill your own abilities, when you express your personal idealism through acting it out to the best of your ability in your daily life, then you are changing the world for the better. Our session is late this evening because Rupert and Joseph watched the beginning of a movie in which a young woman I will call Sarah appeared as an actress. Sarah wrote Rupert a letter telling him of the movie. Sarah has abilities, and she is banking on them, developing them in a practical way. She believes that she forms her own reality. She quenched doubts that she was not good enough to succeed, or that it was too difficult to get ahead in show business. The satisfaction of performance leads her to more expansive creativity, and to her natural sense of personal power. Through developing those abilities personally, she will contribute to the enjoyment of others. She is an idealist. She will try to bring a greater sense of values to the screen, for example, and she is willing to do the work necessary. A young man from a nearby town came here recently, a highly gifted, intelligent young person. He had not gone to college. He attended a training school, however, and has a fairly technical position in a nearby factory. He is an idealist, given to great plans for developing novel mathematical and scientific systems, and he is highly gifted in that area. He wants to change the world for the better. In the meantime, he looks with horror and disgust at the older men who have worked there for years, quote-unquote, getting drunk on Saturday nights, thinking only of the narrow world of their families. And he is determined that the same thing will not happen to him. He has been, quote-unquote, called down several times for, quote-unquote, things that everyone else does, though he protests that no one else is caught. His mood was despondent. At the same time, he did not consider trying to go to college, to get a scholarship or whatever, to better his knowledge in the field of his choice. He doesn't want to leave town, which is the place of his birth, to find a better job. Nor does it occur to him to try and understand better the experiences of his fellow workers. He doesn't believe that he can change the world by beginning where he is. And yet, he is afraid to count upon his own abilities by giving them a practical form of expression. Youth is full of strength, however, so he very well may find a way to give his own abilities greater expression, and hence to increase his own sense of power. But in the meantime, he is dealing with dark periods of despair. Idealism also presupposes quote-unquote the good as opposed to quote-unquote the bad. So how can the pursuit of the good often lead to the expression of the bad? For that, we will have to look further. There is one commandment above all in practical terms, a Christian commandment that can be used as a yardstick. It is good because it is something you can understand practically. Thou shalt not kill. That is clear enough. Under most conditions, you know when you have killed. That commandment is a much better road to follow, for example, than you shall love your neighbor as yourself. For many of you do not love yourselves to begin with, and can scarcely love your neighbor as well. The idea is that if you love your neighbor, you will not treat him poorly, much less kill him. But the commandment, thou shalt not kill, says you shall not kill your neighbor no matter how you feel about him. So let us say in a new commandment, thou shalt not kill even in the pursuit of your ideals. What does that mean? In practical terms, it would mean that you would not wage war for the sake of peace. It would mean that you did not kill animals in experiments, taking their lives in order to protect the sacredness of human life. That would be a prime directive. Thou shalt not kill even in the pursuit of your ideals. For man has killed for the sake of his ideals as much as he has ever killed for greed or lust, or even the pursuit of power on its own merits. You are a fanatic if you consider possible killing for the pursuit of your ideal. For example, your ideal may be, for ideals differ, the production of endless energy for the uses of mankind, and you may believe so fervently in that ideal, this added convenience to life, that you considered the hypothetical possibility of that convenience being achieved at the risk of losing some lives along the way. That is fanaticism. It means that you are not willing to take the actual steps in physical reality to achieve the ideal, but that you believe that the end justifies the means. Quote-unquote, certainly some lives may be lost along the way, but overall mankind will benefit. That is the usual argument. The sacredness of life cannot be sacrificed for life's convenience, or the quality of life itself will suffer. In the same manner, say the ideal is to protect human life, and in the pursuit of that ideal, you give generations of various animals deadly diseases, and sacrifice their lives. Your justification may be that people have souls and animals do not, or that the quality of life is less in the animals. But regardless of those arguments, this is fanaticism, and the quality of human life itself suffers as a result. For those who sacrifice any kind of life along the way lose some respect for all life, human life included. The ends do not justify the means. When you are discussing the nature of good and bad, you are on tricky grounds indeed, for many or most of man's atrocities to man have been committed in misguided pursuits of quote-unquote the good. Whose good? Is good an absolute? In your arena of events, obviously, one man's good can be another's disaster. Hitler pursued his version of the good with undeviating fanatical intent. He believed in the superiority and moral rectitude of the Aryan race. In his grandiose, idealized version of reality, he saw that race, quote-unquote, set in its proper place as natural master of mankind. He believed in heroic characteristics and became blinded by an idealized Superman version of an Aryan, strong in mind and body. To attain that end, Hitler was quite willing to sacrifice the rest of humanity. Quote-unquote, the evil must be plucked out. That unfortunate chant is behind the beliefs of many cults, scientific and religious, and Hitler's Aryan kingdom was a curious interlocking of the worst aspects of religion and science alike, in which their cultish tendencies were encouraged and abetted. The political arena was the practical working realm in which those ideals were to find fruition. Hitler's idea of good was hardly inclusive, therefore, and any actions, however atrocious, were justified. How did Hitler's initially wishy-washy, undefined ideals of nationalistic goodness turn into such a world catastrophe? The steps were the ones mentioned earlier, as those involved with any cult. Hitler's daydreams became more and more grandiose, and in their light, the plight of his country seemed to worsen with each day's events. He counted its humiliations over and over in his mind, until his mind became an almost completely closed environment, in which only certain ideas were allowed entry. All that was not Aryan really became the enemy. The Jews took the brunt largely because of their financial successes and their cohesiveness, their devotion to a culture that was not basically Aryan. They would become the victims of Hitler's fanatical ideal of Germany's good. Hitler preached on the great value of social action as opposed to individual action. He turned children into informers against their own parents. He behaved nationalistically, as any minor cult leader does in a smaller context. The Jews believed in martyrdom. Germany became the new Egypt, in which their people were set upon. I do not want to oversimplify here, and certainly I am nowhere justifying the cruelties the Jews encountered in Germany. You do each create your own reality, however, and en masse you create the realities of your nationalities and your countries. So at that time, the Germans saw themselves as victors, and the Jews saw themselves as victims. Both reacted as groups, rather than as individuals, generally speaking now. For all of their idealisms, both basically believed in a pessimistic view of the self. It was because Hitler was so convinced of the existence of evil in the individual psyche that he set up all of his rules and regulations to build and preserve, quote-unquote, Aryan purity. The Jews' idea was also a dark one, in which their own rules and regulations were set to preserve the soul's purity against the forces of evil. And while in the Jewish books of the Old Testament, Jehovah now and then came through with great majesty to save his chosen people, he also allowed them to suffer great indignities over long periods of time, seeming to save them only at the last moment. And this time, so it seemed, he did not save them at all. What happened? Despite himself, and despite his followers, Hitler brought to flower a very important idea, and one that has changed your history. All of the most morbid of nationalistic fantasies that had been growing for centuries, all of the most grandiose celebrations of war as a nation's inalienable right to seek domination, focused finally in Hitler's Germany. The nation served as an example of what could happen in any country if the most fanatical nationalism were allowed to go unchecked, if the ideas of right were aligned with might, if any nation was justified in contemplating the destruction of others. You must realize that Hitler believed that any atrocity was justified in the light of what he thought of as the greater good. To some extent or another, many of the ideals he held and advocated had long been accepted in world communities, though they had not been acted upon with such dispatch. The nations of the world saw their own worst tendencies personified in Hitler's Germany, ready to attack them. The Jews, for various reasons, and again, this is not the full story, the Jews acted as all of the victims of the world, both the Germans and the Jews basically agreeing upon, quote-unquote, man's nefarious nature. For the first time, the modern world realized its vulnerability to political events, and technology and communication accelerated all of war's dangers. Hitler brought many of man's most infamous tendencies to the surface. For the first time again, the species understood that might alone did not mean right, and that in larger terms, a world war could have no real victors. Hitler might well have exploded the world's first atomic bomb. In a strange fashion, however, Hitler knew that he was doomed from the very beginning, and so did Germany as far as Hitler's hopes for it were concerned. He yearned for destruction, for in saner moments, even he recognized the twisted distortions of his earlier ideals. This meant that he often sabotaged his own efforts, and several important Allied victories were the result of such sabotaging. In the same way, Germany did not have the atomic bomb for the same reasons. Now, however, we come to Hiroshima, where this highly destructive bomb was exploded. And for what reason? To save life. To save American lives. The intent to save American lives was certainly, quote-unquote, good, at the expense of the Japanese this time. In that regard, America's good was not Japan's, and an act taken to quote-unquote save lives was also designed to take individual lives. At what expense is quote-unquote the good to be achieved, and whose idea of the good is to be the criterion? Man's pursuit of the good, to some extent now, fathered the Inquisition and the Salem witch hunts. Politically, many today believe that Russia is quote-unquote the enemy, and that therefore any means may be taken to destroy that country. Some people within the United States believe fervently that, quote-unquote, the establishment is rotten to the core, and that any means is justified to destroy it. Some people believe that homosexuals and lesbians are quote-unquote evil, that somehow they lack the true qualities of humanness, and therefore need not be treated with normal respect. These are all value judgments involving your ideas of the good. Very few people start out trying to be as bad as possible. At least some criminals feel that in stealing, they are simply righting society's wrongs. I am not saying that that is their only motive, but in one way or another, they manage to justify their activities by seeing them in their own version of the good and the right. You must realize that fanatics always deal with grandiose ideals, while at the same time they believe in man's sinful nature and the individual's lack of power. They cannot trust the expression of the self, for they are convinced of its duplicity. Their ideals then seem even more remote. Fanatics call others to social action. Since they do not believe that the individual is ever effective, their groups are not assemblies of private individuals come reasonably together, pooling individual resources. They are instead congregations of people who are afraid to assert their individuality, who hope to find it in the group, or hope to establish a joint individuality. And that is an impossibility. True individuals can do much through social action, and the species is a social one. But people who are afraid of their individuality will never find it in a group, but only a caricature of their own powerlessness. Basically, a fanatic believes that he is powerless. He does not trust his own self-structure or his ability to act effectively. Joint action seems the only course, but a joint action in which each individual must actually be forced to act, driven by frenzy or fear or hatred, incensed or provoked, for otherwise the fanatic fears that no action at all will be taken toward quote-unquote the ideal. Through such methods, and through such group hysteria, the responsibility for separate acts is divorced from the individual and rests instead upon the group, where it becomes generalized and dispersed. The cause, whatever it is, can then cover any number of crimes, and no particular individual need bear the blame alone. Fanatics have tunnel vision, so that any beliefs not fitting their purposes are ignored. Those that challenge their own purposes, however, become instant targets of scorn and attack. Generally speaking, in your society, power is considered a male attribute. Cult leaders are more often male than female, and females are more often than not followers, because they have been taught that it is wrong for them to use power, and right for them to follow the powerful. I said that you have religious and scientific cults, and the male-oriented scientific community uses its power in the same way that the male Jehovah used his power in a different arena, to protect his friends and destroy his enemies. I spoke rather thoroughly in my last book about the sexuality of your species, but here I want to mention how some of those sexual beliefs affect your behavior. The male scientist considers the rocket his private symbol of sexual power. He feels he has the prerogative to use power in any way he chooses. Now, many scientists are quote-unquote idealists. They believe that their search for answers, however, justifies almost any means or sacrifices, not only on their parts, but on the parts of others. They become fanatics when they ignore the rights of others, and when they defile life in a misguided attempt to understand it. Women make a grave error when they try to prove their quote-unquote equality with men by showing that they can enter the armed forces, or go into combat as well as any man. War always makes you less as a species than you could be. Women have shown uncommon good sense in not going to war, and uncommon bad sense by sending their sons and lovers to war. Again, to kill for the sake of peace only makes you better killers, and nothing will change that. In any war, both sides are fanatical to the extent that they are involved. I am quite aware that often war seems to be your only practical course, because of the set of beliefs that are, relatively speaking, worldwide. Until you change those beliefs, war will seem to have some practical value, a value which is highly deceptive and quite false. Fanatics always use ringing rhetoric and speak in the highest terms of truth, good and evil, and particularly of retribution. To some extent, capital punishment is the act of a fanatical society. The taking of the murderer's life does not bring back the victims, and it does not prevent other men from committing such crimes. I am aware that the death penalty often seems to be a practical solution, and indeed many murderers want to die, and are caught because of their need for punishment. Many now, and I am speaking generally, are in the position they are because they so thoroughly believe what all of you believe to a large extent, that you are flawed creatures, spawned by a meaningless universe, or made by a vengeful God and damaged by original sin. Criminals act out those beliefs to perfection. Their quote-unquote tendencies are those that each of you fears you possess. Science and religion each tell you that left alone, you will spontaneously be primitive creatures, filled with uncontrollable lust and avarice. Both Freud and Jehovah gave you that message. Poor Darwin tried to make sense of it all, but failed miserably. Fanatics cannot stand tolerance. They expect obedience. A democratic society offers the greatest challenges and possibilities of achievement for the individual and the species, for it allows for the free intercourse of ideas. It demands much more of its people, however, for in a large manner, each must pick and choose from amid a variety of lifestyles and beliefs his or her own platform for daily life and action. There are periods in which it certainly seems to some that all standards vanish, and so they yearn for old authorities. And there are always fanatics there to stand for ultimate truth, and to lift from the individual the challenge and quote-unquote burden of personal achievement and responsibility. Individuals can survive without organizations. Organizations cannot survive without individuals. And the most effective organizations are assemblies of individuals who assert their own private power in a group and do not seek to hide within it. Organized action is an excellent method of exerting influence, but only when each member is self-activating, only when he or she extends individuality through group action, and does not mindlessly seek to follow the dictates of others. Fanatics exist because of the great gap between an idealized good and an exaggerated version of its opposite. The idealized good is projected into the future, while its exaggerated opposite is seen to pervade the present. The individual is seen as powerless to work alone toward that ideal with any sureness of success. Because of his belief in his powerlessness, the fanatic feels that any means to an end is justified. Behind all this is the belief that spontaneously the ideal will never be achieved, and that indeed, on his own, man is getting worse and worse in every aspect. How can flawed selves ever hope to spontaneously achieve any good? Let us see. Chapter 8. Men, Molecules, Power, and Free Will. Before we end this particular section of the book, dealing with frightened people, idealism, and interpretations of good and evil, there is another instance that I would like to mention. It is the Watergate affair. Last evening, Rupert and Joseph watched a movie, a fictional dramatization of the Watergate events. Ordinarily, a session would have been held, but Rupert was interested in the movie, and I was interested in Rupert's and Joseph's reactions to it. To some extent or another, I watched the program with our friends. Actually, I allowed myself to become aware mainly of Rupert's perceptions as he viewed the motion picture. By one of those curious coincidences that are not coincidences at all, another dramatic rendition of that same Watergate saga was simultaneously showing on another channel, this one depicting the second spiritual birth of one of the president's finest cohorts. Let us look briefly at that entire affair, remembering some of our earlier questions. When does an idealist turn into a fanatic, and how? And how can the desire to do good bring about catastrophic results? The president at the time, and through all of his life before, was at heart a stern, repressed idealist of a rather conventionally religious kind. He believed in an idealized good, while believing most firmly and simultaneously that man was fatally flawed, filled with evil, more naturally given to bad rather than good intent. He believed in the absolute necessity of power, while convinced at the same time that he did not possess it. And further, he believed that in the most basic terms, the individual was powerless to alter the devastating march of evil and corruption that he saw within the country, and in all the other countries of the world. No matter how much power he achieved, it seemed to him that others had more. Other people, other groups, other countries. But their power he saw as evil. For while he believed in the existence of an idealized good, he felt that the wicked were powerful, and the good were weak and without vigor. He concentrated upon the vast gulf that seemed to separate the idealized good and the practical ever-pervading corruption that in his eyes grew by leaps and bounds. He saw himself as just. Those who did not agree with him he saw as moral enemies. Eventually, it seemed to him that he was surrounded by the corrupt, and that any means at his disposal was justified to bring down those who would threaten the presidency or the state. He was as paranoid as any poor deluded man or woman is who feels without evidence that he or she is being pursued by creatures from space, earthly or terrestrial enemies, or evil psychic powers. Those poor people will build up for themselves a logical sequence of events in which the most innocent encounter is turned into a frightening threat. They will project that fear outward until they seem to meet it in each person they encounter. It is obvious to most others that such paranoid views are not based on mass fact. Your president at that time, however, had at his command vast information, so that he was aware of many groups and organizations that did not agree with his policies. He used those as in other circumstances a paranoid might use the sight of a police car to convince himself that he was being pursued by the police or the FBI or whatever. The president felt threatened, and not only personally threatened, for he felt that the good for which he stood in his own mind was in peril, and again, since the idealized good seemed too remote and difficult to achieve, any means was justified. Those who followed him, in the cabinet and so forth, possessed the same kinds of characteristics to some degree or another. No one is as fanatical, and no one can be more cruel, than the self-righteous. It is very easy for such persons, quote-unquote, to become converted after such episodes, lining themselves up once more on the side of good, searching for, quote-unquote, the power of fellowship, turning to church rather than government, hearing in one way or another the voice of God. So how can the well-meaning idealist know whether or not his good intent will lead to some actualization? How can he know, or how can she know, whether or not this good intent might in fact lead to disastrous conditions? When does the idealist turn into a fanatic? Look at it this way. If someone tells you that pleasure is wrong, and tolerance is weakness, and that you must follow this or that dogma blindly in obedience, and if you are told this is the only right road toward the idealized good, then most likely you are dealing with a fanatic. If you are told to kill for the sake of peace, you are dealing with someone who does not understand peace or justice. If you are told to give up your free will, you are dealing with a fanatic. Both men and molecules dwell in a field of probabilities, and their paths are not determined. The vast reality of probabilities makes the existence of free will possible. If probabilities did not exist, and if you were not to some degree aware of probable actions and events, not only could you not choose between them, but you would not, of course, have any feelings of choice. You would be unaware of the entire issue. Through your mundane conscious choices, you affect all of the events of your world, so that the mass world is the result of multitudinous individual choices. You could not make choices at all if you did not feel impulses to do this or that, so that choices usually involve you in making decisions between various impulses. Impulses are urges toward action. Some are conscious and some are not. Each cell of your body feels the impulse toward action, response, and communication. You have been taught not to trust your impulses. Now, impulses, however, help you to develop events of natural power. Impulses in children teach them to develop their muscles and minds, each in their own unique manner. And as you will see, those impulses of a private nature are nevertheless also based upon the greater situation of the species and the planet, so that, quote-unquote, ideally, the fulfillment of the individual would automatically lead to the better good of the species. Impulses, therefore, provide impetus toward motion, coaxing the physical body and the mental person toward utilization of physical and mental powers. They help the individual impress the world, that is, to act upon it and within it effectively. Impulses also open up choices that may not have been consciously available before. I have often said that the cells precognate, and that at that level the body is aware of vast information not consciously known or apprehended. The universe and everything within it is composed of quote-unquote information, but this information is awareized. Information concerning the entire universe is always latent within each and any part of it. The motive power of the universe and of each particle or wave or person within it is the magnificent thrust toward creative probabilities, and the tension that exists, the exuberant tension that exists quote-unquote between probable choices and probable events. This applies to men and molecules, and to all of those hypothetically theorized smaller divisions with which scientists like to amaze themselves. Divisions or units. In more mundane terms, impulses often come from unconscious knowledge then. This knowledge is spontaneously and automatically received by the energy that composes your body, and then it is processed so that pertinent information applying to you can be taken advantage of. Ideally, your impulses are always in response to your own best interests, and again, to the best interests of your world as well. Obviously, there is a deep, damaging distrust of impulses in the contemporary world, as in your terms there has been throughout the history that you follow. Impulses are spontaneous, and you have been taught not to trust the spontaneous portions of your being, but to rely upon your reason and your intellect, which both operate incidentally, quite spontaneously, by the way. When you let yourselves alone, you are spontaneously reasonable, but because of your beliefs, it seems that reason and spontaneity make poor bedfellows. Psychologically, your impulses are as vital to your being as physical organs are. They are as altruistic or unselfish as your physical organs are. And I would like that sentence read several times. And yet, each impulse is suited and tailored directly to the individual who feels it. Ideally, by following your impulses, you would feel the shape, the impulsive shape, as Rupert says, of your life. You would not spend time wondering what your purpose was, for it would make itself known to you, as you perceived the direction in which your natural impulses led, and felt yourself exert power in the world through such actions. Again, impulses are doorways to action, satisfaction, the exertion of natural mental and physical power, the avenue for your private expression, the avenue where your private expression intersects the physical world and impresses it. Many cults of one kind or another, and many fanatics, seek to divide you from your natural impulses, to impede their expression. They seek to sabotage your belief in your spontaneous being, so that the great power of impulses becomes dammed up. Avenues of probabilities are closed bit by bit until you do indeed live, if you follow such precepts, in a closed mental environment in which it seems you are powerless. It seems you cannot impress the world as you wish, that your ideals must always be stillborn. Some of this has been discussed earlier in this book. In the case of the Jonestown tragedy, for example, all doors toward probable effective action seemed closed. Followers had been taught to act against their natural impulses with members of their families. They had been taught not to trust the outside world, and little by little, the gap between misguided idealism and an exaggerated version of the world's evil blocked all doors through which power could be exerted. All doors save one. The desire for suicide is often the last recourse left to frighten people whose natural impulses toward action have been dammed up, intensified on the one hand, and yet denied any practical expression. There is a natural impulse to die on the part of men and animals, but in such circumstances as we are discussing here, that desire becomes the only impulse that the individual feels able to express, for it seems that all other avenues of expression have become closed. There is much misunderstanding concerning the nature of impulses, so we will discuss them rather thoroughly. I always want to emphasize the importance of individual action, for only the individual can help form organizations that become physical vehicles for the effective expression of ideals. Only people who trust their spontaneous beings and the altruistic nature of their impulses can be consciously wise enough to choose from a myriad of probable futures the most promising events. For again, impulses take not only people's best interest into consideration, but those of all other species. I am using the term impulses for the understanding of the general public, and in those terms, molecules and protons have impulses. No consciousness simply reacts to stimuli, but has its own impulse toward growth and value fulfillment. It seems to many of you that impulses are unpredictable, contradictory, without reason, the result of erratic mixtures of body chemicals, and that they must be squashed with as much deadly intent as some of you might when you spray a mosquito with insecticide. Often the insecticide kills more than the mosquito, and its effects can be far-reaching, and possibly have disastrous consequences. However, to consider impulses as chaotic, meaningless, or worse, detrimental to an ordered life, represents a very dangerous attitude indeed, an attempt that causes many of your other problems, an attempt that does often distort the nature of impulses. Each person is fired by the desire to act, and to act beneficially, altruistically, to practically put his stamp or her stamp upon the world. When such natural impulses toward action are constantly denied over a period of time, when they are distrusted, when an individual feels in battle with his or her own impulses and shuts down the doors toward probable actions, then that intensity can explode into whatever avenue of escape is still left open. I am not speaking of anything like quote-unquote repression as it is used by psychologists, but a far deeper issue, one in which the very self is so distrusted that natural impulses of any kind become suspect. You try to inoculate yourselves against yourselves, a nearly impossible situation, of course. You expect your motives to be selfish because you have been told that they are. And so, when you catch yourselves with unkind motives, you are almost comforted because you think that at least you are behaving normally. When you find yourself with good motives, you distrust them. Surely, you think, beneath this seeming altruism, there must indeed be some nefarious or at best selfish motives that escape me. As a people, you are always examining your impulses, and yet you rarely examine the fruits of your intellects. It may seem that impulsive actions run rampant in society, in cultish behavior, for example, or in the behavior of criminals, or in the part of youth, but such activities show instead the power of impulses denied their natural expression, intensified and focused on the one hand into highly ritualized patterns of behavior, and in other areas denied expression. A particular idealist believes that the world is headed for disaster, and that he is powerless to prevent it. Having denied his impulses, believing them wrong, and having impeded his expression of his own power to affect others, he might, for example, quote-unquote, hear the voice of God. That voice might tell him to commit any of a number of nefarious actions, to assassinate the enemies that stand in the way of his great ideal, and it might seem to him and to others that he has a natural impulse to kill, and indeed an inner decree from God to do so. According to conditions, such a person could be the member of a small cult, or the head of a nation, a criminal or a national hero, who claims to act with the authority of God. Again, the desire and motivation to act is so strong within each person that it will not be denied, and when it is denied, then it can be expressed in a perverted form. Man must not only act, but he must act constructively, and he must feel that he acts for good ends. Often, when the natural impulse is denied consistently, does the idealist turn into a fanatic. Each person, in his or her own way, is an idealist. Power is natural. It is the force, the power of the muscle to move, or the eye to see, of the mind to think, the power of the emotions. These represent true power, and no accumulation of wealth or acclaim can substitute for that natural sense of power if it is lacking. Power always rests with the individual, and from the individual all political power must flow. A democracy is a highly interesting form of government, highly significant because it demands so much of the individual consciousness, and because it must rest primarily upon a belief in the powers of the individual. It is a tribute to that belief that it has lingered in your country, and operated with such vitality in the face of quite opposing beliefs officially held by both science and religion. The idea of democracy expresses the existence of a high idealism, one that demands political and social organizations that are effective to some degree in providing some practical expression of those ideals. When those organizations fail, and a gulf between idealism and actualized good becomes too great, then such conditions help turn some idealists into fanatics. Those who follow with great strictness the dictates of either science or religion can switch sides in a moment. The scientist begins tipping tables or whatever, and suddenly disgusted by the limits of scientific knowledge, he turns all of his dedication to what he thinks of as its opposite, or pure intuitive knowledge. Thus, He blocks his reason as fanatically as earlier he blocked his intuitions. The businessman who believed in Darwinian principles and the fight for survival, who justified injustice and perhaps thievery to his ideal of surviving in a competitive world, he suddenly turns into a fundamentalist in religious terms, trying to gain his sense of power now perhaps by giving away the wealth he has amassed, all in a tangled attempt to express a natural idealism in a practical world. How can you trust your impulses when you read, for example, that a man commits a murder because he has a strong impulse to do so, or because the voice of God commanded it? If some of you followed your impulses right now, for example, your first natural ones, it might seem they would be cruel or destructive. How do your impulses affect your future experience and help form the practical world of mass reality? Again, you have been taught to believe that impulses are wrong, generally speaking, or at best they represent messages from a nefarious subconscious, giving voice to dark moods and desires. For example, many of you believe in the basis of Freudian psychology, that the son naturally wants to displace the father in his mother's attentions, and that beneath the son's love for his father there rages the murderous intent to kill. Ridiculous idiocy! Rupert has been reading old poetry of his own, and he was appalled to find such beliefs in rather brutal concentrated form. Until our sessions began, he followed the official line of consciousness, and though he railed against those precepts, he could find no other solution. The self, so spectacularly alive, seemed equipped with reason to understand the great import of its own certain extinction. Such a tragedy to project upon the living personality. You cannot begin to have a true psychology again unless you see the living self in a greater context, with greater motives, purposes, and meanings than you now assign to it, or for that matter than you assign to nature and its creatures. You have denied many impulses, or programmed others so that they are allowed expression in only certain forms of action. If any of you do still believe in the Freudian or Darwinian selves, then you will be leery about impulses to examine your own consciousness, afraid of what murderous debris might be uncovered. I am not speaking merely in hypothetical terms. For example, a well-intentioned woman was here recently. She worried about her overweight condition, and was depressed at what she thought of as her lack of discipline in following diets. In her dismay, she visited a psychologist, who told her that her marriage might somehow be part of the problem. The woman said she never went back. She was afraid that she might discover within herself the buried impulse to kill her husband, or to break up the marriage, but she was sure that her overweight condition hid some unfortunate impulse. Actually, the woman's condition hid her primary impulse, to communicate better with her husband, to ask him for definite expressions of love. Why did he not love her as much as she loved him? She could say it was because she was overweight, after all, for he was always remarking adversely about her fleshy opulence, though he did not use such a sympathetic phrase. He could not express his love for her in the terms she wished, for he believed that women would, if allowed to, destroy the man's freedom, and he interpreted the natural need for love as an unfortunate emotional demand. Both of them believed that women were inferior, and quite unknowingly, they followed a Freudian dogma. The ideas we have been speaking of, then, are intimately connected with your lives. The man just mentioned denies his personal impulses often. Sometimes he is not even aware of them as far as they involve the expression of affection or love to his wife. In those areas where you cut down on your impulses, upon their very recognition, you close down probabilities and prevent new beneficial acts that of themselves would lead you out of your difficulty. You prevent change. But many people fear that any change is detrimental, since they have been taught, after all, that left alone, their bodies or their minds or their relationships are bound to deteriorate. Often, therefore, people react to events as if they themselves possessed no impetus to alter them. They live their lives as if they are indeed limited in experience not only to a brief lifetime, but a lifetime in which they are victims of their chemistry, accidental members of a blighted species that is murderous to its very core. Another woman friend found a small sore spot on her breast. Remembering well the barrage of negative suggestions that passes for preventative medicine, the public service announcements about cancer, she was filled with foreboding. She went to the doctor, who told her he did not believe there was anything wrong. He suggested x-rays, however, quote unquote, just to be on the safe side. And so her body was treated to a basically unnecessary dose of radiation in the name of preventative medicine. I am not suggesting that you do not visit doctors under such situations, because the weight of your negative beliefs about your bodies usually makes it too difficult for you to bear such uncertainties alone. Nevertheless, such actions speak only too loudly of your mass beliefs involving the vulnerability of the self and its flesh. To me, it is almost inconceivable that from your position any of you seriously consider that the existence of your exquisite consciousness can possibly be the result of a conglomeration of chemicals and elements thrown together by a universe accidentally formed and soon to vanish. So much more evidence is available to you: the order of nature, the creative drama of your dreams that project your consciousness into other times and places, the very precision with which you spontaneously grow, without knowing how, from a fetus into an adult, the existence of heroic themes and quests and ideals that pervade the life of even the worst scoundrel. These all give evidence of the greater context in which you have your being. If the universe existed as you have been told it does, then I would not be writing this book. There would be no psychological avenues to connect my world and yours. There would be no extensions of the self that would allow you to travel such a psychological distance to those thresholds of reality that form my mental environment. If the universe were structured as you have been told, the probability of my existence would be zero as far as you are concerned. There would have been no unofficial roads for Rupert to follow, to lead him from his official beliefs of his time. He would never have acknowledged the original impulse to speak for me, and my voice would have been unheard in your world. The probability that this book would ever exist itself would have remained unactualized. None of you would be reading it. The mass world is formed as the result of individual impulses. They meet and merge and form platforms for action. Now, let us return again to our discussion of impulses in connection with probable actions. You live surrounded by impulses. You must make innumerable decisions in your lives, must choose careers, mates, cities of residence. Experience can help you make decisions, but you make decisions long before you have years of experience behind you. Overall, whether or not you are conscious of it, for some of you are and some of you are not, your lives do have a certain psychological shape. That shape is formed by your decisions. You make decisions as the result of feeling impulses to do this or that. to perform in one manner or another, in response to both private considerations and in regard to demands seemingly placed upon you by others. In the vast arena of those numberless probabilities open to you, you do of course have some guidelines. Otherwise, you would always be in a state of indecision. Your personal impulses provide those guidelines by showing you how best to use probabilities so that you fulfill your own potential to greatest advantage, and in so doing, provide constructive help to the society at large. When you are taught not to trust your impulses, you begin to lose your powers of decision, and to whatever extent involved in the circumstances, you begin to lose your sense of power because you are afraid to act. Many people in a quandary of indecision write to Rupert. Such a correspondent might lament, for example, "I do not know what to do or what direction to follow. I think that I could make music my career. I am musically gifted. On the other hand, I feel a leaning toward psychology. I have not attended to my music lately since I am so confused. Sometimes I think I could be a teacher. In the meantime, I am meditating and hoping that the answer will come." Such a person is afraid to trust any one impulse enough to act upon it. All remain equally probable activities. Meditation must be followed by action, and true meditation is action. Such people are afraid of making decisions because they are afraid of their own impulses, and some of them can use meditation to dull their impulses and actually prevent constructive action. Impulses arise in a natural, spontaneous, constructive response to the abilities, potentials, and needs of the personality. They are meant as directing forces. Luckily, the child usually walks before it is old enough to be taught that impulses are wrong, and luckily, the child's natural impulses toward exploration, growth, fulfillment, action, and power are strong enough to give it the necessary springboard before your belief systems begin to erode its confidence. You have physical adult bodies. The pattern of each adult body existed in the fetus, which again, quote-unquote, luckily, impulsively, followed its own direction. No one told it that it was impossible to grow from a tiny organism to a complicated adult structure. What tiny, spindly, thread-like, weak legs you all once had in your mother's wombs. Those legs now climb mountains, stride gigantic boulevards, because they followed their own impulsive shapes. Even the atoms and molecules within them sought out their own most favorable probabilities. And in terms that you do not understand, even those atoms and molecules made their own decisions as the result of recognizing and following those impulsive sparks toward action that are inherent in all consciousness, whatever their status is in your terms. Consciousness attempts to grow toward its own ideal development, which also promotes the ideal development of all organizations in which it takes part. We are back, then, to the matter of the ideal and its actualization. When and how do your impulses affect the world? Again, what is the ideal, the good impulse, and why does it seem that your experience is so far from that ideal that it appears to be evil? Chapter 9. the ideal, the individual, religion, science, and the law. What is the law? Why do you have law? Why do you have laws? Are laws made to protect life, to protect property, to establish order, to punish transgressors? Are laws made to protect man from his own cunning and chicanery? In short, are laws made to protect man from his own quote-unquote basically criminal nature? Are laws made to protect man from the self as it is generally outlined by Freud and Darwin? Man had laws, however, far earlier. Are laws made to protect man from his quote-unquote sinful nature? If you were all quote-unquote perfect beings, would you need laws at all? Do laws define what is unacceptable, or do they hint of some perhaps undifferentiated, barely sensed, more positive issues? Are laws an attempt to limit impulses? Do they represent society's mass definitions of what behavior is acceptable and what is not? What is the difference between a crime and a sin, as most of you think of those terms? Can the state punish you for a sin? It certainly can punish you for a crime. Is the law a reflection of something else? A reflection of man's inherent search toward the ideal and its actualization? When does the law act as a practical idealist? Why do you sneer so when the politicians show their feet of clay? How does this concern you as an individual? We will start with the individual. Each individual is innately driven by a good intent, however distorted that intent may become, or however twisted the means that may be taken to achieve it. As the body wants to grow from childhood on, so all of the personality's abilities want to grow and develop. Each person has his or her own ideals, and impulses direct those ideals naturally into their own specific avenues of development, avenues meant to fulfill both the individual and his society. Impulses provide specifications, methods, meanings, definitions. They point toward definite avenues of expression, avenues that will provide the individual with a sense of actualization, natural power, and that will automatically provide feedback so that the person knows he is impressing his environment for the better. Those natural impulses, followed, will automatically lead to political and social organizations that become both tools for individual development and implements for the fulfillment of the society. Impulses then would follow easily in a smooth motion from private action to social import. When you are taught to block your impulses and to distrust them, then your organizations become clogged. You are left with vague, idealized feelings of wanting to change the world for the better, for example, but you are denied the personal power of your own impulses that would otherwise help direct that idealism by developing your personal abilities. You are left with an undefined, persisting, even tormenting desire to do good, to change events, but without having any means at your disposal to do so. This leads to lingering frustration, and if your ideals are strong, the situation can cause you to feel quite desperate. You may begin to exaggerate the gulf between this generalized ideal and the specific evidences of man's quote-unquote greed and corruption that you see so obviously about you. You may begin to concentrate upon your own lacks, and in your growing sense of dissatisfaction, it may seem to you that most men are driven by a complete lack of good intent. You may become outraged, scandalized, or worse, filled with self-righteousness, so that you begin to attack all those with whom you do not agree, because you do not know how else to respond to your own ideals or to your own good intent. The job of trying to make the world better seems impossible, for it appears that you have no power, and any small private beneficial actions that you can take seem so puny in contrast to this generalized ideal that you dismiss them sardonically, and so you do not try to use your power constructively. You do not begin with your own life, with your own job, or with your own associates. What difference can it make to the world if you are a better salesperson or plumber or office worker or car salesman, for Christ's sake? What can one person do? Yet that is precisely where first of all you must begin to exert yourselves. There, on your jobs and in your associations, are the places where you intersect with the world. Your impulses directly affect the world in those relationships. Many of you are convinced that you are not important, and while each of you feels that way, it will seem that your actions have no effect upon the world. You will purposefully keep your ideals generalized, thus saving yourself from the necessity of acting upon them in the one way open to you, by trusting yourself and your impulses, and impressing those you meet in daily life with the full validity that is your own. Most criminals act out of a sense of despair. Many have high ideals, but ideals that have never been trusted or acted upon. They feel powerless, so that many strike out in self-righteous anger or vengeance against a world that they see as cynical, greedy, perverted. They have concentrated upon the great gaps that seem to exist between their ideals of what man should be and their ideas of what man is. On the one hand, they believe that the self is evil, and on the other, they are convinced that the self should not be so. They react extravagantly. They often see society as the quote-unquote enemy of good. Many, not all now, criminals possess the same characteristics you ascribe to heroes, except that the heroes have a means toward the expression of idealism, and specific avenues for that expression, and many criminals find such avenues cut off completely. I do not want to romanticize criminals or justify their actions. I do want to point out that few crimes are committed for quote-unquote evil's sake, but in a distorted response to the failure of the actualization of a sensed ideal. So we return to what is the nature of the ideal and the good. Who defines what is right and wrong, legal and illegal? The law in your country says that you are innocent until proven guilty. In the eyes of that law, then, you are each innocent until a crime is proven against you. There usually must also be witnesses. There are other considerations. Often a spouse cannot testify against the other. Opportunity and motive must also be established. In the world of religion, however, you are already tainted by original sin. Quote-unquote, the mark of Cain is symbolically upon your foreheads. You come from a species that sinned against God. Automatically condemned, you must do good works, or be baptized, or believe in Christ, or perform other acts in order to be saved or redeemed. According to other religions, you may be quote-unquote earthbound by the quote-unquote gross desires of your nature, quote-unquote bound to the wheel of life, condemned to endless reincarnations until you are quote-unquote purified. As I have said before, according to psychology and science, you are a living conglomeration of elements and chemicals, spawned by a universe without purpose, itself accidentally formed, and you are given a life in which all the quote-unquote primitive and animalistic drives of your evolutionary past ever lurk within you, awaiting expression and undermining your control. So, dear reader, look at the law as it stands in this country with somewhat more kindly eyes than you have before, for it at least legally establishes a belief in your innocence, and for all of its failings, it protects you from the far more fanatical aspects, say, of any religion's laws. Religious laws deal with sin, whether or not a crime is committed, and religious concepts usually take it for granted that the individual is guilty until proven innocent. And if you have not committed a crime in fact, then you have at least sinned in your heart, for which, of course, you must be punished. A sin can be anything from playing cards to having a sexual fantasy. You are sinful creatures. How many of you believe that? You were born with an inbuilt recognition of your own goodness. You were born with an inner recognition of your rightness in the universe. You were born with a desire to fulfill your abilities, to move and act in the world. Those assumptions are the basis of what I will call natural law. You are born loving. You are born compassionate. You are born curious about yourself and your world. Those attributes also belong to natural law. You are born knowing that you possess a unique, intimate sense of being that is itself, and that seeks its own fulfillment, and the fulfillment of others. You are born seeking the actualization of the ideal. You are born seeking to add value to the quality of life, to add characteristics, energies, abilities to life that only you can individually contribute to the world, and to attain a state of being that is uniquely yours, while adding to the value fulfillment of the world. All of these qualities and attributes are given you by natural law. You are a cooperative species, and you are a loving one. Your misunderstandings, your crimes, and your atrocities, real as they are seldom committed out of any intent to be evil, but because of severe misinterpretations about the nature of good, and the means that can be taken toward its actualization. Most individual people know that in some inner portion of themselves. Your societies, governments, educational systems are all built around a firm belief in the unreliability of human nature. Quote unquote, you cannot change human nature. Such a statement takes it for granted that man's nature is to be greedy, a predator, a murderer at heart. You act in accordance with your own beliefs. You become the selves that you think you are. Your individual beliefs become the beliefs of your society, but that is always a give and take. Shortly, we will begin to discuss the formation of a better kind of mass reality, a reality that can happen as more and more individuals begin to come in contact with the true nature of the self. Then we will have less frightened people and fewer fanatics, and each person involved can, to some extent, begin to see the quote-unquote ideal come into practical actualization. The means never justify the ends. When I speak of natural law, I am not referring to the scientists' laws of natures, such as the law of gravity, for example, which is not a law at all, but a manifestation appearing from the viewpoint of a certain level of consciousness as a result of perceptive apparatus. Your quote-unquote prejudiced perception is also built into your instruments in that regard. I am speaking of the inner laws of nature that pervade existence. What you call nature refers, of course, to your particular experience with reality, but quite different kinds of manifestations are also quote-unquote natural outside of that context. The laws of nature that I am in the process of explaining underlie all realities then, and form a firm basis for multitudinous kinds of quote-unquote natures. I will put these in your terms of reference, however. Each being experiences life as if it were at life's center. This applies to a spider in a closet as well as to any man or woman. This principle applies to each atom as well. Each manifestation of consciousness comes into being feeling secure at life's center, experiencing life through itself, aware of life through its own nature. It comes into being with an inner impetus toward value fulfillment. It is equipped with a feeling of safety, of security within its own environment with which it is fit to deal. It is given the impetus toward growth and action, and filled with the desire to impress its world. The term value fulfillment is very difficult to explain, but it is very important. Obviously, it deals with the development of values. Not moral values, however, but values for which you really have no adequate words. Quite simply, these values have to do with increasing the quality of whatever life the being feels at its center. The quality of that life is not simply to be handed down or experienced, for example, but is to be creatively added to, multiplied, in a way that has nothing to do with quantity. In those terms, animals have values, and if the quality of their lives disintegrates beyond a certain point, the species dwindles. We are not speaking of survival of the fittest, but the survival of life with meaning. Life is meaning for animals. The two are indistinguishable. You say little, for example, if you note that spiders make webs instinctively because spiders must eat insects, and that the best web maker will be the fittest kind of spider to survive. It is very difficult for me to escape the sticky web of your beliefs. The web, however, in its way, represents an actualized ideal on the spider's part, and, if you will forgive the term, an artistic one as well. It amazes the spider that flies so kindly fall into those webs. You might say that the spiders wonder that art can be so practical. What about the poor unsuspecting fly? Is it then so enamored of the spider's web that it loses all sense of caution? For surely flies are the victims of such nefarious webby splendors. We are into sticky stuff indeed. For one thing, you are dealing with different kinds of consciousness than your own. They are focused consciousnesses, surely, each one feeling itself at life's center. While this is the case, however, these other forms of consciousness also identify then with the source of nature from which they emerge. In a way impossible to explain, the fly and the spider are connected, and aware of the connection, not as hunter and prey, but as individual participants in deeper processes. Together they work toward a joint kind of value fulfillment, in which both are fulfilled. There are communions of consciousness of which you are unaware. While you believe in theories like the survival of the fittest, however, and the grand fantasies of evolution, then you put together your perceptions of the world so that they seem to bear out those theories. You will see no value in the life of a mouse sacrificed in the laboratory, for example, and you will project claw and fang battles in nature, completely missing the great cooperative venture that is involved. Men can become deranged if they believe life has no meaning. Religion has made gross errors. At least it held out an afterlife, a hope of salvation, and preserved, sometimes despite itself, the tradition of the heroic soul. Science, including psychology, by what it has said, and by what it has neglected to say, has come close to a declaration that life itself is meaningless. This is a direct contradiction of deep biological knowledge, to say nothing of spiritual truth. It denies the meaning of biological integrity. It denies man the practical use of those very elements that he needs as a biological creature. The feeling that he is at life's center, that he can act safely in his environment, and that he can trust himself, and that his being and his actions have meaning. Impulses provide life's guide to action. If you are taught that you cannot trust your impulses, then you are set against your very physical integrity. If you believe that your life has no meaning, then you will do anything to provide meaning, all the while acting like a mouse in one of science's mazes, for your prime directive, so to speak, has been tampered with. I am trying to temper my statements here, but your psychology of the past 50 years has helped create insanities by trying to reduce the great individual thrust of life that lies within each person to a generalized mass of chaotic impulses and chemicals, a mixture again of Freudian and Darwinian thought misapplied. The most private agonies of the soul were assigned a more or less common source in man's primitive quote-unquote unconscious drives. The private unquelled thrust toward creativity were seen as the unbalanced conglomeration of chemicals within a person's most private being, a twist of perversity. Genius was seen as a mistake of chromosomes, or the fortunate result of a man's hatred for his father. The meaning of life was reduced to the accidental nature of genes. Science thought in terms of averages and statistics, and each person was supposed to fit within those realms. To some extent, this also applies to religion in the same time period. Churches wanted sinners galore, but shied away from saints, or any extravagant behavior that did not speak of man's duplicity. Suddenly, people with paranoidal characteristics, as well as schizophrenics, emerged from the wallpaper of this slickly styled civilization. The characteristics of each were duly noted. A person who feels that life has no meaning, and that his or her life in particular has no meaning, would rather be pursued than ignored. Even the weight of guilt is better than no feeling at all. If a paranoid might feel that he or she is pursued by the government or quote-unquote ungodly powers, then at least he feels that his life must be important. Otherwise, why would others seek to destroy it? If voices tell him he is to be destroyed, then these at least are comforting voices, for they convince him that his life must have value. At the same time, the paranoid person can use his creative abilities in fantasies that seemingly boggle the minds of the sane. And those creative abilities have a meaning, for the fantasies again serve to reassure the paranoid of his worth. If in your terms he were sane, he could not use his creative abilities, for they are always connected with life's meaning. And sane, the paranoid is convinced that life is meaningless. It did little good in the past for Freudian psychologists to listen to a person's associations while maintaining an objective air or pretending that values did not exist. Often, the person labeled schizophrenic is so frightened of his or her own energy, impulses, and feelings that these are fragmented, objectified, and seen to come from outside rather than from within. Ideas of good and evil are exaggerated, cut off from each other. Yet here again, the creative abilities are allowed some expression. The person does not feel able to express them otherwise. Such people are afraid of the brunt of their own personalities. They have been taught that energy is wrong, that power is disastrous, and that the impulses of the self are to be feared. What protection, then, but to effectively project these outside of the self, impulses of good as well as evil, and hence effectively block organized action? The term schizophrenia, with the authority of psychology, becomes a mass coverall in which the integrity of the personal meaning is given a mass generalized explanation. Those who are paranoid are, unfortunately, those who most firmly believe the worst idiocies of science and religion. The paranoid and the schizophrenic are trying to find meaning in a world that they have been taught is meaningless, and their tendencies appear in lesser form throughout society. Creativity is an inbuilt impetus in man, far more important than, say, what science calls the satisfaction of basic needs. In those terms, creativity is the most basic need of all. I am not speaking here of any obsessive need to find order, in which case, for example, a person might narrow his or her mental and physical environment, but of a powerful drive within the species for creativity, and for the fulfillment of values that are emotional and spiritual. And if man does not find these, then the so-called basic drives toward food and shelter will not sustain him. I am not simply saying that man does not live for bread alone. I am saying that if man does not find meaning in life, he will not live, bread or no. He will not have the energy to seek bread, nor trust his impulse to do so. There are natural laws, then, that guide all kinds of life, and all realities. Laws of love and cooperation, and those are the basic needs of which I am speaking. Each species is endowed with emotional feelings, immersed in an interior system of value fulfillment. Each species, again, then, is not only concerned with physical survival and the multiplication of its members, but with an intensification and fulfillment of those particular abilities that are characteristic of it. As far as this discussion is concerned, there are biological ideals imprinted within the chromosomes, but there are also inbuilt ideals much more difficult to define, that exist as, say, mental blueprints for the development of other kinds of abilities. I use the word mental, meaning that all species possess their own kinds of interior mental life, as opposed to the physical characteristics of plants or animals with which you are familiar. Your official views effectively close you off from the true evidence you might perceive of the cooperation that exists among the species, for example. Nor am I speaking of an enforced cooperation, the result of quote-unquote instinct that somehow arranges the social habits of the animals, for their habits are indeed social and cooperative. Rupert was recently scandalized upon reading that orthodox science still does not grant man with volition. According to its tenets, any such feeling of conscious choice is instead the reflection of the brain's attitude at any given time. Yet I am saying that man has free will within the framework of his existence, and that all other species do also within the frameworks of their existences. The chicken cannot read a book. It cannot choose to read. The plant cannot choose to walk down the street. The chicken and the plant can choose to live or die, however, rather important issues in the existence of any entity. They can choose to like or dislike their environment, and to change it according to their individual circumstances. It is fashionable to say that some scientific laws can be proven at microscopic levels, where, for example, small particles can be accelerated far beyond their usual states. But you quite studiously ignore that feeling exists on microscopic levels, that there can be psychological particles, much less come to the conclusion that all particles are psychological particles, with their own impetuses for development and value fulfillment. That is why atoms join together to form matter, They seek the fulfillment of themselves through form. They cooperatively choose the forms that they take. If the simplest particle is so endowed with impetus with the hidden ideals that seek fulfillment, then what about the human being? You have the propensity to seek for meaning, for love, for cooperative ventures. You have the propensity to form dazzling mental and psychological creations, such as your arts and sciences and religions and civilizations. Whatever errors that you have made or gross distortions, even those exist because of your need to find meaning in your private existence and in life itself. Any scientist who believes that life has no meaning has simply provided himself with what he thinks of as an unfailing support against life's vicissitudes. If he says life has no meaning, he cannot be disappointed if such is the case, for he is ensconced in a self-created cocoon that has meaning because it provides a cushion against his deepest fears. When a civilization does not support creativity, it begins to falter. When it distrusts its gifted people rather than encouraging them, a nation is at least in trouble. Your psychologies, stressing quote-unquote the norm, made people frightened of their individual characteristics and abilities, because psychology's norm did not fit the contours of any one human being. It did not touch the heights or the depths of human experience. People became afraid of their own individuality. Rupert today read an article about gifted children, their background and development. Gifted children do not fit psychology's picture. Gifted children do not fit the portrait of children that is sold to parents. The fact is that for many reasons, gifted children merely show the latent quickness, mental agility, and curiosity and learning capacity that is inherent in the species. They are not eccentric versions of humanity at all, but instead provide a hint of mankind's true capacities. Your brains are not empty but well-oiled machines ready to whirl into activity at your births. They are provided with a propensity to learn, and the rudiments of knowledge as you understand it exist within the brain. In those terms now, the brain thinks before birth. It does not simply react. Each individual has its own unique abilities. Some that involve relationships with others you do not even have words for. Parents, however, often half disapprove of their children if they show unusual gifts. They are afraid their children will not get along with others. They are upset because the children do not fit the norm. But no child ever fits quote-unquote the norm. Many adults, sensing their own abilities in one field or another, deliberately play down those abilities because they are afraid of standing out from quote-unquote the masses, or they are afraid they will be attacked by their peers. They have been taught by religion and science alike that any kind of greatness is suspect. Yet each person alive contains an element of greatness, and more, a desire to fulfill those inner abilities. I am not speaking of greatness in terms of fame, or in terms of usually understood artistic or intellectual abilities alone, but also of people whose lives have the capacity for great emotional content. I am speaking also of other natural abilities, that of dream communication, the conscious utilization of dreams and creativity in daily life. There are dimensions of human sentiment and psychological experience that remain latent simply because you focus your attention so closely within the idea of quote-unquote the norm. Any unofficial experience must then remain bizarre, eccentric. outside of your main concerns and ignored by your sciences. Many children, for that matter, who are regarded as retarded by their teachers are instead highly gifted. The same also applies to disruptive children who are overactive and put on drugs. Their rebellion is quite natural. Autistic children, in many cases now, are those who have picked up the idea that the world is so unsafe that it is better not to communicate with it at all, as long as their demands or needs are being met. When the child is fed and clothed and cared for, then it continues its behavior, and the behavior itself does serve its needs. The child feels that it is not safe to interact with the world, however. No one is going to deprive a child of food, and yet food can be used in such cases, in terms perhaps of treats, if the child must ask for them, or in some way indicate a choice. Autistic children are afraid of making choices. Some of this is often picked up from parents, so that the child expresses their own unacknowledged fears. The autistic child can be highly intelligent, however. To some extent, such a child symbolizes what happens when an individual believes that he or she is untrustworthy, that he or she cannot trust impulses, that choices present more problems than advantages, that it is safer to hide abilities than it is to use them. Life is expression. Part 4. The Practicing Idealist. Chapter 10. The Good, the Better, and the Best. Value Fulfillment versus Competition. Most readers of this book can be considered idealists in one way or another by themselves or others. Yet certainly in these pages we have presented several pictures of social and political realities that are far from ideal. We have tried to outline for you many beliefs that undermine your private integrity as individuals and contribute to the very definite troubles current in the mass world. Very few people really act again from an evil intent. Any unfortunate situations in the fields of medicine, science, or religion result not from any determined effort to sabotage the quote-unquote ideal, but instead happen because men often believe that any means is justified in the pursuit of the ideal. When science seems to betray you in your society, it does so because its methods are unworthy of its intent. So unworthy and so out of line with science's prime purpose that the methods themselves almost amount to an insidious anti-scientific attitude that goes all unrecognized. The same applies to medicine, of course. When in its worthy purpose to save life, its methods often lead to quite unworthy experimentation, so that life is destroyed for the sake of saving, say, a greater number of lives. On the surface level, such methods appear sometimes regrettable but necessary, but the deeper implications far outdo any temporary benefits, for through such methods, men lose sight of life's sacredness and begin to treat it contemptuously. You will often condone quite reprehensible acts if you think they were committed for the sake of the greater good. You have a tendency to look for outright evil, to think in terms of, quote-unquote, the powers of good and evil, and I am quite sure that many of my readers are convinced of evil's force. Evil does not exist in those terms, and that is why so many seemingly idealistic people can be partners in quite reprehensible actions, while telling themselves that such acts are justified, since they are methods toward a good end. That is why fanatics feel justified in their actions. When you indulge in such black and white thinking, you treat your ideals shabbily. Each act that is not in keeping with that ideal begins to unravel the ideal at its very core. As I have stated several times, if you feel unworthy or powerless to act, and if you are idealistic, you may begin to feel that the ideal exists so far in the future that it is necessary to take steps you might not otherwise take to achieve it. And when this happens, the ideal is always eroded. If you want to be a true practicing idealist, then each step that you take along the way must be worthy of your goal. In your country, the free enterprise system is immersed in strange origins. It is based upon the democratic belief in each individual's right to pursue a worthy and equitable life. But that also became bound up with Darwinian ideas of the survival of the fittest, and with the belief then that each individual must seek his or her own good at the expense of others, and by the quite erroneous conception that all of the members of the given species are in competition with each other, and that each species is in further competition with each other species. The quote-unquote laws of supply and demand are misconceptions based upon a quite uncomplimentary belief in man's basic greedy nature. In the past, you treated the land in your country as if your species, being the quote-unquote fittest, had the right to survive at the expense of all other species, and at the expense of the land itself. The ideal of the country was and is an excellent one, the right of each individual to pursue an equitable, worthy existence with dignity. The means, however, have helped erode that ideal, and the public interpretation of Darwin's principles was, quite unfortunately, transferred to the economic area and to the image of man as a political animal. Religion and science alike denied other species any real consciousness. When man spoke of the sacredness of life in his more expansive moods, he referred to human life alone. You are not in competition with other species, nor are you in any natural competition with yourselves, nor is the natural world in any way the result of competitiveness among species. If that were the case, you would have no world at all. Individually, you exist physically because of the unsurpassed cooperation that exists just biologically between your species and all others, and on deeper levels because of the cellular affiliations that exist among the cells of all species. Value fulfillment is a psychological and physical propensity that exists in each unit of consciousness, propelling it toward its own greatest fulfillment in such a way that its individual fulfillment also adds to the best possible development on the part of each other such unit of consciousness. This propensity operates below and within the framework of matter. It operates above as well, but I am here concerned with the cooperative nature with which value fulfillment endows all units of consciousness within your physical world. While you believed in competition, then competition became not only a reality, but an ideal. Children are taught to compete against each other. The child naturally, quote-unquote, competes against herself or himself in an urge to outdo old performance with new. Competition, however, has been promoted as the ideal at all levels of activity. It is as if you must look at others to see how you are doing, and when you are taught not to trust your own abilities, then of course you need the opinions of others overmuch. I am not speaking of any playful competition, obviously, but of a determined, rigorous, desperate, sometimes almost deadly competition, in which a person's value is determined according to the number of individuals he or she has shunted aside. This is carried through in economics, politics, medicine, the sciences, and even the religions. So I would like to reinforce the fact that life is indeed a cooperative venture, and that all the steps taken toward the ideal must of themselves be life-promoting. Now, the blueprints for quote-unquote ideal developments exist within the pool of genetic knowledge, providing the species with multitudinous avenues for fulfillment. Those blueprints exist mentally as ideals. They express themselves through the impulses and creativity of the species' individual members. Your natural athletes, for example, show through their physical expertise certain ideal body conditions. They may personify great agility or strength or power, individual attributes, physical ideals, which are held up to others for their appreciation, and which signify, to whatever extent, abilities inherent in the species itself. I believe that man runs the mile much quicker now than he did, say, 30 years ago. Has the body's effective speed suddenly quickened? Hardly. Instead, mental beliefs about the body's performance have changed, and increased physical speed resulted. The body can indeed run faster than the current record. I merely want to show the effect of beliefs upon physical performance. All people do not want to be expert runners, however. Their creativity and their ideals may lie in quite different fields of endeavor, but individual performance always adds to the knowledge of the species. Good, better, best. Is it bad to be a poor runner? Of course not, unless running is your own particular avocation. And if it is, you improve with practice. Now, your ideals, whatever they may be, initially emerge from your inner experience, and this applies to the species as a whole. Your ideas of society and cooperation arise from both a biological and spiritual knowledge given you at birth. Man recognized the importance of groups after observing the animals' cooperation. Your civilizations are your splendid creative exterior renditions of the inner social groupings of the cells of the body, and the cooperative processes of nature that give you physical life. This does not mean that the intellect is any less, but that it uses its abilities to help you form physical civilizations that are the reflections of mental, spiritual, and biological inner civilizations. You learn from nature always, and you are a part of it always. Your searches toward understanding excellent performance in any area, your idealisms, are all spiritually and biologically ingrained. If many of the conditions we have mentioned in this book are less than ideal in your society, then you can, as an individual, begin to change those situations. You do this by accepting the rightness of your own personhood. You do this by discarding ideas of unworthiness and powerlessness, no matter what their sources. You do this by beginning to observe your own impulses, by trusting your own direction. You start wherever you are, today. You do not dwell upon the unfortunate conditions in your environment, but you do take steps in your own life to express your ideals in whatever way is given. Those ways are multitudinous. Generally speaking, for example, if you are seriously worried about a physical condition, go to a doctor, because your own beliefs may over-frighten you otherwise. Begin with innocuous but annoying physical conditions, however, and try to work those out for yourself. Try to discover why you are bothered. When you have a headache or a simple stomach upset, or if you have a chronic, annoying but not serious condition, such as trouble with your sinuses, or if you have hay fever, in those situations, remind yourself that your body does indeed have the capacity to heal itself. Do the exercises in my book, The Nature of Personal Reality, to discover what conditions of a mental nature or of psychological origin are causing you distress. Instead of taking an aspirin for a headache, sit down, breathe quietly, and remind yourself that you are an integral part of the universe. Allow yourself to feel a sense of belonging with nature. Such an exercise can often relieve a headache in no time, but each such experience will allow you to build up a sense of trust in your own body's processes. Examine the literature that you read, the television programs that you watch, and tell yourself to ignore those indications given of the body's weaknesses. Tell yourself to ignore literature or programs that speak authoritatively about the species' quote-unquote killer instincts. Make an effort to free your intellect of such hampering beliefs. Take a chance on your own abilities. If you learn to trust your basic integrity as a person, then you will be able to assess your abilities clearly, neither exaggerating them or under-assessing them. You will not feel the need, say, to quote-unquote justify your existence by exaggerating a particular gift, setting up the performance of one particular feat or art as a rigid ideal, when in fact you may be pleasantly gifted but not greatly enough endowed with a certain ability to give you the outstanding praise you think you might deserve. On the other hand, there are many highly gifted people who continually put down their abilities and are afraid to take one small step toward their expression. If you accept the rightness of your life in the universe, then your ideals will be those in keeping with your nature. They will be fairly easily given expression, so that they add to your own fulfillment and to the development of the society as well. Your impulses are your closest communication with your inner self, because in the waking state they are the spontaneous urgings toward action, rising from that deep inner knowledge of yourself that you have in dreams. You were born because you had the impulse to be. The universe exists because it had the impulse to be. There was no exterior cosmic Pied Piper singing magical notes or playing a magical tune urging the universe into being. The urge to be came from within, and that urge is repeated to some extent in each impulse, each urge toward action on the part of man or molecule. If you do not trust the nature of your impulses, then you do not trust the nature of your life, the nature of the universe, or the nature of your own being. Any animal knows better than to distrust the nature of its own life, and so does any infant. Nature exists by virtue of faith. The squirrels gather nuts in the faith that they will have provisions, in the faith that the next season will come, and that spring will follow winter. Your impulses are immersed in the quality called faith, for they urge you into action in the faith that the moment for action exists. Your beliefs must interact with your impulses, however, and often they can erode that great natural beneficial spontaneity that impulses can provide. When I speak of impulses, many of you will automatically think of impulses that appear contradictory or dangerous or quote-unquote evil, and that is because you are so convinced of the basic untrustworthiness of your being. You have every right to question your impulses, to choose among them, to assess them, but you must be aware of them, acknowledge their existence, for they will lead you to your own true nature. This may involve a lengthy journey for some of you with your belief systems, for many of your impulses now are the result of the pressure caused by perfectly normal, unacknowledged ones in the past. But your impulses reflect the basic impulse of your life. Even if they appear contradictory at any given time, overall they will be seen to form constructive patterns toward action that point more clearly towards your own clear path for fulfillment and development. Natural attributes show themselves quite clearly in early childhood, for example, when you are allowed greater freedom to do what you want to do. As children, Some people love to work with words, some with images, some with objects. Some show great ability in dealing with their contemporaries, while others naturally lean toward solitude and private meditations. Look back toward the impulsive behavior of your childhood, toward those activities that mostly pleased you. If you painted pictures, this does not mean that you necessarily should be an artist. Only you know the strength of those impulses. But if they are intense and consistent, then pursue them. If you end up simply painting as a hobby, that will still enrich your life and understanding. If your impulses lead you toward relationships with others, then do not let fears of unworthiness stand in your way. It is very important that you express your idealism actively, to whatever extent you can, for this increases your sense of worth and power. Such action serves as a safeguard, so that you do not overemphasize the gaps that may exist in yourself or in society, between the reality and the ideal condition. Many people want to change the world for the better, but that ideal seems so awe-inspiring that they think they can make no headway unless they perform some great acts of daring or heroism, or envision themselves in some political or religious place of power, or promote an uprising or rebellion. The ideal seems so remote and unreachable that, again, sometimes any means, however reprehensible, eventually can seem justified. To change the world for the better, you must begin by changing your own life. There is no other way. You begin by accepting your own worth as a part of the universe, and by granting every other being that same recognition. You begin by honoring life in all of its forms. You begin by changing your thoughts toward your contemporaries, your country, your family, your working companions. If the ideal of loving your neighbor like yourself seems remote, you will at least absolutely refrain from killing your neighbor. And your neighbor is any other person on the face of the planet. You cannot love your neighbor, in fact, until you love yourself. And if you believe that it is wrong to love yourself, then you are indeed unable to love anyone else. For a start, you will acknowledge your existence in the framework of nature. And to do that, you must recognize the vast cooperative processes that connect each species with each other one. If you truly use your prerogatives as an individual in your country, then you can exert far more power in normal daily living than you do now. Every time you affirm the rightness of your own existence, you help others. Your mental states are part of the planet's psychic atmosphere. It may seem to some readers that the subject matter of this book is far divorced from any discussion of the specific development of psychic abilities. Many people write, requesting that I outline the proper methods for achieving astral projection, for example, or psychic advancement, or spiritual understanding. In its fashion, however, this book is geared to bring about the development of such abilities, for it is not a lack of methods that inhibits such activities. Instead, quote-unquote psychic progress is hampered by those very negative beliefs that we have tried to bring to your attention. Many of you keep searching for some seemingly remote spiritual inner self that you can trust and look to for help and support. But all the while, you distrust the familiar self with which you have such intimate contact. You set up divisions between portions of the self that are unnecessary. Some correspondents write, I realize that I am too egotistical. There are many schools for spiritual advancement that teach you to, quote-unquote, get rid of the clutter of your impulses and desires, to shove aside the self that you are in search of a greater idealized version. First of all, the self that you are is ever-changing and never static. There is an inner self in the terms of those definitions, but that inner self, which is the source of your present being, speaks through your impulses. They provide inbuilt spiritual and biological impetuses toward your most ideal development. You must trust the self that you are now. If you would know yourself in deepest terms, you must start with your own feelings, emotions, desires, intents, and impulses. Spiritual knowledge and psychic wisdom are the natural result of a sense of self-unity. Again, impulses are inherently good, both spiritually and biologically. They emerge from Framework 2, from the inner self, and they are based on the great inner webwork of communication that exists among all species on your planet. Impulses also provide the natural impetus toward those patterns of behavior that serve you best, so that while certain impulses may bunch up toward physical activity, say, others, seemingly contradictory, will lead you toward quiet contemplation, so that overall certain balances are maintained. Some people are only aware, or largely aware of, impulses toward anger, because they have inhibited those natural impulses toward love that would otherwise temper what seemed to be aggressive desires. When you begin trusting yourselves, you start by taking it for granted that to some extent at least you have not trusted yourself or your impulses in the past. You have thought that impulses were dangerous, disruptive, or even evil. So as you begin to learn self-trust, you acknowledge your impulses. You try them on for size. You see where they lead you by allowing them some freedom. You do not follow urges through that would hurt others physically, or that seem in direct contradiction to your present beliefs. But you do acknowledge them. You do try to discover their source. Behind them, you will always find an inhibited impulse, or many of them, that motivated you to move in some ideal direction, to seek a love or understanding so idealized in your mind that it seemed impossible to achieve. You are left with the impulse to strike out. If you examine such troublesome stimuli, you will always find that they originally rose after a long process, a process in which you were afraid to take small positive steps towards some ideal. Your own impulses naturally lead you to seek creative fulfillment, the expansion of your consciousness, psychic excursions, and the conscious knowledge and manipulation of your dreams. No method will work if you are afraid of your own impulses or of the nature of your own being. Most of you understand that all that is within you, that God is within creation, within physical matter, and that quote-unquote He does not simply operate as some cosmic director on the outside of reality. You must understand that the spiritual self also exists within the physical self in the same fashion. The inner self is not remote either, not divorced from your most intimate desires and affairs, but instead communicates through your own smallest gesture, through your smallest ideal. This sense of division within the self forces you to think that there is a remote, spiritual, wise, intuitive inner self, and a bewildered, put-upon, spiritually ignorant, inferior physical self, which happens to be the one you identify with. Many of you believe, moreover, that the physical self's very nature is evil, that its impulses, left alone, will run in direct opposition to the good of the physical world and society, and fly in the face of the deeper spiritual truths of inner reality. The inner self then becomes so idealized and so remote that by contrast, the physical self seems only the more ignorant and flawed. In the face of such beliefs, the ideal of psychic development or astral travel or spiritual knowledge, or even of sane living, seems so remote as to be impossible. You must therefore begin to celebrate your own beings, to look to your own impulses as being the natural connectors between the physical self and the non-physical self. Children trusting their impulses learn to walk, and trusting your impulses, you can find yourselves again. In a manner of speaking, you must be a practicing idealist if you are to remain a true idealist for long. You must take small practical steps, often when you would prefer to take giant ones. But you must move in the direction of your ideals through action. Otherwise, you will feel disillusioned or powerless, or sure again that only drastic, highly unideal methods will ever bring about the achievement of a given ideal state or situation. Life at all levels of activity is propelled to seek ideals, whether of a biological or mental nature. That pursuit automatically gives life its zest and natural sense of excitement and drama. Developing your own abilities, whatever they may be, exploring and expanding your experience of selfhood, gives life a sense of purpose, meaning, and creative excitement, and also adds to the understanding and development of the society and the species. It is not enough to meditate or to imagine in your mind some desired goal being accomplished if you are afraid to act upon the very impulses to which your meditations and imaginings give rise. When you do not take any steps toward an ideal position, then your life does lack excitement. You become depressed. You might become an idealist in reverse, so that you find a certain excitement in contemplating the occurrence of natural disasters, such as earthquakes. You may begin to concentrate your attention on such activities. You may contemplate the end of the world instead, but in either case, you are propelled by a sense of personal frustration, and perhaps by some degree of vengeance, seeing in your mind the destruction of a world that fell so far beneath your idealized expectations. None of the unfortunate situations discussed in this book have any power over you, however, if you understand that events do not exist by themselves. All events and situations exist first within the mind. At the deepest levels of communication, no news is secret, whether or not you receive it by way of your technological gadgets. Your thoughts and beliefs and desires form the events that you view on television. If you want to change the world, you must first change your thoughts, expectations, and beliefs. If every reader of this book changed his or her attitudes, even though not one law was rewritten, tomorrow the world would have changed for the better. The new laws would follow. Any new law always follows the change in belief. It is not the other way around. There is no civilization, no system of science, art, or philosophy that did not originate in the mind. When you give lip service to ideas with which you do not agree, you are betraying your own ideals, harming yourself to some extent, and society as well, insofar as you are denying yourself and society the benefit of your own understanding. Each person is an idealist. I simply want to help you practice your idealism in the acts of your daily life. Each person alive helps paint the living picture of civilization as it exists at any given time in your terms. Be your own best artist. Your thoughts, feelings, and expectations are like the living brushstrokes with which you paint your corner of life's landscape. If you do your best in your own life, then you are indeed helping to improve the quality of all life. Your thoughts are as real as snowflakes or raindrops or clouds. They mix and merge with the thoughts of others to form man's livingscape, providing the vast mental elements from which physical events will be formed. As you learn to allow your impulses some freedom, you will discover their connection with your own idealized version of what life should be. You will begin to discover that those spontaneous urges are as basically good and life-giving as the physical elements of the earth that provide the impetus for all biological life. Beyond that, however, those impulses again connect you with the original impulse from which all life emerges. You will discover the natural cooperative nature of your impulses, and you will no longer believe that they exist as contradictory or disruptive influences. Your impulses are part of the great multi-action of being. At deeper levels, the impulsive portion of the personality is aware of all actions upon the Earth's surface. You are involved in a cooperative venture, in which your slightest impulse has a greater meaning and is intimately connected with all other actions. You have the power to change your life and the world for the better, but in doing so, you must again re-evaluate what your ideals are and the methods that are worthy of them. Science and religion have each contributed much to man's development. They must also re-evaluate their ideals and methods, however. In larger terms, there are really only scientific and religious men and women, however, and fields of science and religion would be meaningless without those individuals who believe in their positions. As those men and women enlarge their definitions of reality, the fields of science and religion must expand. You must be reckless in pursuit of the ideal, reckless enough to insist that each step you take along the way is worthy of that ideal. You will understand, if you are a practicing idealist, that you cannot kill in the name of peace, for if you do so, your methods will automatically undermine your ideal. The sacrifice of life and spirit are one and the same. You cannot condemn the body without ultimately condemning the soul. You cannot condemn the soul without ultimately condemning the body. I would like each of my readers to be a practicing idealist, and if you are, then you will automatically be tolerant of the beliefs of others. You will not be unkind in the pursuit of your own ideals. You will look upon the world with a sane compassion, with some humor, and you will look for man's basic good intent. You will find it. It has always been there. You will discover your own basic good intent, and see that it has always been behind all of your actions, even in those least fitted to the pursuit of your private ideals. The end does not justify the means. If you learn that lesson, then your good intent will allow you to act effectively and creatively in your private experience and in your relationships with others. Your changed beliefs will affect the mental atmosphere of your nation and the world. You must encounter the selves that you are now. Acknowledge your impulses. Explore their meanings. Rely upon yourselves. You will find far greater power, achievement, and virtue than you suppose. You are individuals, yet each of you forms a part of the world's reality. Consciously, you are usually aware only of your own thoughts, but those thoughts merge with the thoughts of all others in the world. You understand what television is. At other levels, however, you carry a picture of the world's news, one that is quote-unquote picked up by signals transmitted by the cells that compose all living matter. When you have an impulse to act, it is your own impulse, yet it is also a part of the world's action. In those terms, there are inner neurological-like systems that provide constant communication through all of the world's parts. If you accept the fact that man is basically a good creature, then you allow free natural motions of your own psychic nature, and that nature springs from your impulses, and not in opposition to them. There is no event upon the face of the earth in which each of you has not played some part, however minute, because of the nature of your thoughts, beliefs, and expectations. There is no public act in which you are not in the same manner involved. You are intimately connected with all of the historic events of your time. To some extent, you participated in putting a man on the moon, whether or not you had any connection at all with the physical occurrence itself. Your thoughts put a man on the moon as surely as any rocket did. You can become involved now in a new exploration, one in which man's civilizations and organizations change their course, reflecting his good intents and his ideals. You can do this by seeing to it that each step you personally take is quote-unquote ideally suited to the ends you hope to achieve. You will see to it that your methods are ideal. If you do this, your life will automatically be provided with excitement, natural zest, and creativity, and those characteristics will be reflected outward into the social, political, economic, and scientific worlds. This is a challenge more than worth the effort. It is a challenge that I hope each reader will accept. The practical idealist. When all is said and done, there is no other kind. I bid each of you success in that endeavor. End of book.